Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to PF International Event 11 of the 2022 Motorsport UK Wera Tools British Kart Championship. And myself and Anthony Jordan, we're here in pit lane for timed qualifying. Anthony, we had one round yesterday for 5 of the classes we've got here. We've got 7 classes. We've got IAME Cadet, Junior and Senior X30, Junior and Senior TKM. They all had a full round yesterday. We've also got the Bambinos, who have got 1 round this weekend, and the Honda Academy O-Plate.
Yes.
So a packed day to bring you 20 races in total. But first of all, what we get underway is time qualifying for IAME Cadet.
Yeah, they're the first group that's going to be heading out today, and they had a very interesting day yesterday, of course. We had today 4 of the finalists who actually won the race, took the checker flag first, didn't win the race after the race.
A various litany of penalties on what was a mixed day weather-wise. It started out dry, then it got very wet. Finals, it started drying up a little. Yeah, a very interesting set of results. And yeah, like I said, Kit Bolowski crossed the line first. It was Kit Bolowski and Lewis Islin crossed the line first and second in IAME Cadet yesterday. Bolowski got a penalty for overtaking under a yellow flag.
Yes.
Islin, I think, got a nose cone penalty, and meant the results. The winner was Jesse Phillips, our championship leader. And of course, this is the final round of the championship today. This is round 7 for IAME Junior, Senior X30, Junior TKM and TKM Extreme. So just the IAME Championship, that's going to go down to the wire. I think the podium yesterday was Phillips, Johnny Edgar and Jensen Graham, who has been in the top 10, 6 rounds out of 6 so far this year. Very consistent.
Well, I'd be amazed if Johnny Edgar could fit in a cadet car again, because he's a bit older now.
No, because Johnny Edgar is a Formula 3 driver. There we go. We'll chalk that one up. First Sunday morning mistake. I think we weren't in the bar last night, ladies and gentlemen. I promise you.
So Jesse Phillips, so George Edgar and Jensen Graham. Yeah, they were the top 3 results yesterday. Obviously,
that's 1-0 to me.
In
the
state category.
Commentary, I misspoke. That's the politicians. Way of saying it. I misspoke.
Yeah. I think that's a good way of putting it. But yeah, so they had an absolutely roller coaster of a ride yesterday. I hope that we're going to see the same today, because you know we love exciting racing, and cadet racing always gives us that. And like I said, the cadets are lining themselves up at the moment to get going for qualifying, and it's only a 5-minute session, and they always like to.
The best 3-lap average.
It is, yes.
So what we've got to do, the drivers go out straight away. This is the best 3-lap average, ladies and gentlemen. Is brought in this year, designed to stop drivers, number one, sitting on the dummy grid for 2 minutes out of 5, and then when they're on the circuit, they can't just like crawl round, because what we used to have in karting qualifying was that drivers would go out and then they would suddenly, halfway around a flying lap, they would suddenly slow down, pull off the side of the circuit, drive at walking speed until they found another driver they wanted to slipstream with.
Exactly.
And that, of course, created a situation where you could have a major accident. So to combat that, it's now your best 3-lap average. The drivers are almost forced to go out for the entire 5 minutes, and when they're out on the circuit, put the pedal to the metal and drive flat out all the way around. Yeah.
Or you could do what Ollie Rands did in Junior TKM yesterday qualifying, where he left the pit lane in a rather non-desirable place, and then he spun out the pit lane and then found himself in a much more desirable place.
Well,
and then he qualified P2 yesterday.
High risk strategy.
It was very high risk.
Crash coming out of the pits and to find somebody you want to slipstream with. There we go.
It was completely unintentional, but it worked out perfectly. Karts are fired up. Qualifying now underway. So 5-minute sessions. Obviously, they'll get. I think the track's fairly green this morning. It didn't rain last night, but it's very cold here this morning, isn't it?
The weather is
brisk.
Autumnal.
It is.
It is apparently now. Today's the 3rd official day of autumn.
Is it?
Yes.
Excellent.
Friday
I love autumn.
was day 1 of autumn, so this is day 3. So Sunday is day 3. It's not sunny. It's not wet. I mean, the surface around this, still damp patches are left over from yesterday, but everyone's on slick tyres. But yeah, the track is quite green, as we say.
Yeah, very much so. And you'll hear the karts, they'll be whizzing round behind us now. But yeah, I think, what do we expect from this morning? Are we going to see the same sort of things that we see all the time in IAME Cadet? Is it going to be a fusion, lockout, ORM battling with them as well?
Well, I mean, we've got championship implications to think of as well. Jesse Phillips is going to be obviously leading the championship, going for that title today. There's only, I think Edgar and Jensen Graham, I think there is only 2 sort of remaining rivals, I believe, today. I mean, we haven't got the points. We'll bring you up to date with the points as soon as we can. But so Jesse Phillips is going to be playing things a little bit safe. He doesn't want to get involved, penalise himself. But of course, this track is 1,382 metres. We've been here plenty of times before.
Yep.
Alpha Live, we brought you the IAME Open last weekend. Kart Masters, of course, in August.
Yep.
So you know that we're going to get plenty of slipstreaming.
Yeah.
Lots and lots and lots of battling, group racing, group pack racing.
Yes.
The Ollie Roller Motorsport team together and also get a win on the board, because so far this season, I think apart from Noah Baglin's had one podium and Archie Lovett's had a podium, it's been podium lockouts for Fusion most of the season, and ORM are desperate to make sure that doesn't happen today. And with drivers in Fusion going for the title, that might give them an opportunity.
Yeah. In your personal opinion, what would you think Ollie Rowland would have said to the
IMO? Are we done with the kids? IMO, in my opinion, is that the...
No, in my opinion, I think we'll stick with that one.
Yeah, professional.
Yeah, so what would you think Oliver Rowland may have said to his drivers last night? What would you personally think he would have said?
Think.
Yeah.
Think. That's the key thing. So many times this season, ORM drivers have put themselves in a winning position, and then when it's come down to that finite moments where you have to make a split-second decision that will end up winning you a race or cost you a race, the ORM drivers have made the wrong choice. And so I think probably Ollie's gone back through the season and looked at that, because you've got Henry Domain, you've got Noah Baglin, you've got Archie Lovett, you've got Kanish Grau, you've got there's 4 drivers for ORM, all that could potentially, they've got race-winning speed. So it's just a case of think. And almost like, look, it doesn't matter which one of you wins or gets on a podium, just make sure one of you does.
Yeah.
None of them are going to win the championship. So, that's gone. So it's a case of, right, let's get the... And moving into juniors, whether it's Rotax or X30 or something like that. So the ORM drivers that are with the team now, they got a lot of them that are going to stay in the class next year, and that will be the more experienced drivers next year. But yeah, getting a win would be key. Now, we've got IAME Cadet. How are we looking on circuit at the moment, Mr. Jordan?
Well, so far we've got George Edgar, who's on provisional pole at the moment, 106.95. He's got Aaron Richardson,
there we go,
rookie, P2 currently at the moment. Just behind him, got Riley Cranham, Lewis Island, Kanish Rao, Kip Bolofsky, Noah Baglin, Jesse Phillips, Henry Domain, and Archie Lovett, the top 10. Sky Parker rounding out the top 11. They're about to come round across the line again. They will improve, of course.
Yeah, and all of this are surviving wasps. Occasionally, if one of us has a bit of a twitch on, it's not because we're recovering from last night. It's because the wasp population here at PF International
is still strong.
It's still strong, but the wasps are getting a little bit drowsy. It's getting colder. They're a bit more angry. So we've got angry wasps.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, IAME Cadet is dominated largely by Fusion and Oliver Rowland Motorsport. There's some drivers for Jamie Green Racing also out there. But also, we have a couple of drivers. Well, we've got one driver, Luca Narroway, on the Mad Croc. Now, Luca Narroway update. Yesterday, Luca, we saw his dad and Luca last night.
Yeah.
Luca was running 16th. I don't think Luca's got a top 20 finish yet this season, but he is aiming at Rissington. He was recently interviewed Luca, and he said, I want a top 23 finish. Very specific about 23rd position.
Yeah.
Well, this weekend, ladies and gentlemen, it's a 16th place finish is what we're looking for.
Right.
So we'll keep you updated with Luca now. How is Luca doing in his quest for a top 16 finish?
Currently 23rd in qualifying. Checker flag has gone out now. A couple of drivers have taken checker flag. Jensen Graham has taken checker flag, currently in P17.
Okay.
Not great for Jensen Graham. Aaron Richardson, P13, he crossed the line. Rest of the field coming across now, and it will update on the screen.
So Anthony will look at his mobile telephonic device and get you up to speed.
Yes.
What we'll do, we've got one camera, so Jason on the camera.
Yeah.
I will go and speak to some of the drivers when they come in, and then we'll come back to you in the booth, the outdoor, the fully air-conditioned booth this morning. As soon as qualifying finishes, ladies and gentlemen, we will be hightailing it up to the commentary box to bring you not 1, not 2, not 18, but 20 races today, which is going to be very, very good indeed. So, Jensen Graham has come into the pits right in front of us.
Yeah.
Where did Jensen end up? A poor session?
It was, yeah. He's dropped to P22 for Jensen Graham.
So now that the drivers have finished, of course, the finish line, what is our provisional IAME Cadet?
IAME Cadet, yeah. George Edgar took provisional pole, well, he's taken pole position in that one from Jesse Phillips, Kip Bolowski, Riley Cranham, Noah Baglin, Kanish Grau, Will Green up in the top 10, P7, from Lewis Islin, Henry Domain, and Jensen Ackerman rounding out the top 10. In terms of Luca Narroway update, 23rd.
23rd, okay. Long way to go, though, for Lucas. So we've got, who am I going to speak to? Let's have a look. Right, then, I'll get my legs working.
Get your legs working. I think you're going to take my microphone now.
Am I going to take your microphone?
I think, because they're
both of them.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
So, bye.
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 Go just
who am I? Ah, there we go. Edgar Phillips Bolowski. Let's go, Jason. Come on, then. Right. Edgar Phillips Bolowski. Now, they've already gone into the sort of scrutineering area. Let's quickly dive through here. And we go, oh, careful not to get run over by Kanish Grau. There's Jensen Green. But Jensen, quickly, not a great qualifying session? No, what went wrong?
We're not sure, just not much pace.
Not much pace. Okay, we've got a long day to get that sorted. Right, come on then, let's go now into there. We go past the number 16 car. There's Aaron Richardson, Kanish Grau. Here come some of the other Fusion drivers. That's Jensen Ackerman coming in. Into top 5 now. So here is where the drivers that have done very well in qualifying, they come in. The scrutineers through that sort of like partition there will tell the mechanics what they want off the carts to check. Let's have a look. Right, who are we going to come to first? Henry Domain. If you can take your helmet off, it's okay. Let the people see you. Okay, Henry. Right, how did that go?
It wasn't very good. We didn't get a very good track position, so we didn't qualify very well. But we can still race from where we qualified, so just hopefully we can win the final.
That's the key thing. You can still race from there because there's going to be lots of overtaking opportunities, especially if the weather stays dry.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Right, I'm going to do a very unprofessional thing now, of course, and I'm going to have a quick cough on air. So, tell you what, Jason, Jesse Phillips, you talk a little bit to Jason there. Say hello to Jason.
Hello, Jason.
Right, you tell them about your race yesterday and about how qualifying while I cough.
Okay. Well, qualifying was good yesterday. I mean, we got P1, so yeah, we can't get much more. And then in the heats, it was good. In the first heat, I just pushed away with George, and then in the second heat, it started to drizzle a bit, so I got a gap, and then, yeah, we won that heat. So then, yeah, we were starting pole for the final, so it was very wet then, so we had to go on wets. But then, yeah, it turned out quite well. We were in third, but then 2 people in front of us got a penalty, so we got the win.
There we go. Thank you, Jesse. Now, one interesting thing to know about Jesse is that I saw yesterday during the racing, a lot of the drivers, the mums are the ones that are really, really nervous. You get the dads in the grandstands that are all cheering and shouting, and the mums are the ones that are in the motorhome or behind the scenes. It's different for you, isn't it? Because your dad can't watch the racing, can he? He gets really worried. Your mum is like up there cheering and shouting, but it's your dad the one that is the nervous one, isn't he? Jesse, well done, Jesse. Now, Jesse did mention a couple of drivers had penalties at the end of the race yesterday. One of those was Kip Bolowski. So Kip Bolowski, the Oak Plate, he won the Oak Plate last weekend. So he's the British Open champion. There's George Edgar and Jake Walker coming across the camera shot there. So, Kit, yesterday, you won on the road, overtook under yellow flag apparently, so you got a penalty. How much motivation does that give you to round off this season with a win? Because you've had 4 wins, I think 5 wins?
6.
6 wins, so you could tie for 7 wins, the most successful Cadet IAME driver. And I imagine, what is your last race in IAME before you move up?
Yep.
So, how are you feeling about today, after yesterday?
Yesterday was a bit of a disappointment with yellow flags, but just have to come back, and we'll got P3 then, so start on the second row on the inside, so hopefully we can do well.
Okay, hope you do well. Now, one thing, so obviously we talk a lot about the mechanics, but Kit's mechanic Alex T is running the London Marathon next weekend. He's doing it for charity, so we're going to quickly just ask, Alex, I know you've got very busy at the moment. Next weekend, London Marathon, 26.2 miles. What is the charity you're running for, and how can people donate to it?
Running for a charity called Fab Kids, so it's basically for children that have got disabilities or are disadvantaged. And if you want to donate, you can go to my GoFundMe page, which is on my Instagram. Which is tell the people. Alex T4, I think.
Alex T4. Okay, so good luck. 26.2 miles. I mean, really, if he just sort of like give Kit a piggyback for 26.2 miles, I'd be impressed. But other than that, nah. But good luck. Okay. And the man George Edgar. George, okay. Last weekend we were close to winning the O-plate, but this weekend, you're starting off second yesterday and done well today. How are you feeling?
Yeah, obviously yesterday was a good day, finishing P2 in the final. Obviously I've managed to catch some points in the championship. Hopefully we can do the same today and see what we can do. Hopefully try and get second in the championship, but we'll see.
We'll see. Good luck. There we go. That's George Edgar, not Johnny. I only called you Johnny once this morning. Sorry about that.
It's all right.
Right, let's go back over and see Anthony, because Anthony's a bit lonely over there, and we've got X30 drivers on track for their time qualifying session. Let's come through. There's Luca Narroway. Luca, top 16 today. That's our goal, isn't it?
Yeah.
23rd in qualifying, got a bit of work to do. So we're going to keep the Luca Narroway updates coming all day. So on the Croc chassis, the only driver on a Croc chassis in IAME Cadet. Now, let's go back over to my colleague, Anthony Jordan. We'll get... there's the GP plate at the way, and we'll just move Harley Musk's going here. Reggie Dewey on the spanners for Harley Musk this weekend, and managed to get a little bit of product placement in as well. Dearie me, I can't do that. Anthony Jordan, there we go.
Good.
Sorry, right.
Back.
Oh, I'm back. A little bit of a longer chat around the place. Lots of things to speak about.
Okay, good stuff.
Tell us how we're doing.
Well, qualifying underway for Junior X30. Zach Green currently on provisional pole position, I'll have you find. So that's a good running for Zach Green. Burgoyne Jr., the O-plate, currently sitting in second from Gabriel Stilp, Josh Agenbar, Kean Garrity, Fred Green, Jack Nettleship, Brandon Carr, Macaulay Bishop and Fred Lloyd, who are rounding up top 10.
So Junior X30, Gabriel Stilp was in control of the championship.
Yes.
Could have sealed it yesterday, didn't. Nettleship and so Jack Nettleship and Ryan Ashburn, they were the only two drivers that went out on slick tyres in the final yesterday.
Yes.
And the race came to them. They ended up finishing first and second, but Jack Nettleship excluded because the mechanic was tightening a wheel nut.
Yes.
On the grid after the gate had closed.
Well, yeah, it's a touchy subject, because I think their argument before it was he was tightening the wheel before the gate, but another mechanic pushed but they were in the middle of the gate, so in the way, so they got pushed in and did it there, and that was their argument for it. So it's a touchy subject for the Nettleship crew.
And it was I spoke to Jack's dad, who was obviously Sam the mechanic, was beside himself.
Yeah.
But Jack took it all in his stride. It did mean, though, that Ryan and Ashberg, a privateer driver. So Ashberg, he's had one third place finish in his career before in the British Championship. Won that race as the first ever privateer to win in Junior X30.
And he also had a nose cone penalty as well.
And but he was so far in front, that it didn't matter, even the penalty was there.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. Sorry for the bit of confusion there with the audio. Hopefully. Well, now we are a mic down at the moment, so we do apologise for that. But Henry, like we were saying, Junior X30 qualifying has just finished. I have put the phone away in my pocket, but we'll get a sort of an understanding of where we're going to be going with that one. But like we were saying, yeah, Jack Nettleship yesterday, a disaster for him. But so qualifying results, I'll refresh my page. Fionn McLaughlin
right, there we go. Takes
pole position. He's got Macaulay Bishop just alongside him. He's got Gabriel Stilp there in P3 from Burgoyne Junior. Agambar, Fred Green qualifying P6 in that one from Jack Nettleship. Cameron Pratt-Thompson, Kean Geraghty and Taylor Orridge rounding out the top 10. Brandon Carr, the GP plate, finishing P11 in that one.
Yeah, it was a bit of a struggle yesterday for Brandon Carr, so we're going to find out how close Gabriel is to the title. So Macaulay Bishop in second, Fionn McLaughlin. Fionn, 4 second places, 4 second places, 3 third places. He finished third yesterday and still not a win. The record, the unwanted record in the modern era of the British Championship for the most second place finishes without a win is 5. That's Connor Duncan.
Is it?
Connor's got 5 second places and 5 third places, but no wins. Fionn McLaughlin does not want to equal that record. So let's go and find out. We'll go and chat to him with our one microphone. So say bye, Anthony.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Come on then, Jason, let's go and have a chat with some of the drivers. Well, first of all, we'll walk around here. There's Fred Green. Fred, you know, the Jamie Green race team, looking good?
Wasn't the best. Didn't really get a toe. But
you can race your way to the front, yes?
Yeah, that would be ideal.
Excellent, excellent. And of course, here's a man. Last weekend, those of you that were watching the O-Plate realised would have seen this one. So the British Open Championship goes to Scotland this year in Junior X30. Harry Burgoyne, how are you feeling?
All right.
Yeah, there we go. All right, that's all good. How did you do today?
All right, 4th. So just need to make sure we can get up there in the heats. So we're starting well in the final.
No problems at all. Thank you very much, Harry. And again, British Open champion on the Gillard chassis. Now, that's the Gillard. It's now an OTK product, but it was the first big win for Gillard in the UK since it went over to the OTK family. Right, then let's scoot our way through here. Brandon Carr, the GP plate holder, of course, won this here. Bit of a rough time this morning, Brandon.
Yeah, it's just a bit lack of grip at the minute, but we should be all right for the race.
No problems at all. There we go. One quick thing to say, look at that, Leo Brown for the MLC Motorsport team there. Very important. Leo, how are you feeling?
All right, thanks, yeah.
Yeah, okay, good. You got the sticker there, a really important place for you, this, isn't it? So to do well, to round the season off would mean a lot.
Yeah. It happened here as well, so it'd be nice to get a good result here for my dad and make him proud, you know.
Excellent, I'm sure he is. Got man like Lewis Malin spanning for him this weekend, so the odds are in Leo's favour for a good win. A good win? Any win would be good, a good result. Right, there goes Uncle Tyrone. A quick chat. Here's somebody. Jack Hobson. He's skittling up there now. Jack is on the Charles Leclerc chassis. For those of you that are keen, you may have heard that a lot of banter about Uncle Tyrone. Jack's Uncle Tyrone. Is Uncle Tyrone watching?
No, because he's here.
He's here himself. So again, they heard there. So the question is, can Uncle Tyrone get a podium today?
Yeah, I think so.
You got to get the line right. Of course he can.
Of course he can.
There we are, there we go. Right, let's go and speak to some of the drivers up at the front. We'll go into here. So, we've still got a couple of IAME Cadet chassis here, so it's very, very busy. So, Jason, you'll have to sort of squeeze in. We're going to squeeze through it. Macaulay Bishop, second fastest, P2, well done. 4th yesterday. How do you think it's going to pan out today?
I think it's going to go all right. I'm starting on the outside for the first corner, so a bit interesting, but I think if I can just make my way through in like 3rd or 4th, I should be there in the heat. So
should be there in the heat, okay, no problems. All right, thank you very much. We're going to squeeze through. There's Taylor Orridge now. Gabriel Stilp. So have we managed to figure out what's going on with the championship? What have you got to do today?
Well, I didn't have to race today, but I thought we should. But we're going to try and go for the win. But obviously, if we can't, we won't, because we're trying to win the championship. Because the only way I can lose it now is if I get excluded.
Yeah, so of course, every drive, you get a 20-point bonus for racing today, and that's going to be key. But I mean, so Gabriel, you're just going to keep it safe. I mean, it's been spectacular this year. But yeah, the title, as long as you don't get excluded, the title is yours. What have you got to say about some of your rivals this year? It's been fraught, it's been exciting. Yeah, now that the season's coming down to it, what would you like to say? Because we'll come back to you about your achievements. What do you want to say about some of the drivers that you've raced against this year?
Yeah, it's been a very hard year with all these good drivers in like top 10. Well done to Fion for battling me the whole way.
Okay, there we go. So that's Gabriel Selp. A cruise now towards the 2022 championship. Gabriel won the IAME International Final last year, so effectively IAME World Champion and now British Champion. But there's one driver over here I want to speak to before we go back to Anthony, and that is Fionn McLaughlin. So Fion's just helping out with his kart here. Now, we're going to talk to Fionn. So, today is going to be the day, is it not? 4 second places, 3 third places. This has got to be sign off the season with a win, yeah? What's your motivation like for that?
I have nothing to lose now, so I'm just going to go for it.
Because Gabriel's pretty much sewn at the title. As long as he doesn't get excluded, that's it. So that's going to work into your hands because he's got other things to think about.
Yeah. So I'll try my best to win this race, and it's the last chance. So
it's the last chance. What are your plans for next year?
We don't know yet. We're just going to day by day and see what's going to happen.
Okay, well, you want to sign off junior career with a win?
Yeah.
Yes, okay, because don't forget, Conor Duncan, we've spoken of this, Conor Duncan's record, 5 second places, you got 4.
I'm not going, I'll just crash if I'm finishing second.
no, that's not true. Okay, good luck, Fionn, good luck. Right, let's go back and find Anthony Jordan to catch up. Oh, look at that. It's a bit of a tight squeeze. I'm on a diet. Right, we'll go through here and we'll... okay, there we go. Well, skillfully done, Jason, skillfully done. Right, let's... and again, this is the idea. There's Dayton Coulthard's kart. Morgan Moore for premium karting going through. And now there's Flynn McDermott's Optima Performance kart. And with deft skill, I shall hand the microphone over to my colleague, Anthony Jordan.
Thank you. Yeah, no, that was very theatrical, yes. Senior X30 qualifying is out on circuit. They've had a couple of laps out there. Harry Platten currently, at the moment, on provisional pole. He's got Bart Harrison behind him, Callum Atkins, Aaron Walker, Sam Heading, Gus Lawrence. Gus Lawrence, at the moment, leading the championship points.
Is he?
He is, yeah. So leading after the final yesterday. He swapped that up a bit. So the drivers crossed the line. And do you know what? There's not really been much changes out there. Everyone kind of out there doing what they need to do. Platten back on pole, Heading put it on provisional pole for a second there, but now Bart Harrison back there. Currently at the moment, Sam Shaw's at the back of the grid at the moment, which is a shame.
What a surprise. Now, because we spoke to a couple of these drivers during the paddock show last night. The paddock show is on the YouTube channel now as well. But during the lunch break today, you will get to see last night's paddock show. I think it's a doozy. I think it's a good one. But we wanted to make a special thing. So obviously, the karting can cost quite a lot of money. So, you know, the Sam Heading budget fund is open now. If you have any spare change, if you have, or even some tyres that have done about 1,000 laps, please go and see Sam's dad, Mark, who will take anything. He's already had to sell 7 of his own kidneys, 11 of his own livers to keep Sam racing. And Sam did say yesterday, and this is very serious, that he would potentially have to sell his Elizabeth Duke gold chain to fund his racing next year. So
I certainly don't want to be you when Mark sees this. But anyway, yes, back to the actual qualifying itself. 20 seconds left on the timer. I have to say, this is, I think, business as usual, really, at the front of the grid. You know, Bart Harrison. Well, I'd say Marcus Littlewood, he's put in a good stellar performance out there in qualifying. Currently P2 at the moment. Thomas Fleming has retired. He's come into the pit lane. So he has not got a good setup at the moment. And, yeah, so he's not pulled off the side of the circuit.
Now, we talk a lot about the passing of the torch, and in every season there's a changeover of drivers. You have drivers, some drivers move into car racing, some drivers move classes, and some drivers stop. this year in Senior X30, there's a whole host of drivers that potentially we're seeing for the last time, which is really sad because, you know, I've been commentating on this sport now for nearly 20 years, and a lot of these drivers, you know, I started commenting on that they were literally just coming out in cadets, and now they're, you know, grown men, and to hear that a lot of them are like leaving or moving on to pastures new. Some of them are going to stay in the sport as mechanics, team owners, and what have you. But this could be a very emotional day in lots of reasons.
It could very well be, and yeah, it is a shame to see drivers retire from the sport. And but like you say, some of them are doing it for many years. Started in Bambinos when they were very young. Now they're in their sort of 20s and, you know, in seniors, and, you know, think they've been karting for a very long time as well. Qualifying over, checker flag's gone out. Bart Harrison, pole position, number 77. Harvey Ryby, Sam Shaw, Marcus Littlewood. Harry Platten finishes in P5 from Sam Heading. Lewis Mackey, Alistair Cresswell, Michael Rapsey, and Callum Atkins, the top 10.
So Sam Shaw came on strong late in the day. Bart Harrison hasn't won a race in the British Championship since he was in Mini X30. In 2020, he finished third in Junior X30. Last year, I think he finished second or third in Junior X30 as well. Has had multiple podiums. He was leading the championship coming into this round, I believe, but he desperately needs that win. It's been so it's so close yet so far for Bart.
Yeah. I think the main person I think you need to chat to here is that man there in the PF International, because he's your championship leader, Gus Lawrence, and he qualified P13.
Right. OK, let's go and speak to Gus Lawrence and some of the others. Again, this is going to be a potential... Oh, Jason, I forgot. Bye, Anthony.
Bye.
There we go, that's better. Gets upset, see if I don't. Right, let's go and speak to some of these drivers again. So, Sam Heading, Kart 7, there's Aaron Walker. Aaron's got that great crash helmet, the Viva Las Grantham crash helmet. But Gus Lawrence, we're going to chat to Gus. Well, I'll tell you what, we'll let Gus get his kart there. So Gus races with the PF International team, the team that's based here at the circuit, run by Paul Fletcher himself. Stephen Lamian on the spanners. This was not quite according to plan.
No, it's just it's hard out there, and it's a good track position. People trying to race for you in qualifying. That's about it, really.
Yeah. You're one of the most, Gus is one of the most experienced drivers. You get a lot going on. So we think that Gus is leading the championship standings. Lewis Mackey. Now, yesterday, we'll talk to Lewis. Lewis is 8th in the championship last year. Kate has come back and done the last couple of rounds. Won on circuit yesterday, but on wet tyres, the rotation of tyres. So on the tyres, you do see little arrows, and they've got to point the right way, and they weren't. So, Lewis, you know, a win taken away, that's got to give you extra motivation to do it today, hasn't it?
Nanny June's watching, I've just been told. So.
Oh, so we're going to say hello to Nanny June. She's on the live chat already. He's going to get his cart. Oh, he's going to pop his cart up on see, the senior drivers. They've actually got to do a little bit of lifting as well. So first of all, okay, family's watching. The motivation is going to be sky high, isn't it?
Yeah, we did it yesterday, so we're just going to do it again today, I think.
Yeah, everyone's got to get his tyres off. Okay, so we're going to go. Good luck to Lewis, and so.
See you later, Nanny June.
There we go. Right, let's go and chat to some of the drivers in the top 3. Harvey Ryby has just disappeared out, so Harvey second in total. Harvey, that's not a bad result.
Yeah, I'm happy with it. Good result in the end. I don't think we've been P2 in qualifying in the British for, well, I don't think we ever have, to be fair. So, see what we can do in the heats, and away we go.
Actually, there we go. Gets a little pat on the head from Sam as well. Talk a lot about the drivers that, you know, this might be their last race of the British Championship. You've got, you know, next year's going to look very different, isn't it?
Well, we're not sure what we're doing next year, but well, we'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens. Watch this space. Okay, thank you, Harvey. Let's go inside to speak to some of the drivers. Of all the drivers disappeared, we've got Marcus Littlewood is in here. So Marcus Littlewood for the Jade Racing team, and here we go with Bart Harrison. So let's chat with Bart. He's got the highlights to match the sponsor logos on the kart. Congratulations, pole position.
Thank you. It's not over.
It's not over. What is the situation in your mind with the championship?
I'm just trying not to think about it, really. Since I came into the weekend, just do the best I can, and we'll see where we finish. Still a rookie, so.
Now, you finished in the modern era, 2019, so 2019-2020. This is the 4th season. of the modern era of the British Championship. In the 3 seasons previous to that, you have finished in the top 5 of the championship that you competed in, Mini X30 and Junior X30 twice, every single season. One of the most consistent drivers in the paddock out of everybody. But the last time you won a final was in Mini X30. How much is that bugging you?
It's a bit annoying. I've had a lot of seconds, and also I actually finished 6th in the Mini X30 season. But yeah, I'm sure we can today, and yeah, the pace looks pretty good in the quali, especially since I made an overtake and a couple of mistakes on the last lap. So it's looking pretty good. Looking pretty good, and of course, Bart, for those of you that remember 2020 in Junior X30, you know that the championship, and again, you were on the wrong side of it with Ollie Greenall, but you know that the championship can come down to the very last lap of the very last race. Definitely, yeah. So we'll see what happens today. It's a pretty big gap to bring down, but he's in P13, so we'll see what happens. There we go. Okay, thank you very much. Cheers, Bart. Good luck. Right, let's go back to Anthony to give Anthony a bit more time so he doesn't get upset. No, I'm only joking. But yeah, so we've got the next class on circuit. The TKMs are out. There's Louis Johnson Cool. Louis Johnson Cool, the number 61 premium karting entry, had a good result yesterday. Top 10 yesterday, was it? 7th. 7th, there we go. So 6 + 1 = 7. That's how I remembered that. Right, we'll go back and speak to Anthony. So we've got, I believe this is Junior TKM out on circuit. So Junior TKM yesterday, the defending champion, Alfie Garford, who went up to X30 for a little bit at the start of the year, has come back to Junior TKM. He won yesterday. It would have been his first ever win in the British Championship, but his rear bumper became detached on the very last lap of the race, so he was excluded. So he is going in for it today. There we go. How are we doing?
Not too bad, Henry. Yes, which means, yeah, Luke Bate got promoted, of course, to the race win yesterday, which was his first ever British Championship final win as well. Yeah, qualifying underway, 2.5 minutes to go. Darren McInerney currently on provisional pole from Oliver Bowen. Tyler Harris, who just put himself up into P3 from Seth Hathaway, Ollie Rands. Now Garford's just put himself up into P4 from Seth Hathaway, Ollie Rands, Aidan Mitchell, Joe Cheek, Leon Frost and Leo Robinson, not to be confused with Junior X30's Leo Robinson. No. We also have another chop and change as well, because in TKM Extreme we have Charlie King. Yes. In Bambino we have Charlie King. Oh, okay. Right. So 2 very different drivers, of course, in terms of age and height and all sorts. But yeah, so I think right now in Junior TKM, I think it's going to be good. Obviously, championship's pretty much signed, sealed and done for Leon Frost, so, you know, congratulations to him. But he's still racing out there today, you know, he wants those extra 20 points. And I think today for TKM, it's just a hack, isn't it, today for them? Well, yeah, I mean, the TKM drivers, they don't get as many opportunities to race here as the Rotax classes, the IAME classes, the X30 classes. So, and of course, we all know that TKM racing is very, very evenly matched. The long straights here at PFI are just perfectly suited to slipstreaming. I think there was one TKM Extreme race yesterday that we looked up, and it was a heat race, and it was like two laps to go, and all 16 of them coming around the first hairpin together. Yeah. The whole field. It was pretty fantastic. I said, what is this out there right now? It's a heat race. 1 minute to go, and they're like that. Yeah, no, brilliant. It was fantastic to watch, and I think, are we going to see the same of that today? I certainly hope so. One, because, one, because, yeah, like I say, championship pretty much signed, sealed and done, but the seeded numbers, you know, they're still to fight for. You know, you got the top 10 seeded positions, so they're always one that drivers want to get as well. So we're going to see a lot of chopping and changing in that, I reckon. Yeah, I think the TKM grids, both junior and seeded, they started off the year with 20 drivers in each. Now, the numbers have held up remarkably. I think there's 16 or 18 drivers in both classes. So even though the title has been decided, positions 2 through 10 are really anyone's guess, which is going to be really, really exciting for them, because a lot of the junior drivers this year, they're still going to be juniors next year. So we're going to see a lot of the drivers that are fighting for that number. They're fighting for it because they only want it this year. They're going to use it next year. But one thing, we're going to have to get Jason, the cameraman, involved. Alfie Garford's dad, Simon, and our man Chris Simpson from Alpha, never seen them together. They look strikingly similar, I do have to say. See, well, Alfie's dad will be in here in a minute. There's something like the quantum physics or whatever going on. Should we get back to the qualifying?
Why not? Who's on?
Let's do it. Right, checker flag is just going out now. The karts are making their way out to the start-finish line. So we'll call them as they cross the line. And as they cross the line...
Tyler Harris.
Well, Tyler Harris at the moment, but he's not taken checkered yet. So Darren McInerney's put himself up to P5. Oliver Bowen put him up to P8 from Joe Cheek. No one in the top 4 have yet to take checker flag yet. Tyler Harris takes checkered, holds on to provisional pole, but Alfie Garford yet to take the checkered, and he takes it from Tyler Harris. So Garford puts it on pole position from Tyler Harris, Leo Robinson, Leon Frost, Darren McInerney, Jack Stewart, Jake Humphrey, Ian Calichurn, Oliver Bowen, and Joe Cheek rounding out the top 10.
So Tyler Harris is sharing an awning this weekend with Chris Whitten, who is our TKM Extreme champion. So Chris Whitten won TKM Extreme yesterday. We'll speak to him. Tyler Harris is sharing an awning with him this weekend. Tyler doing Rotax as well as TKM this year. He won a race he's won a race this year as well. I think he won at Wilton Mill last time, Tyler Harris. So he's got 2 wins in TKM Extreme, and I think he wanted to just finish the year off in TKM, you know, because, well, yeah, because why not? Why not?
Why not? Yeah, you are right. Yeah, it was Tyler Harris who won at Wilton. Very close as well.
Yeah.
It was like side by side across the line. I do remember it very well. Kart's coming in now. Henry, do you want to go and chat to a couple, 1 or 2? I mean, they're not really in yet. They've got to get weighed first, yeah? I mean, and this is actually quite a crucial part, actually, that getting on the scales, making sure that you are at the correct weight, because we have seen it in qualifying where drivers have come in and they've been underweight and then they've had to start from the back of the grid.
Yep, exactly. So the drivers coming through there. There's Jack McInerney. Okay, let's go and have a little chat. Dara McInerney, sorry. We'll have a little chat there. So, bye.
Bye.
There we go. Right, so we're going to... Dara McInerney. Again, the driver... own crash helmet design, you know, paints his own crash helmet. Dara races short oval stock cars as well, don't you? Well, so yeah, you do a bit of short oval stock car racing as well, is that right?
Yes, I do.
And how does that... What similarities can you take between that and this? Not many, I'm guessing.
Basically nothing.
Basically nothing, but they're both fun, and you enjoy them both. Now, you saw you on the podium at Rissington. Well, I was not there at Wilton Mills, so I missed that.
Had a few technical issues.
Few technical issues. Right, you want to sign off this season on a real high, yeah?
Yes, definitely.
Excellent. Now, your dad's got something missing, isn't he? Where's the hat?
Oh, yeah. I don't know what that is, actually.
Well, OK, that's why I didn't go right this morning.
Yeah.
Oh, no, the hair's been missing for a long time, but it's the hat's been missing.
Oh, yeah. I don't know why.
Wait, you have a word to sort it out?
Yeah, definitely.
OK, there we go. There's Darren McInerney. Let's go and see now. We'll see. There's now. We talk about the brothers. Now here's we'll speak to Simon. Jason. There's our man Chris Simpson. There he is. Baps about Britain. There he is. Hello. Now let's have a chat with Simon Garford, Alfie Garford's dad, over here. Look at this. I mean, we'll speak to Alfie, but I mean, I think there's something in the water there. Look at that. There's something very, very similar. Alfie, you don't recognise both those gentlemen, do you? No. First of all, he's getting his helmet off yesterday. Number 1 wants to, you come back into TKM this year. Halfway through the season, you want to get that first win. First of all, congratulations, pole position. That's not a bad start.
Yeah, I think we're going for a bit of redemption from yesterday, a bit of a bad luck with the rear bumper.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just one of those things, the worst possible timing.
Yeah, I mean, it's the first time it's ever happened to us, so it was a bit unlucky.
No, did you see, look at that, there it is. On a dark night, you'd be like, you couldn't tell the difference.
No.
There we go. Even he said he couldn't tell the difference. Right, there we go. Let's go and speak to Simon Harris. There's Tyler Harris's dad. Well, where's Tyler? Tyler's in there. Oh, he's a bit shy. He doesn't want to get on camera. There we go. Let's go and speak to Tyler. And also, let's speak to Luke Bates. No, Tyler, congratulations. Well done.
I thought I was...
Yeah, you were second. I was getting a bit excited.
Yeah.
But P2 is not bad at all, is it?
Yeah, quite good.
How are you? I mean, obviously this year doing 2 classes, doing Rotax as well. Talk to your family. You've got family watching Australia, in China. Say hello to them all.
Yeah, thanks for supporting everyone.
Say it in Chinese.
I can't.
I spoke Chinese to your family earlier this year. Deary me, it's terrible, but good luck.
It's embarrassing, but yeah, thank you.
Right, and let's quickly speak to yesterday's race winner. We saw him at the Paddock Show, and I think Luke Bates Yes, not only did you have a starring role in the paddock show, but the dog did as well.
Yeah.
Poppy the Spaniel. First of all, congratulations yesterday. How different did you feel going out this morning, knowing that you are now a winner in the British Championship?
Well, it's a great confidence for us, first win, and we haven't had a very good luck this year, but great confidence booster for today. We haven't had the best of qualies, but I'm sure we'll come through and we'll be there by the final.
But did it feel different sitting on the grid, knowing that, yeah, okay, you can have all the confidence in yourself in the world that I can win a race, but now you have done that. That's a real psychological boost, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely, and now we've got that, we just need to focus on today and getting the results and coming through in the heats.
Now, a lot of drivers have like a little bet with their parents, like, Dad, Mum, what do I get if I win around the British Championship? Did you manage to pin the old man down to something for winning?
Well, these new boots, new today, that was...
New threads, quick, get the new boots on, there we go. Oh, they're matching colours as well, they match all the rest of the clobber.
Yeah, great, that was the reward, basically.
That was the reward, right, don't scuff them.
I won't.
There we go. So new boots. There we go. In complete sync with, you got graphics kit, the Rob Saw Racing graphics kit, the race suit and the boots. Smart garms, young man, smart garms.
Thank you.
Right, there we go. Okay. We'll have a chat. Olivia Jenkins. Olivia, fighting for... Okay, so Leon's got the title. I didn't see Leon early on. He's sort of like skirted by us, the champion, but... Positions 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10, they're all up for grabs. What are you hoping for this weekend now?
Well, I mean, yesterday we had an awful day. Qualified 12th, so another awful start, but just hoping to gain points. Second is obviously what we will hope for, but a top 3 would be nice.
A top 3 would be nice. The style of racing here, will we see a lot of drafting, slipstreaming and pack racing today?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the toe is like everything around here, definitely, so yeah.
Right, good luck.
Thank you.
Right, there we go. That's Olivia Jenkins. Hoping to swap number 8 for potentially number 2, number 3. We'll go back now. There's our champion standing there. So Leon Frost. There he is. We saw him on the paddock show last night, Frosty. So, just a chill day today, Leon?
Yeah, but I'm still going to try and win.
Still going to try and win, obviously, a fighting champion, but well done.
Yeah, thanks, yeah.
There we go. So we'll see. We saw Leon on the paddock show as well last night, which we'll see again. But where did you qualify?
P4.
P4. Now, so tell us, all year you've gone out and it's been desperation. You tried to win, Now you've won that. Do you feel as though, there's obviously a relaxation, do you feel as though you're just as focused?
I feel a bit more free when I'm out on the track. I'm not thinking about it as much. I'm sort of just going for it more. You know, I'm still thinking about the moves I'm doing, but I'm maybe taking a bit more risk, you know, going in pace where I couldn't. It's a bit harder to overtake, but yeah.
Okay, good luck, well done. Right then, let's go back to Anthony. There you go. Mechanic loves a chat, don't you?
Always.
Always, there we go. Right, let's go back to Mr. Jordan. Here's something that is always really good. Look at that, the Orange Army. Now, that's not a Max Verstappen thing, that's a Marshall thing, isn't it?
After the Marshall was, killed at Brands, we found a thing online you could help donate, and you got a sticker for donating.
Good, so that's Jake Humphrey, so yeah. Orange Army, most important people. Hopefully you won't need them today because you'll be on the track.
Yeah, hopefully not.
Hopefully not, there we go. Right then, let's go back to Anthony, but it's good to see. Never, ever forget the marshals, the most important people of all. Sorry, Anthony, I feel as though I'm hogging the microphone. I mean, we can swap chairs and you can go and speak to TKM drivers. I mean, I'm not proud, I don't mind.
No, I'm perfectly fine with you walking away. I think you need the morning exercise anyway. Anyway, TKM Extreme, they're qualifying underway at the moment. 33 seconds remaining of their session. Aaron Lass currently on provisional pole, which is great to see. Charlie King, who wanted to go home yesterday, his dad said no, and then I spoke to Charlie King and said, listen to Dad more. He's currently on P2. Lee Whittingham's there in P3. Ben Watson, Chris Whitten currently P5. Yep. So he's still pushing it, despite the fact that he's already champion. So he's nice hack for him out there this morning. 10 seconds to go. I think half the grid are going to see the checker flag, half are not going to see the checker flag, but we'll find out as they go through. 2 seconds, 1 second to go, and No one's taken checker flag yet, but I suspect the couple that are going around there. But yeah, good to see that even though, yeah, the championship's over, they all know it, and it's still good to see that TKMs are going out there for a nice little race. And I feel like the TKM racing is going to be probably the best to watch today.
Absolutely. So we're going to just take a short break at the moment. We'll be back very, very soon. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Myself and Anthony Jordan have found our way to the commentary box. Here's the starting lineup for Honda Academy Race 1. Kenzo Craigie and Charlie King on row number 1. Max Gilman and Charles Kitely on row number 2.
Ava Morris and Andrew Dixon, they'll go from row 3. Tom Reed and Logan McAllister, they'll go from row 4, rounding out the top 8.
Sam Mott, Ralphie Branscombe and Jensen Maplethorpe round out your starting lineup. Now, they had qualifying yesterday, and this is for the O plate in Honda Academy. So we've got a mix of drivers that some of them we're used to seeing in Honda Cadet. A big welcome and welcome back to everybody on the Alpha Live YouTube channel watching on the live chat. And there we go. A big hello to Michael Burke out in Bathurst, Australia. Motorsport Magpie. Nanny June is watching. Lewis Mackey. And yes, everybody else on the live chat. Saying Motorsport Magpie saying the big coats are out. Yes, it's not too cold, but it is very autumnal.
There's a breeze in the air.
There is a breeze in the air. So we are getting ready for the first race of the day. This is a 1,382 metre circuit, and excitement always guaranteed. The Honda Cadets. Now, this is the Honda Academy, so it's 200cc engines, and it is a pooled engine. So RPM Racing Engines, they bring the engine, and they bring all the engines. They've got there's 11 drivers, but they bring a lot more engines than that. And the drivers are given engines at random, or they draw engines out of a hat or something like that. It's a big hat to fit all those engines in. Yeah. But yes, they are given there, so it's completely fair and equal.
Yes, indeed. So, yeah, compared to the original Honda Cadets that you'd usually expect to see out in the British Championship, they're the 160. These are the, like Henry said, 200cc Honda engines. But for the first race of the day here at PF International, 4 red lights, lights out, here they go. And it's a great start from the front row, great start from the second row. All the way around the outside, the number 64 of Charles Kitely goes to the lead. The privateer driver snaking past everyone and pulling out a mega lead as he whizzes up the banking for the first time. Kenzo Craigie still there in P2 as they go over the bridge for the first time. It's down the inside, one of the SFR carts going wide there. That was Max Gilman being squeezed and someone into the barrier on the inside. He's all right. He's still in the cart and he snakes his way down the hill. But who was that? It was one of the SFR carts. I think it was the one a little further down, possibly Tom Reed in the 36. So
as the drivers now come out of the hairpin number 1, up towards hairpin number 2. The SFR number 50 of Max Gilman. They're in 4th position, but it's Kenzo Craigie. Very distinctive Team GB race suit after he represented the British team in the Micromax class in last year's Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. White crash helmet. He leads the way. Charlie King 2nd. Gilman is 3rd. Charles Kitely, Eva Morris. Then Andrew Dixon, Tom Reed, Logan McAllister, Sam Mott, Ralphie Branscombe and Jensen Maplethorpe. That's your order. There's the number 80 cart on your screen. That's Eva Morris, Zip Factory driver. So we complete lap number 1. Craigie leads by 0.4 of a second.
Yep, there we go. So good start from the entire grid. 8.5 minutes to go then as they snake up over the bridge then for the second time. And again, a completely different class. So these carts essentially should be a little bit faster than your bog standard Honda Cadet car. Obviously the 200cc, more power, but slightly more weight, I suspect, that they're pushing on those carts now.
Yeah, a little bit.
Little bit.
I've raced both Honda, senior Honda twin 160s and twin 200s. Yes, a little bit, but not a great deal more weight. The drivers, it won't be too much of a factor. It's not as much of a difference to say when drivers swap the IAME for a Honda. They go from 2-stroke to 4-stroke. Still very similar. Max Gilman using all the track and a little bit more in that SFR Racing SFR Motorsport number 50. He's still in 4th place, and right behind him, the number 95 of Logan McAllister, the Sate Motorsport team. Good to see the Sate Motorsport team in action. Joe Forsdyke helping out with that team. Joe Forsdyke, ex-TKM Extreme Racer, champion as well in the UK. Very, very, very talented driver.
There we go, and they're running nose to tail so far out on track. back over the bridge, and again 7.5 minutes to go. Plenty of time left in this race, but it's their first heat of the weekend, and of course this is being the O plate for them, not the Honda Cadet O plate. This is the Honda Academy O plate, which is why you are thinking like the likes of Kenzo Craigie's running as the 44, not the GP plate. Yes, because it's a different class.
It's slightly convoluted.
It is.
And I think one or two of the drivers entered under the premise that they could win. If they won the O plate, they could run it in their usual class. Whether that is allowed remains to be seen. But we'll focus on what is happening in front of us.
Now, Charles Kitely is under investigation. That may have been for that absolutely
rocket ship
start. I think maybe was it too good to be true, that start? But we'll find out. That'll be checked, of course, after the race when they check all the cameras. 6.5 minutes to go. Out of the final corner, back across the line. Still Kenzo Craigie leading the way from Charles Kitely. Charlie King, not to be confused with TKM Extreme's Charlie King, running in P3 from Max Gilman, Logan McAllister, Andrew Dixon, Eva Morris, Sam Mott, Ralphie Branscombe. Then you've got Tom Reed and Jensen Maplethorpe rounding out the field. Yellow flags at turn 1 as there is a kart off at turn 1.
Mechanical issue on the outside of the first corner. Going to try and check to see who that is. I believe it is Sam Mott.
Potentially so. We'll get a confirmation of that. It's the 38, and it is Sam Mott. And clearly very frustrated there with that. And
oh, yes, very frustrated. And that was not quite sure how that translates into what fell off the go-kart. But Sam's certainly trying to explain to his team, watching at the side there, that all is not well.
Yes, indeed. So there's Logan McAllister and Andrew Dixon, the two Saint Motorsport team drivers, running nose to tail, pushing each other along. They've got Max Gilman just ahead of them. This is the closest battle out on circuit for P4, 5 and 6. But at the moment, all is calm, I think, all around the main field. Getting close to P2 now, I have to say, because Charlie King is closing in Charles Kitely after that start, but Kitely with the fastest lap of the race now.
Yeah, and Kenzo Craigie is doing just enough to keep himself out of danger.
Yeah.
He checked over his shoulder there, just as he came out of the first hairpin. But Kitely and King can work together. Now, there's the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th position. McAllister, Dixon and Eva Morris. No, actually, that's McAllister. Yeah, it is McAllister, King and Max Gilman, sorry, 4th, 5th and 6th. Eva Morris a little behind them. Here is Kitely in the 64 and the 74 of King. Now, they're still working together. Kitely, privateer driver. He's got the Synergy Racing graphics on the car, but he is running as a privateer. And now they are catching Kenzo Craigie, and you can see the hand signal going up there.
Oh, yes.
Good new fastest lap for Charlie King, 106.14 seconds.
Yeah, latched onto the back of Charles Kitely now. And now look at them. Yeah, absolutely low line astern now between that top 3. So they are getting very, very close now as they all come back off the bridge down the hill. And any moves for the race lead? None so far. All staying in position. Not yet. No, there's still 4 minutes to go in this one. Plenty of time left.
And of course, King and Kitely, they've done all the hard work.
Yeah.
You're getting to this point. They don't want to undo it by battling, but we can see there Charlie King dropping off a little bit, so a little mistake there for Charlie. It now means that Kitely has got Kenzo Craigie all to himself. In fact, Charlie King, I didn't quite see what happened there, but he dropped off very, very quickly. He wasn't second, now down to 3rd and fading.
Yeah, so not what he wanted to see in that one. And now this is a sort of bad situation you don't want to be in, because now he's lost Charles Kitely, who he was working with to catch up to Kenzo.
Yeah,
he's now all on his own. The only place Charlie King's really going to go now is all the way back to Logan McAllister back in P4, which is quite some way further down the road from these positions, because, like I say, these two are just going to work together now and increase that gap.
Yeah, last lap, 106.4 and 106.3 for Craigie and Kitely, a 107.1 for King. Now, King was the front of that group, was he not? He was the driver in second, and Kitely was pushing him along. And there's a move.
Oh,
so
yes.
Kitely, right at the inside of Craigie. Craigie does the crossover move.
This is what King needs.
This is what King needs. And he's thinking, right, please stay side by side. And they are still side by side. Now, King, provided he hasn't got a problem with that car, he's already closing back in. And Kitely's saying, what? Sometimes it makes me laugh because the driver in second place, Kitely there, he was just giving Kenzo Craigie the signal to push on, but Craigie's looking ahead of him, so he couldn't see. No rear view mirrors.
No, exactly.
But it makes the driver feel better.
Yeah, you can imagine so. Even though it was Kitely who went for the original move, firstly, and then he's saying go. But nonetheless, it's 2 minutes to go, plus that one lap, and everything so far looking okay. I have to say, King's doing a good job at closing back in.
Trying to hang on. He's driving really, really hard now. Kitely checks over his shoulder again. King with his head down, just hunched behind the NASA panel to create maximum aerodynamic efficiency. That's a good word, that is.
Oh, yeah.
Craigie into hairpin number 2 on that very specially liveried Zip Factory kart. The gap between the top 2 and King in third is hovering at about half a second. Charlie King still needs Charles Kitely to make another move on Kenzo Craigie to get him back into contention. He does have time, however. Now, they're doing 106s, 105, so if you have a look at the timing screen, the timing beacon, it's going to be last lap next time around. But this is not helping King, because you've got Kitely pushing Craigie along, but Craigie will start to defend. The battle for 4th, 5th and 6th rages on. McAllister in 4th, Dixon 5th, Gilman in 6th. Eva Morris is 7th, Tom Reed 8th, then Ralphie Branscombe and Jensen Maplethorpe with Sam Mott out the race. So there's a battle there. We saw Dixon and Gilman battling coming out of turn 4 there, coming off the bridge. But this is the battle for the lead. Now Craigie checks over his shoulder. So you've got the iridium visor, but Kenzo's got that clear visor on, so you can really see his eyes darting about behind his visor. Now, through the Terry Fullerton S's, onto the back straight into Bobby Game corner. Now the Mike Wilson complex. A bit of understeer there for Craigie. Kitely not in a position. They'll get the last lap board any moment now. Craigie checks over his shoulder. Kitely still saying push, push, push. Charlie King closing back in, flat out. 55, 56 miles an hour underneath the bridge through the Bruno Ferrari S's, out onto the banking. 10 kart lengths between the top 2 and King in 3rd position. When will Craigie start to defend? Will Kitely go for the win?
Well, we'll have to see if he does go for that win. He is going for the move now into hairpin 1, side by side under braking, and Charles Kitely. Oh, Kenzo Craigie holds it around the outside, though. I have to give that to him, but can't hold it all the way. Slots back into P2. Now we'll dive back down the inside here at hairpin 1. This is allowing King to close back in. Charlie King looks over the shoulder, does Charles Kitely, and just sees King slowly creeping towards them. But like we were saying, this is the first heat of the weekend. You're not going to win the O-Plate in this one, but it certainly looks like they want to go for it for this one. And keep an eye on Charlie King on the outside. One more corner to really get this move done.
2 corners to go. They come out to the Mike Wilson complex into the final chicane. Oh, Kenzo Craigie on the curb gets a little bit sideways. Is that going to spoil his momentum coming onto the start-finish straight? I don't think it will. Kenzo Craigie takes the opening win in the Honda Academy O-Plate. Finishing second is Charles Kitely. Third is Charlie King. The battle for 4th place went to the Sate Motorsport number 72 of Andrew Dixon. Max Gilman finishing in 5th. Logan McAllister in 6th position. Tom Reed comes home in 7th. And then we can see Eva Morris, Ralphie Branscombe and Jensen Maplethorpe round out the list of finishers. So Kenzo Craigie, what a week, what a year it has been for Kenzo so far. Still in with a chance of the British title. He's got the GP plate. He has got the O-plate. No, that's no. He was in IAME and he was in Water Swift last weekend. Quite there, but they got the GP plate, got a win in the British Championship, and now fighting for the Honda Academy O-plate.
There is a look at your provisional race results, pending Paul Klassen race results.
Of course, yes, pending Paul Klassen.
is in scrutineering duties this weekend. So they, of course, first race of the day. We've got about 5 minutes or so before the next race is due out. That will be IAME Cadet for their first heat of their final round of the season.
Now, IAME Cadet are up next. Yesterday, Anthony, you spoke to one of the members of the IAME Cadet field, did you not? Or did you?
No, I didn't. But I did speak to Jamie Green,
who runs a team in the IAME Cadet class. Well, that's a great segue. Why don't we... We'll catch up with Jamie Green a little bit later.
Yes.
Why don't we speak to one of our senior X30 drivers?
Let's do that.
Sam Heading, who won last time out. Well, no.
He did. I'm here in the MDL awning with Sam Heading, the number 7 seed for the senior X30 class. Sam, it's the final round of the season so far, and you're currently running 5th in the points standing. So far, it's been a pretty good season.
Yeah, it's been a good season. Obviously, the start of the season weren't too great, but then obviously we came to MDL, and it's been plain sailing since then. 5th in the championship, should be able to win it if everything goes swimmingly, but it's a double weekend, so anything can happen, really.
Exactly that. Lots of points up for grabs, and of course the rest of the season's been it's been up and down as well. The O-Plate that we had last weekend here at PFI didn't go the way you wanted, of course, crashed out in the final, but the rest of the British Champ season, Rissington, you saw your best result of the season so far, a P2 at Rissington. That was a nice feeling there, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, we had Rissington, we had Wilton, where I won last...
I was going to get to that.
Yeah, Wilton was a big one for me. It was my first British win, so that's obviously given me a big confidence boost over the year. And yeah, Rissington as well, that was my first podium in British, so yeah, it's been really good this year.
Yeah, definitely so. A fantastic result. And of course, started racing in the British Championship 2020, am I right in saying? Junior X30?
Yeah, well, obviously that was Super 1 before that, but the British Championship, yeah, 2020, in this team as well, when it was Comp Kart, not Synergy.
There you go. So you've got a good experience with the team, and like you say, you've progressed all the way through the seasons. I think, what was it? You finished P8 in 2020 in the championship in junior, then it was 7th in 21 in senior X30, obviously with your number 7 there that you're running this year. Hopefully changing it to a number 5 or maybe even a number 4 this weekend.
Well, yeah, well, anything can happen really, so hoping for the highest number I can, possibly even a 1 if everything goes well. So yeah, just high hopes really.
Is that still on the cards, potentially a win?
Yeah, I think the top, I think I can win, but I think everyone else has to have a bit of a stinker. But I think I can still win this week, this championship. But just got to wait and see really, see what happens.
There we go. I'd love to see that one. That would be a crazy shake-up in the final, won't it, on Sunday tomorrow. Obviously, Saturday today, you got one of your rounds today. Talk us about just preparations for these last 2 rounds. I mean, today, lots to do, isn't there?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's going to be such a fight in these last weekend races. It's going to be an absolute fight to the death, really, because there's so many people that can still win. So yeah, just got to be keeping calm, keeping consistent. That's all I can do, really.
Well, Sam Heading, the final 2 rounds, and it's the last event of the season. Best of luck. We'll wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. IAME Cadet Race 18 Heat 1 is coming up next for the final weekend for the IAME Cadets. They're making their way out. George Edgar, Jesse Phillips, Kit Bolofsky, Riley Cranham. They round out your top 2 rows.
Row number 3 is the first of the ORM drivers, Noah Baglin, alongside his teammate Kanish Grau. Then the first of the JB Green Racing drivers, Will Green, alongside Lewis Islin.
Row number 5, Henry Domain, Jensen Ackerman, Ethan Woodward, and Archie Lovett. They'll round out for rows 5 and 6.
Row number 7 is Austin Newstead, now with Optima Performance, followed by Blair Smith, Laith Khan, and Harley Musk.
Henry Clark and Jarlath Sayre, they'll round out row 9. Colby Patterson and Sky Parker, they will go from the top 20 rows.
Aaron Richardson and Jensen Graham on row 11. Jensen all the way back in row 11. And on row 12, we have Luca Naraway, Kaz Kanyab, Henry Carter rounds out the starting lineup. 25 drivers in all. Yesterday, we had a first top 10 of the season for Sky Parker.
Ooh, yes.
9th place yesterday in the final. We've still got 1, 2, there's 3, believe it or not, there's only 4, 5, 6 drivers, 7 drivers here out of the 25 that haven't got a top 10 finish this season. Yes. So we'll see. The field are being brought around at a fair old lick by George Edgar. Championship leader Jesse Phillips will be on the outside of row number 1. It's a false start. So, with including dropped scores, Jesse Phillips has a 30-point lead in the championship over Jensen Graham. Jensen Graham, his next 2 worst scores are a 47, which would be what he'll be dropping next, and a 56. Jesse Phillips is next 2 work scores are a 58 and a 59. So it's going to be very, very, very difficult, but not impossible for Jensen Graham to pass Jesse Phillips. But it is Jesse Phillips' title to lose. Anybody on the live chat saying hello, Anthony?
SKR Motorsport saying good luck to Jamie Green Racing from Sukmani Kira.
Hello, Sukmani. Good to hear. Hopefully we'll see Sukmani back in the paddock soon.
Gillian Bennett as well. Good luck to Aaron Richardson today. Pal, love from all your family as well.
Always the fam, always
all the fam,
always supporting Aaron Richardson.
Yes, indeed. So hopefully we can get going this time around. Again, a very quick pace start, of course, potentially for some reasons as well. So one of the fast start now. Good to see Will Green quite far up in this one. Had a great qualifying earlier on today. Let's see what he can do from that row here into the tram lines. Lights out. Here we go. Great start from the front row, and it's a great start actually from the number 7, George Edgar. Holds on to that race lead and slides up into that race lead as they go up the banking there. Good start from Green. He's still there on the outside. He's not been swamped yet by, of course, the massive fusion pack that will always tend to come through.
Very good start from Noah Baglin. Oh, dear, and that is Jarlath Sayre in the number 49 JB Green Racing Kart, spinning backwards a bit. Okay, they're 4 wide into the first hairpin, and that is Will Green in the middle of that pack there. Laith Khan under investigation. Noah Baglin made a very good start in the number 63 ORM Kart. Yep. He was up to 3rd at one point, but he's been pushed back to 5th now because Henry Domain in kart number 5 is there as well. And the top 4 trying to break clear now. It is Kit Bolofsky, the O plates, then the Edgar in kart number 7. Have to get used to not calling Edgar the O plates. He lost that last weekend to Bolofsky. Kit Bolofsky, 5 wins in the British Championship, going for win number 6 today.
See what he can do then. 6.5 minutes to go then. Jarlath Sayre is okay. He's back out on circuit, which is good. I have to say, he hit the soft, squidgy barrier, which then hit the ambulance on the side of the circuit. Yeah, so if he has dented that ambulance, just send the bill to...
St John's.
Yeah. There we go.
Kieran, Trent Valley Kart Club.
Yes, yeah.
There's a pack going through. All 25 drivers still in the race. Sayre, obviously 10 seconds behind everybody else. The top 4. It is still Bolofsky, Edgar, Phillips and Domain. So Jesse Phillips, he doesn't want to get excluded, so he just wants to sit. He is in front of Jensen Graham. Jensen Graham in the number 27 kart has already gained 12 places. He's up from 22nd on the grid to 10th. So watch out for Graham. There he is in the number 27 kart going through. He's gained a few more places this lap as well. So he was a bit, when I spoke to him at qualifying, he was a little bit sort of lost for words. Just said, no pace. But he's found a little bit of extra waft just for this, yes.
First waft of the weekend?
First waft of the weekend. Now, that's actually the third waft of the week. Fifth waft.
Stop it.
This would go on and on. Warning flag for Kanish Rao.
5.5 minutes to go then. Top 4 clear. Breakaway then for the time being. Belowski, Edgar, Phillips, Domain. Then there's the group a little further back, the second group of 4. That is Riley Cranham, Islin, Baglin, and Jensen Graham as they go through. Now, I have to say, Domain struggling to keep up with these top 3 who are...
Yes.
Again, there's a sizable gap that's now forming between the 2 of them.
Well, of course, the 3 of those, the 3 Fusion teammates working together. Domain is keeping his head down. He's within about 4 or 5 kart lengths. Behind him, he's got another trio, Cranham, Islin and Baglin. Jensen Graham now up into 8th position. And so Domain's not too far off there. So, I mean, Noah Baglin in the number 63 kart waiting. There's Jensen Graham, followed by the number 83 kart of Ethan Woodward. Will Green runs in 10th place. There he is, the number 54 kart with that bright yellow crash helmet on. Domain doing a good job. They're just staying in touch. But the 3 Fusion drivers checking over their shoulder. Jesse Phillips will just be thinking this is perfect. We're not going to see Jesse Phillips go for any moves. He will sit and wait in 3rd position and be happy with it.
Yeah, definitely so. Sky Parker under investigation for the potential start of that race, so we'll keep a close eye on that one. 4 minutes to go then as they go down the hill. We are on lap 4, 3 laps completed so far, and what you're seeing here, these top 3, again, I suspect that's pretty much going to stay the same, probably actually for the entirety of this race. I don't think it's going to change even when it comes to the checker flag.
Well, George Edgar, I mean, looking at the points, he's 3rd in the championship, 946 points at the moment. He can't, he's battling for 2nd against Jensen Graham, so it's in his... George would like, second, would like P2, but Jesse Phillips in the number 26 kart, just sitting there cruising. Noah Baglin has just made a move on the GP plate of Riley Cranham, so Baglin, he'll want to try and now get past the number 46 kart of Lewis Islin, so at least he's got a teammate directly in front of him, so that when they push up to the front, which I think they have the pace to, and the time to do that. Oh, Luca Narroway, warning flag.
Luca Narroway update, where is he?
24th at the moment.
Bit of work to do ahead of if he wants to get that top 16.
Out onto the banking. Through turn number 3. Onto the bridge. Domain now beginning to fade ever so slightly. Coming down the hill towards hairpin number 1. It is Belowski from Edgar, from Phillips. They check over their shoulder just to see. No one defending yet. But Domain is not far behind. Now, Baglin gets pushed back there to 7th by Cranham going into the 2nd hairpin. But Baglin fighting back on Cranham coming into the Fullerton S's. Down onto the back straight. Into Bobby Game corner we go. Behind them, you've still got there, that driver on your screen there, that's Will Green, the number 54 kart, and Blair Smith, the Scotsman in kart number 45, working together. They're in 9th and 10th. Ethan Woodward is in 11th place, followed by Rao, Lovett, Richardson, Carter from the back of the grid, Henry Carter up to 15th, then it's Ackerman, Kahn, Musk, Newstead, Parker, Patterson, Clark, Kamyab, Narroway and Sayer.
Was there a hint of a defensive line there from Belowski as they were coming out of the final corner?
I think there might have been, and that is sort of just a preemptive warning to George Edgar. So Belowski, having a win taken away from him yesterday after passing under the yellow, signalling to George Edgar that, look, I was denied yesterday, I will not be denied today. So whatever you were thinking of, stop.
Yes.
Unthink it.
Unthink it. He thunk it, he did it.
And George Edgar goes in his own little way. Well, last weekend, Edgar and Belowski had a fantastic race for the O plate. Edgar pulling off a superb move around the outside going into the Fullerton S's, and Belowski repaying the favour at this corner here to take the British Open title. Phillips just sitting calmly, the white race suit. He's going to swap that number 26 plate for a number 1 plate. Domain in 4th place is hanging on. He's hanging tough. The trio of drivers behind him have all separated. So Islin, Baglin and Cranham are no longer working together. They've sort of, been separated a little bit. so Domain isn't getting swallowed up from behind. He can just focus on keeping his head down as much as possible as we move into the final minute through turn number 4 and down the hill towards hairpin number 1. Edgar, Bolofsky and Phillips. Nobody deviating from the racing line on this occasion. But Bolofsky will be ruminating about where he could possibly pounce and retake the lead.
No moves there through hairpin 2, which again is a favourite one for someone to not go for the move at hairpin 1, which is where everyone thinks the move's going to be, and then sell the dummy there, and then you go for the move at hairpin 2. So that's what we saw George Edgar do on that last lap, but not this time around. No one going for the moves this time. 20 seconds left on the timer. They're going to not get the last lap board this time. They'll cross the line with a few seconds to go. So there's still a couple of laps left in this race, and I think George wanting this race to probably end a bit sooner rather than later. Seeing it cross the line with 8 seconds to go is never a nice feeling, is it?
And Domain still there in 4th place. Yes, there's a 10 kart length gap, but that will come down very, very quickly indeed the minute that George Edgar makes one defensive move.
Yeah.
Baglin, new fastest lap in 5th position, 6th position as he closes in on Islin for 5th. And
everyone testing the waters there at the front, weren't they?
Yes, they almost jinked to the inside, almost like a dummy move. Now Bolofsky looks to the inside. Edgar does defend. Bolofsky takes the lead. Phillips follows Kit Bolofsky through into 2nd position. George Edgar back to 3rd. Domain still 4th. Now Islin and Baglin on the move, 5th and 6th. We could still have a 6-kart battle for the race win as the clock strikes 0, Anthony.
We definitely could. I mean, Domain's done a great job. He's not really had much help from behind or in front at all, and he's managed to keep that gap at a relatively close distance. They've really closed in now, so they'll exit out of the final corner. Last lap board comes up on the screen and on the gantry as they go for it. Here we go then, in towards turn 1. And no moves through this section. They all keep it nice and clean. Any moves as they go into the banking? Nothing yet. Little bit defensive. Edgar does, though, go for the move for P2. Gets past Jesse Phillips. Baglin sets another fastest up of the race. Keep an eye on Domain. Domain now piling on the pressure to Jesse Phillips, and he goes down the inside, down the hill, in towards hairpin 1.
We were wondering, was Jesse Phillips going to battle hard? And the answer is yes, he will. But Domain gets him. Here comes Noah Baglin. Right, Noah Baglin picks up 2 places there. He comes across and squeezes Lewis Islin to the inside. So Domain and Baglin move into 3rd and 4th. But Domain gets his line wrong through the 2nd hairpin. Here comes Noah Baglin. They're defending. They're battling against one another. Baglin gets it. Watch the 2 fusion drivers. Oh, Domain and Islin clash wheels. And that is going to allow the number 27 of Jensen Graham through. Riley Cranham also picks up a couple of positions. So, up at the front, this is the battle for 3rd position. It's going to be Kit Bolofsky and George Edgar. 1-2, Edgar tries. Bolofsky holds on.
A close finish for the top 2 and the rest of the field as well. Baglin seals a top 3 finish. He finishes in P3 from Jesse Phillips, Riley Cranham, Henry Domain, Jensen Graham finishing in P7 after gaining 15 positions for Jensen Graham. Obviously, after that terrible qualifying that we saw earlier on, Lewis Islin takes 8th from Will Green. Blair Smith rounding out the top 10 from Aaron Richardson. A great running from him. 10 places gained, finishing in P11 from Henry Carter. 13 positions gained, finishing in P12. So a lot of movers coming up through the field in this one.
Yes, indeed. And, of course, the problem that Jensen Graham has is that he's got to start the next race from exactly the same position. So that is not ideal for Jensen Graham. Now, let's have a little look. Where are you watching from? Now that we are back with the live chat, we missed you the last couple of rounds. Tell us, let's have a registration check. We know we got Michael Burke from Bathurst, Australia. Where else are we watching the action from on the Alpha Live YouTube channel? Who's it? I think we need to see Henry racing a cadet kart. Well, which leg would you like me to fit in the cadet kart, Motorsport Magpie? Because that ship has sailed a long time ago. All 25 drivers finished the race, including Jarlath Sayer. So that is race number 18. Junior X30 will be up next. But yeah, please let us know, where are you watching from and who are you cheering for? The grid for Junior X30 will be with you very, very soon.
Yes, indeed. I believe Junior X30 Grid is about to take to the track, so we're going to throw to a sting. We'll be back in 2 seconds. Precisely 2.5 seconds, not 11 seconds later, we've got a grid. It's Junior X30 race 19. Heat 1, though. They're going to go from the front row. Fiona McLaughlin, McCorney Bishop, Gabriel Stilp, and Burgoyne Jr. round out the top 2 rows.
Josh Agambar on row 3 from Fred Green, Jack Nettleship and Cameron Pratt-Thompson on row 4.
Keane Geraghty and Taylor Orridge, they'll round out the top 10 from row 5. Brandon Carr and Lewis Bird go from row 6.
Row number 7, Leo Brown and Fast Freddie Lloyd, Henry Jocelyn and Uncle Tyrone Jack Hobson on row 8.
Leo Robinson and Zach Green, they go from row 9. Monday Junior Canini and Sam Longley round out the top 20 on row 10.
Row 11, Ryan Ashberg and Charlie Morrison-Jones, Isaac Phelps and Morgan Moore on row number 12.
Row 13, Flynn McDermott, Dayton Coulthard and Ian Spandwick round out the field. Yes, great hair for Dayton.
We did speak to Dayton yesterday, and we had a nice chat with him. And yes, the Buffon is prime with that one.
I have a chance of actually growing that. You, on the other hand, don't.
Again, that ship has sailed.
Yeah, very much so.
I could grow about half of it.
Yeah.
Yes, but I am somewhat follically challenged in key areas. So, Fiona McLaughlin, yes, he does going for that first win. And he's driven very, very hard all season. He said if he's in second place, he's just going to crash. So he says he can't handle finishing second. Who are we watching? What have we had on the live chat, Anthony, very quickly as they come around?
We've got viewers from Switzerland, Ireland, Scotland, Northern Ireland as well. Chesterfield, its own country in its own right.
People's Republic, yes.
Yeah. And lots of support out there. Again, Superman Akira back saying good, come on, Fred and Zach.
Yep.
Watching from Chesterfield, cheering for Jack Nettleship. Scotland for Harry Burgoyne Jr.
Of course.
Good luck, Freds.
Yes.
Lots out there.
Good. Right, here we go. Lights are not out.
There we go.
Well, you rushed through that.
I did. I thought, we were going to get the race start, but we're not.
Yeah, so we got, so Chesterfield will be keeping their fingers and toes crossed for Jack Nettleship. It was an absolute gut-wrenching way to lose a race yesterday. But Sam is mechanic. We're with you. Don't worry. He's done a great job all year. Jack, it's hard to believe that Jack Nettleship has only had one top 10 finish all year, 5th at Warden Law. But, he's going to fight back strongly today. Macaulay Bishop starting alongside. So it's Fusion Motorsport, Dan Holland Racing, Croc Promotion, Mick Barrett Racing, Premium Karting, Jamie Green Racing, and then a privateer, top 7 on the grid. Great variety in the Junior X30 grid. You're pointing a finger at me, Anthony. Yes.
Update on the championship standings from yesterday's races.
Update me.
Gabriel still leading with 1,000 points. 1,000 before drop scores. This is incredible.
You can't just say 1,000. You've got to go 1,000.
1,000. Yeah. Phil McLaughlin there in P2 from Burgoyne Jr. Leo Robinson, Macaulay Bishop, Brandon Carr, Josh Agambar, Zach Green, Cameron Pratt-Thompson, and Jack Hobson rounding out the top 10, and all in the fight for a seeded number at the end of this day.
That is correct. So, second time of asking, the 29 of McLaughlin, the Irishman, the 67 of Bishop, the 42 of Stilp. Here we go. Into the tram lines one more time. Lights are out. We're off and racing. It's a great start from Bishop from the outside of row number 1. That was a very, very good start that might even draw the attention. Oh, and yellow flags waving. And, oh dear, there's a driver in the barriers. 2 drivers in the barriers. And one driver out of their car, just with one of the marshals at the moment. But the rest of the field coming down towards the first hairpin now. Once again, the medical team in action. The marshal's already with the driver who is on the outside of the first chicane. Everybody else safely through hairpin number 1. You can see there the driver at the side of the circuit. He's out of his car. I don't know which driver that is. It's Freddie Lloyd. It's Freddie Lloyd. The marshals and medical team are with him. And I know that the yellow flag, Battenberg's flag, is coming out. So Fred's mum has just mentioned on the live stream. Good luck to Fred's. So say to Fred's mum that he's got out of his cart, and then he just had a little sit down on the barrier. So he went backwards into the barriers. He got up and out of his cart, and then is just had a sit down and is in a bit of discomfort. One of his, I think maybe his shoulder is in a bit of discomfort, but he is with the marshals and the medical team now. So again, it's one of those things that we just know that Freddie's mum has just come in on the live chat to say good luck to him. So I know she's watching, and of course he's got family here as well. But he's up and out of his cart, and it's I think it's an arm or a shoulder that he's just nursing at the moment. We're going to carry on talking about the racing. So we're under pace kart conditions.
Yes, and again, for any viewers who are new to karting, who are joining us for the first time this weekend, the Battenberg flag that you're seeing right now is essentially a full course yellow or a safety car section if you're used to car racing. So the entire field has to slow down, single file, no overtaking. Obviously, they've got to work at keeping their temperatures up, which is what you are seeing there. They're not really allowed to do that, but they're doing it anyway. So yeah, as I say, driver just being seen with up on his feet. Good to see.
Yes.
Freddie Lloyd up on his feet, walking to the ambulance. So great to see. So I suspect in a couple of laps' time this race will be restarted. But good to see Freddie Lloyd up and walking under his own steam.
There we go. So there we go. There he is.
There he is.
Yeah, holding his back.
Yeah.
The old Cilla Black giving him a bit of grief there. Okay. So, good work once again from the medical team. Green flag waves, Macaulay Bishop, 5.5 minutes to go. Bishop, Burgoyne Jr. have got the top two positions. McLaughlin is third, and it's Fred Green, a great restart from Fred in fourth. And it's Cameron Pratt-Thompson, Agambar, Stilp, Orridge, Carr, Getty, Canini, and Jocelyn.
Yep, down the hill there as well. And it looked like Fred Green's got a much better exit than McLaughlin, but no, he stayed there. But it's all heating up for the race lead there as Bishop goes defensive, and Burgoyne Jr. gets the switchback now, side by side, and Bishop back down the inside. Here goes McLaughlin down the inside, 3 wide now into the Fullerton S's, and oh dear me, there. That was Burgoyne Jr. there with a nice defensive lineman. Bishop now under investigation.
Yeah, that would be for the start. That would be for the start. It was very, very, very quick indeed.
Was it?
Yes. But McLaughlin coming back into this race, and look for in fourth position, that black, white and sort of lime green liveried kart of number 51, Fred Green. As Bishop retakes the race lead. Brave move there from Bishop, going through the Bruno Ferrari S's. Yeah, Bruno Ferrari, the only driver to win 3 British titles in one day back at Shennington in 1967. Ooh. And it's breaking loose for second place. Here comes Fred Green up the inside of Fionn McLaughlin. Is Green going to make it P2? No, he stays in third. But they're all getting involved here, Anthony.
Yeah, they are indeed. It looked like Green didn't have the waft there. Just that last second. I don't know if he just eased off a little bit, thinking, actually, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm in a good position here. I don't kind of want to lose it with potentially going a bit P-Tong.
Speaking of P-Tong, it almost went very P-Tong there for one of the premium karting drivers. There he is on the inside. That'd be Josh Agambar. Somehow, Harry Burgoyne Jr. has escaped along with Macaulay Bishop. Fionn McLaughlin is running in third position. It's Bishop. No, Burgoyne's down to third position. So Harry Burgoyne Jr. almost got caught up here. Here comes Gabriel Stilp being pushed along by Taylor Orridge. Yes, Anthony, there was a Fred Green at the end of the main straight seemed to be a little bit powerless in both literally and physically. Powerless to stop drivers going past, but powerless to stop, just powerless.
Down the hill they go. Robinson now with the fastest lap of the race, 59.130 into hairpin 1 as Brandon Carr now goes down the inside at hairpin 1 on Fred Green. And I think another one going through there as well, the 73 of Keane Geraghty making the move there as well on the outside. Green holding on to that one as they go through. But yeah, like you say, yeah, Bishop and I think Bishop and McLaughlin now, yeah, they've escaped. They've only got about 4 tenths between them. And I think it's dropped down to about a tenth now as Pratt-Thompson holds a defensive line there for the 44 of Lewis Bird. So Bird then losing a place down towards, who did he lose that to? Leo Robinson, yeah, who got past him there, moved up into P15. Back across the line, 2 minutes to go then, and it's still Bishop from McLaughlin, from Burgoyne Jr., as my timing screen has updating itself at the moment.
So yeah, Bishop, McLaughlin, Burgoyne Jr. Then there's this good battle for fourth position. Stilp, Orridge and Agambar. Well, it's not still orange in Aghabar. Aghabar has dropped off a little bit. There goes the rest of the chasing pack over the bridge as Bishop and McLaughlin still lead. Jack Nettleship gets a warning flag. And, there's Taylor Orridge having a little nibble at his own teammate there.
It's brave, that is.
One croc biting another one.
Yes. Always a brave move there. Closed up at the front now. Line astern. Battle a little further back. This is P45. And Orridge just wanting to maybe find a little gap here, there, or anywhere.
Yeah, Taylor Orridge, another driver, very, very good. Now here comes Fred Green trying to fight back up the inside of Kian Gehety through the final corner. Gehety fights back. Mondi Junior Canini on the Praga chassis goes through. Mondi Junior Canini is up into 12th position. And, there's the number 33 Kart of Cameron Pratt-Thompson getting sideways in the back. Here comes Dayton Coulthard round the outside. Coulthard with that very distinctive Scottish crash helmet. Same design as his father, David. But here comes Dayton to the inside. Now he swings to the outside, trying to go round the outside of hairpin number 1 on Cameron Pratt-Thompson, but no. And unfortunately, Coulthard then just runs a little bit wide. Now he's fighting back in front of him. The number 51 Kart of Fred Green beginning to go backwards, but this is a great scrap. And where's the number 273 Kart of Ryland Eschberg, yesterday's race winner? He's down in 22nd. There's the championship leader, Gabriel Stilp, having a spin. I mean, he's got the title, but I mean, as long as he doesn't get excluded, and definitely an incident with his teammate there, Taylor Orridge.
Definitely so. 19 seconds left on the board. Bishop with the warning flag, and now it's all starting to heat up at the front here as McLaughlin is under pressure from Burgoyne Jr. and Jr. through into P2 now. They've got to be careful because they don't want to allow Bishop to escape too much. Of course, it's just the first heat of the day. Points aren't up for grabs right now, but of course the classifications that they get, obviously that does lead into championship points. So the better position you can have in this, obviously, the better you are.
It's the combat, for those of you that are new, you have 2 heat races. The combined results of the 2 heat races are put into what is called the intermediate classification, and you get championship points based on the order you're in the intermediate classification. Here we go, game on at the front, 5 drivers all in with a shout. Bishop, Burgoyne, Orridge, Aghabar and McLaughlin. Last weekend, Anthony, at the O-Plate, the Junior X30 race was absolutely radio rental. And it looks like they're picking up where they left off as Bishop depends at the start of the final lap.
Yes, indeed. Burgoyne Jr. switches to the outside there. The direction change there as everyone goes through. He tried to go around the outside, but he's lost 2 positions. Is back down the inside. Josh Aghabar has gone to P2. Now he's dropped back as Taylor Orridge has moved back up into P2 now, defending from Burgoyne Jr. McLaughlin down the inside of Aghabar as Aghabar sweeps around the outside. Not able to capitalise on that one. Gets the switch back. He's still on the outside here as Burgoyne Jr. on the outside of Orridge. He'll go for the switch back here, and that's just allowing Bishop to drive away. Bishop's got this race. That's sorted. In this one, it's all going to be down to who can take second place.
Yes, indeed. It's Orridge. Orridge saying to Burgoyne Jr., think. Burgoyne Jr. think, I'm thinking about where I can pass you for second. McLaughlin is in 4th position. 2 corners to go. Now, here comes Josh Aghabar up the inside of Fionn McLaughlin for 4th place. What a great move. But Macaulay Bishop comes out of the final corner, takes the checkered flag. Orridge 2nd, Burgoyne 3rd, Aghabar in 4th. Then it's McLaughlin. Brandon Carr comes home in 6th position. Jack Hobson is 7th. Stilp only 8th. Henry Jost in 9th. Mondi Junior Canini finishes in 10th position.
9 places gained from P19 on the grid. Great running from that one. I got to say,
yes.
we got to ease it back. That was only their first heat.
I was going to say, we got to calm down and just sort of compose ourselves.
Got another heat and a final to go.
Leo Robinson, only 13th. Leo competed in last weekend's World Karting Championship.
He did, yeah.
It was a rather chastening affair for Leo Robinson. It didn't go as well as planned, representing Algeria out there, but still, a great achievement to get there. A learning experience.
Oh, definitely so. I mean, driving out in the world, I think, is a completely different kettle of fish. Bigger tracks, loads more drivers, faster karts as well, I'd have to say, because the OK karts obviously are slightly faster than both the Rotax and the IAME karts out there as well.
I think there was 109 entries in Junior X30.
In
Junior OK, sorry.
Yeah.
They needed 28 heats. They competed in 7 heats. But yes, that was Leo and a couple of other drivers as well. You know, Noah Wolf was out there as well.
He won one of the heats.
Narrowly failed to make the final, Noah Wolf.
Yeah,
but again, great experience. As we move quickly ahead to the next race, which is coming up very shortly, we see the juniors. Now we're going to see the seniors.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, as Henry said, it's race 20, it's Heat 1, it's Senior X30, and it's Bart Harrison and Harvey Ryby who go from row 1. Sam Shaw and Marcus Littlewood, they go from row number 2.
Harry Platt and Air Force 1 and Sam Heading on row number 3. Lewis Mackey and Alistair Cresswell on row number 4.
Row number 5, Michael Rapsey and Callaway Atkins. They round out the top 10 from Archie Tillett and Aaron Walker, who has got a Las Vegas helmet with a Grantham sticker over it because he's not in Vegas.
Championship leader Gus Lawrence and Oscar Joyce on row number 7. Louis Johnson, Cool and Christopher Bingham share row number 8.
Row number 9 and the final row of the grid, James Pashley and Thomas Fleming, who didn't have the best qualifying, retired from qualifying early on after only completing 2 laps.
Gus Lawrence leads the championship by 12 points from Bart Harrison. Aaron Walker a further 8 points back, and another 5 points back, Harry Platten. Thomas Fleming pretty much out of contention at this point. So any one of 4 in this class can still win the title. It's going to be very, very tense indeed, especially with Lawrence. Now, again, only 18 drivers, so not the biggest of grids, but of these 18 drivers, you know, I'd say there's probably at least a dozen drivers that if they won today, you wouldn't call it a surprise.
Oh, very much
competitive.
not so. Very, very competitive indeed, yes. They had a brilliant final yesterday. We're going to see some fantastic racing today. I do always enjoy the seniors here at PF. They do give us a fantabby-doorsy race.
Oh, that was a very smashy and nicey there. There we go. All right. That's a Harry Enfield joke, ladies and gentlemen, from the early to mid 1990s. Wow.
How old were you then? 60?
I was in my prime. So, Bart Harrison and Harvey Ryby share the front row of the grid. The Mick Barrett Racing number 77 of Harrison and the Mark Dave Litchfield Motorsport number 71 of Ryby. Lights are still not out.
No, so they looked like they were absolutely fine, but then there was some who just decided I'm not going to go into the tram line.
There's a good. That's the universal karting signal for false start. And a quick check. Let's have a little look at. So we've got Monty Braithwaite saying, "Come on, Tim Wilson Motorsport." Nico Christiansen from Denmark. Tracy Park saying, "Come on, Seth Hathaway." That's one of our TKM drivers. We'll see him later on. And SFR Motorsport cheering, SKR Motorsport cheering Fred and Zach Green. Kate Taylor, "Come on, Gabe." Oh, Gabriel Stilp. There we are. So, third time of asking.
Yeah.
We're going to go around. Now, you know me, I love a good statistic.
Statistic.
There are only 4 drivers in this class have not had a top 10 finish yet this year. Lewis Mackey, suggested a full season, and he won the race yesterday. Christopher Bingham, Michael Rapsey, and James Pashley have not had a top 10 finish in a final this year. So let's try and get. I wonder if we've got a class where every driver competing has had a top 10 finish in a final. We'll try and see if, as the day progresses whether we can get that.
Yeah,
that'd be nice.
Yeah, this is one of the closest championships this weekend. Anyone of probably the top 4 could take it.
They could indeed. Lights are out, we're off and racing. Harrison and Ryby are evenly matched at start. Marcus Littlewood makes a good start as well from the outside of row number 2. Littlewood takes 3rd position, and Sam Shaw gets caught out a little bit there as we go underneath the bridge, out onto the banking for the first time. All 80 drivers now look for the black, orange and white machine. The number 5 kart of Gus Lawrence. He's the championship leader. He started 13th. He's got to pick his way through the pack, not pick up any penalties.
Oh, Rapsey very wide there. The number 50 bouncing around and back onto the track. He goes to the back of the grid. That's not what you want on the first lap.
No, and so we'll look for the number 5 kart. There is Air Force 1 trying to make emergency landing going into the Fullerton S's, Harry Platten. But there's Lewis Mackey up the inside of Sam Shaw. Sam Shaw's not had a good first lap. The number 9 Kart of Archie Tillett for the McBarrett Racing team, trying to pick up place. Here comes Thomas Fleming. Fleming in the number 3 Kart. Potentially his last time we'll see Thomas in senior X30. As they come out of the final corner, the complete lap number 1. It is Harrison, Littlewood, Ryby, Heading, Platten, Walker, Mackey, Tillett, Shaw and Lawrence already up 3 places into 10th place in kart number 5.
Yep, good start then for senior X30, and down the hill they go. Great start from Bart Harrison. Like you say, look at that advantage he's got already from Marcus Littlewood, who is trying everything he can to try and close that gap up. Battle at the moment is for 3rd place, though. Harvey Ryby and Sam Heading chopping and changing for that position there. Is down the inside there, keeping an eye on that one. It's going to be a change for us because, of course, a lot of these numbers have changed. Obviously, yeah. Gus Lawrence now on the number 5. He lost his O plate last weekend. Of course, now Platten, who's always run the GP plate because he's doubled up his Kart Masters victories. He's now got the O plate because he won the IAME plate last weekend. So, no, he's gone from the GP from running that for 2 years to now an O plate.
Yes.
And Gus Lawrence for 1 year running an O plate, now running a 5.
It's very confusing.
It's very confussing.
Especially for commentators who are easily confused, ladies and gentlemen. At the end of lap number 2, it is Harrison, Littlewood, Ryby and Sam Heading. New fast lap for number 7, Sam Heading, and 2 MDL Motorsport teammates working together. There is Fleming trying to pass Archie Tillett. Gus Lawrence is already in front of the number 9 McBarrett car.
There's someone
pulling off there at the side, temporarily pulling off. Was that Michael Rapsey?
I think that was Michael Rapsey, yes.
We'll catch up next time around. Yes, it was Rapsey, who gets back in the race in the number 50 kart, but obviously maybe the engine temporarily cut out. He needs to refire it. But there's his teammate, the BMR restart teammate, Harry Platten, chasing Aaron Walker into the Mike Wilson complex. Out of the Mike Wilson complex to the final chicane. There's a great shot from our cameraman down there as the drivers flash out there. It gives you an idea of just how rough and how physical this circuit is. The drivers really getting beaten about in the karts, in the seats. But Lawrence is now up into P9, chasing down Sam Shaw with a new fastest lap for Gus Lawrence.
This is good stuff then for all these drivers. 4.5 minutes to go then. And, of course, like we were saying, championship very, very close. I can bring up the points as they go. But like we were saying, Gus Lawrence leading the points at the end of yesterday and from Bart Harrison.
Now passing Lewis Mackey. That will put him into 8th position.
12 points separate first and second in the championship going into this day of racing. Aaron Walker still there in 3rd place in the point standings from Platten, Fleming, Heading, Calloy Atkins, Sam Shaw, Harvey Ryby and Marcus Littlewood. Lots of seeded numbers up for grabs still for that one. 4 minutes to go.
And Harrison's lead down to 0.2 of a second. So Marcus Littlewood, who started this season with a podium in the opening round at Shennington, he's only had 2 top 10 finishes since then, but he's looking at, there's Lewis Mackey passing Sam Shaw. So Sam Shaw dropping back to what is now 9th place, which is not good from the second row of the grid. But there's Littlewood. Now the lead has changed. Marcus Littlewood has moved into top spot at the expense of Bart Harrison. Sam Heading into P2. So Sam Heading, there's some drivers is just magnetically attracted to a certain number.
Yeah.
Sam Heading, he's number 7. He finished 7th in the championship last year. He's currently 6th in the championship this year. And Sam has had 4 out of the 6 rounds of the championship we've had so far. Sam Heading has finished 6th 4 times.
Yeah. Is that a sign that he's going to finish 6th?
Yes, it's certainly, like I said, some drivers, they're magnetically attracted towards certain numbers. There's Harry Platten passing Harvey Ryby for P5. Another new fast lap for Gus Lawrence. He is now closing in on this lead group. He's going to have about 2 minutes. He's in 7th place. We've got a 6-kart lead train. Harrison passes Heading. Littlewood goes through as well. And Aaron Walker in the number 15 kart trying to push Heading down to 4th position. And that's going to help Gus Lawrence. It's going to help Lawrence close in. Here comes Harry Platten on Sam Heading, but Heading defends.
Yep, good stuff then from the front of this grid. I'm surprised they caught up to Bart Harrison. I thought Harrison had this in the bag. He had such an advantage at the early stages of this race, but he's just not had the momentum throughout this one. He's holding back. Of course, it's a long day, isn't it? So, of course, this being a double-header, do they start the new day with a brand new set of tyres?
I believe so.
I believe they do as well. So, because it's a whole new round
new
for these
race.
drivers.
Oh, my
Look
word.
at that.
Aaron Walker, 2 wheels on the inside curb. Aaron Walker into P2. There's a little bit of contact there going on to the banking as Harrison sort of defended a little bit early. It's now Harrison, Walker, Littlewood, Heading, Ryby. Here comes Harry Platten arriving on the outside to make it 3 wide. Ryby trying to pass his teammate.
Oh, no,
Lewis Mackey, 2 wheels on the grass, 2 wheels in the air. At one point, Lewis Mackey had 0 wheels on the race circuit. 2 on the grass, 2 in the air. Somehow he held on to it.
Yeah, great stuff there from Lewis Mackey as Platten getting squeezed out of the full test. Yeah, this is all jolly close, isn't it?
This type of thing where Nanny June watching home saying, is it too early to go to the gin cabinet after watching her grandson there having 4 wheels off the circuit on that last lap? Oh, my word, 1 minute to go. If you thought the juniors was lively, that was just a warm-up act for the big boys and girls. Here we go. It is Harrison, Walker, Littlewood, Heading, and then Thomas Fleming, who started stone last.
This is great stuff from Thomas Fleming. Clearly had an issue with the kart. They found the issue, fixed it, and now he's at the front end of this field. 40 seconds left to go as the entire grid is separated by 4 seconds for the entire grid. Obviously, Michael Rapsey, who had that spin earlier on.
Oh, Aaron Walker and Marcus Littlewood. Sorry, Anthony, that was Walker. That has just given the race to Bart Harrison. Bart Harrison has just won this race, even though we got 30 seconds plus a lap to go. Who is going to be second? There's going to be nose cone penalties aplenty, and
so.
What Gus Lawrence cannot do, he cannot get one. So he has got to tiptoe through this snarling pack of go-karts.
Alistair Cresswell getting up on 2 wheels there, trying to go down the inside into the Mike Wilson complex. That was for about 12th place with Louis Johnson-Cool there. Platten going defensive from Heading. Heading looking for that gap, but can't quite do it. Gus Lawrence still there, and he's got the close company of Lewis Mackey just behind. Mackey to the outside. Is he going to go for all 3? Can go for 2, but he's only going to get 1 as he goes through. But a great move there from Lewis Mackey around the outside of Gus Lawrence through the banking. That's allowed the rest of the field to close in now as well, because back down the inside, who's that? Is that Louis Johnson-Cool coming into play down the inside?
You just shake your head and just go, wow. Oh, my word, and just keep your fingers crossed and hope they all get back. There's Kalai Atkins now. We haven't mentioned his name. He's trying to get into the mix there, but Alistair Cresswell goes through. Atkins, here comes Chris Bingham in the number 26 kart, and Chris Bingham has just caught Harvey Ryby. Harvey Ryby started on the front row of the grid. He's dropped down to nearly last place, but last place is only about 5 seconds behind the race leader.
This is brilliant stuff. Last lap board comes out this time. Who is going to take it? Well, at the moment, Bart Harrison leading the way comfortably by about 0.8 of a second. He doesn't have to worry. Who's going to get second, though, between Walker and Fleming? Fleming, remember, from the back of the grid in this first heat today. Bad qualifying. He's going to have to replicate that later on today as well, because he'll start at the back of the grid for heat 2 later. He's going to have to try and do the same thing here. But at the moment, it looks like he's just eased off a little bit there. Remember, he's come through the grid. Possibility of a nose cone. It's highly likely.
But the time someone's going to get a nose cone. I mean, it depends if Fleming was involved in any of these incidents. I mean, I've got to say that the kart looks absolutely pristine.
It does.
Aaron Walker chasing. So Walker potentially moving into GT racing next year. So this is his farewell to, he said, he come back and do things like kart masters and what have you, but he is, this is full-time karting. It's it for Aaron Walker. He is in second place. Bart Harrison, he said, I'm just going to go and do what I can, and what will be will be. So he takes the checker flag. Walker in second, Fleming third. Now we look back. Sam Shaw, after all that, comes home in 4th position. Then it's Littlewood 5th, Heading 6th. What a surprise.
Yeah.
Harry Platten 7th, Mackey 8th, Gus Lawrence only 9th. And Louis Johnson-Cool rounding out the top 10. Tillett, Cresswell, Ryby, Atkins, Joyce, Pashley, Bingham and Rapsey. The top 17 drivers separated by just 7 seconds.
That was a tasty senior X30. Only a heat 1. Who'd have thunk it? Only a heat 1. Plenty of races left for them today. Their heat 2 for senior X30 is due out at about 4:10. Their final at 4:45 today for Senior X30. There is a look at the pending pool class and race results. The top 12 out there. Cresswell managing to recover from that one. Harvey Ryby finishing P13 from Callaway Atkins, James Pashley, Christopher Bingham, Oscar Joyce and Michael Rapsey rounding out the 18 carts. Of course, Michael Rapsey, not the best race he'll have wanted in that one, but still finished the race nonetheless. Races coming up thick and fast. Junior TKM Race 21 Heat 1 is coming up next. So, like we were saying, the Junior TKM Race 21 Heat 1 is the next grid out on circuit. Here's how they're going to line up then. Alfie Garford and Tyler Harris. They're going to go from the front row. Leo Robinson and Leon Frost, your championship leader, winner, championship-elect, is starting on that second row. Dara McInerney and Jack Stewart, they go from row 3 from Jake Humphrey and Yihan Calichurn rounding out the top 4 rows. Oliver Bowen and Joe Cheek go from row 5, rounding out the top 10 from Joel Hull and Olivia Jakins on row 6. Luke Bate and Ollie Rands go from row 7 with Aidan Mitchell and Seth Hathaway rounding out the top 8 rows. Rounding out the final row on row 9, Patrick Leaf and Oliver Bourne. Henry... Exciting race in that last one.
Absolutely. And I mean, even though in this class, Junior TKM, the championship has been decided in favour of Leon Frost. Looking at that, so Olivia Jakins, second, 556 points. Ian Calichurn, third, 556 points, losing out on a tiebreaker. Ollie Rands, fourth, 555 points. Tyler Harris, fifth, 554 points. Luke Bate, sixth, 552 points, and then you've got Leo Robinson at 541, Jake Humphrey at 539, Ada Mitchell at 531, and Dara McInerney at 526. Seth Hathaway is 11th in the championship on 522 points. He is 34 points behind second, and at the moment he hasn't got a seed for 2023. That is how close the battle for everything else, second down to 11th, is.
So it's a close one.
It's close. It's very, very tense. Here we go then. Into the tram lines. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Garford looking for redemption after yesterday. Takes the race lead. Leo Robinson slots into second place. And McInerney. Here comes Leo Robinson at the inside of Garford for the race lead. Can he get it? Yes, he can.
Yeah, good move there from Robinson. Saw the gap, went for it. Garford there. Now back into P2. Rest of the field slots through 3, 4 wide at the back of the field as they come down the hill. Now McInerney still there in P3 as back down the inside goes. Alfie Garford gets it done, and I have to say, Leo Robinson fights it back, comes back down the inside, still side by side for the race lead. Garford goes back down the inside, and it's just a game of top and tail all the way through this first lap.
And Garford, so Robinson, again, my stat check. So Leo Robinson, he's had 4 top 10 finishes out of the 5 rounds we've had so far this season. In this class, the only 2 drivers that have not had it yet had a top 10 finish in one of the finals, Oliver Bourne in Kart 34 and Jack Stewart in Kart 57.
Go.
At the moment, they are a little bit further down the order, but they got a chance. So there's only 2 drivers having had a top 10 finish in the finals this year. Of the 18 drivers we have in front of us across the line, across the bridge rather, Garford, Robinson. Here comes Tyler Harris to the inside of Robinson. Tyler Harris takes over second place on the. He's a Talco supported privateer.
So nice move there. McInerney tried to follow that as well. Yihan Calichurn down the inside of Bowen there through hairpin number 2.
The Class and Motorsport E-plate of Yihan Calichurn, second yesterday.
Yes, indeed. And there you can see him just going through their very distinctive orange helmet. I think more distinctive is the E-plate more than anything.
Yes,
it's quite distinctive, isn't it?
Yes, being the only letter.
Yes.
On the number plates.
Yes. Yeah.
But Yihan, again, very, very quick driver, learning a lot. I have to say, we've got a change to lead. Tyler Harris passing Alfie Garford for top spot. And here comes Leo Robinson having a look at the inside. McInerney in 4th place. And in 5th, is that Leon Frost, the champion, in 5th position, the number 7 kart? I think it might well be.
I think you are correct. Yeah, down the hill, fastest lap of the race as well for Leon Frost earlier on in this race. So looking very quick out there.
Now I know why Dara McInerney has suddenly got his quick turn of pace. His dad must have found the bucket hat and put it on. Must have. Because he is fighting for third place, although Leo Robinson is loath to give it up. Then there is Leon Frost in kart number 7, is next in line. Then it's the number 70 kart of Joe Cheek. Now, having a great chat. I mean, you can't have a chat with Joe Cheek without laughing.
No.
Because he's a real character.
Cheeky character.
He is a cheeky character. Cheek by name, cheek by nature. Very humorous indeed. Yes, the Class and Motorsport team that run Joe Cheek. Yes, if there's one post-season party that you want to go to, you kind of want to be at the Class and Motorsport party. Here comes Luke Bate. New gloves, new boots and all. And that was his deal with his dad. If he won a race, he got some new boots. So he's got his new boots on, and he is running in 10th position, up 3 places after qualifying, only 13th.
There we go. Good stuff. I love a new pair of boots.
Yeah, and they match his race suit and his helmet and his gloves and his go-kart.
So he's gone full Power Ranger.
Full Power Ranger. Yeah. Well, mighty Power Ranger. As he passes the number 31 car of Joel Hull for what is 8th position. I have to say, the Rob Saw Racing team, first season in the British Championship for the Rob Saw Racing team. They had a podium in Extreme at Rissington with Aaron Lask. They had another podium with Aaron Lask yesterday and a win with Luke Bates. So that's 3 podiums and a win in their first season of the British Championship for the RSR team.
They're doing all right. Ollie Rand's under investigation, the number 27. Where is he currently in the standings? Currently P13 for him, so keep a close eye on that one. Potential start line infringement. 3.5 minutes to go across the bridge. Chopping and changing just to the back of screen there as there's some jostling for about 12th place, I would say. Bowen involved in that with Seth Hathaway.
Now, one driver we haven't mentioned at all.
Go on.
Is Olivia Jakins, the driver in 2nd place in the point standings at the moment. Now, she started down at towards the back of the grid. She started in 12th place. She's actually dropped back to 16th. She's 2nd in the championship, but 4 points separate 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. So this is not a good start for Olivia Jakins. Last year's number 8 seed. So the Birrell ART chassis, red and white kart body. They're coming out of the final corner, stuck down in that chasing group. So you've got 2 karts leading. Harris and Garford working together, pulling clear of everybody else. Behind them, then you've got a battle pack, this battle pack of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 drivers led by Dara McInerney, I believe. Or is that Leo Robinson? No, it was led by Leo Robinson for 3rd position. And then you've got a gap back to 10th place. And that is the pack that Olivia Jakins is in. There, you can just see them flashing over your screen there, heading down towards the 2nd hairpin. It's Harris and Garford, 2 minutes to go, controlling everything at the front. And then there's 2, 4, 6, 7 drivers with Luke Bates at the back of the group. They're squabbling over the 3rd and final podium position, as it were. And then everybody else. But so Jakins trapped in the last group.
So just over a minute to go. 1.5 minutes plus that 1 lap. Eyes that you're seeing now. This is the battle for 3rd place. Robinson holding on to that one, but for not much longer as down the inside goes Joe Cheek. Gets a great run there on Robinson and has the inside line as they enter onto the bridge section. Robinson holding on to it as he dives back down the inside. Squeezes Joe Cheek all the way off the track, and now they're still side by side down the hill in towards hairpin 1, and Leon Frost goes down the inside and he's going to get 2 of them. He clips the curb and nearly spins as he exits. Dara McInerney goes through.
4 wide almost. Now, of course, Frost just can't get excluded, so his rivals will know that. They say, well, I'm going to send it up the inside of Leon here, knowing that he doesn't want to. He's not going to try and defend and block me in case he gets a penalty and or an exclusion. So they can take advantage of that as Joe Cheek moves up into 3rd position.
Yep, good stuff there. Found a gap through Bobby Game corner.
I'm going to make a prediction.
Go on.
If Joe Cheek were to finish on the podium later today, I think that it would be the best post race interview of the year.
Oh yeah.
If he gets on the podium.
If he gets on the podium.
Just he'll be so happy with his first podium. The character he is, I think that it would be the best podium interview of the year.
Well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. 3 wide over the bridge as Luke Bate goes back down the inside there. Gets now up into P1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And
now,
just what a confidence boost for Luke Bates. Just driving he's like a different driver.
Really is, yeah. I think that happens to a lot of drivers, doesn't it? When you get your first sort of final win, it's always one of those things that it changes you. It changes you in your mental capacity and, of course, your driving style as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. You go from I know I can do it, I think I can do it, to I have done it.
Yes, yeah. Timer strike 0. Last lap board out this time. 2 drivers potentially in for a shot of getting the checker flag first in this one. Tyler Harris and Alfie Garford, but at the moment, looking like it's going to be Tyler Harris because that gap has opened up to about half a second now for the race lead. So I reckon Harris has potentially got this in the bag. Eyes on this battle for 3rd place as it's still heating up. Joe Cheek still fighting off Leo Robinson, who's still there in P4. And again, not managing to get past. Bate still there in 5th place from Frost, Calichurn, Humphrey, I should say. Then McInerney, Bowen, Rands, Hathaway, Mitchell, Jakins, Leaf, Hull, Stewart and Bourne. The entire field, and still Robinson has not found a gap as Joe Cheek switches back to the outside and back down the inside does go Leo Robinson, but he just hasn't got the waft out of the corner. Keep an eye on Luke Bate because he has got the waft out of the corner and was looking to the inside of the Terry Fullerton S's, but he couldn't quite do it. Now Frosty's coming into play. Not going to go for the move. Sticks behind. Thinks against it as Yihan Calichurn doesn't think against it, and he does go down the inside.
Exactly, again. Yeah, and Yihan Calichurn now going for second move at Luke Bate as well. Great opportunism there from Yihan Calichurn. Here comes Leon Frost, and Leon Frost said he was going to try and win. Even though with the championship in the bag, he was still going to go out there and go for it, which he's doing, but he comes home in 6th position. Tyler Harris takes the first win of the day in Junior TKM. Alfie Garford 2nd, Cheek 3rd, Robinson 4th, Bate 5th, Frost 6th, Calichurn. Humphrey, change of order there, sorry. Robinson 4th, Calichurn 5th, Bate 6th, Frost 7th, Humphrey in 8th, McInerney in 9th, and Ollie Rands rounding out the top 10.
These first heats have been a bit much.
Well, yeah. The TKM drivers in particular, they don't race here as often as the other classes.
Yeah.
So, they're whereas the other classes, they know how a longer race is going to unfold, for example. And so they sort of plan things accordingly. The TKM drivers are just taking it, one race at a time. It's like, oh, great, I can slipstream here, I can overtake here. Oh, I know there's 8 minutes to go. It doesn't matter because I can slipstream here and I can overtake there. And so on and so on and so forth.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yes. Now, you mentioned about Luke Bates. We got the next race coming up very, very soon, I believe. It will be TKM Extreme Heat 1. And that will be the next race. We've got a couple of minutes to go. Now, you mentioned about I'm going to allow self-indulgent moment here. I want to congratulate my son for making the Welsh national basketball under-15 squad this week. Talking about Luke Bates, how different he was after winning that race, and then he after winning the final yesterday, and then driving the way differently this morning. Same with young Henry there after getting picked on Thursday for Wales. He played his club side on Friday and dominated. Different player. It's not just across motorsport; it's across all sports. Young sportsmen and women, when they get that big boost, then it changes them as an athlete. Monty Gorringe is chiming in. Good at Sam Johns representing Landau Kart Club. That is correct, Monty Gorringe. Interesting fact that you don't care about. I sold Monty Gorringe one of my old race karts when he started racing back in day.
Interesting.
Yes.
Interesting. You're right, I didn't care. There's Aaron Lask. He's running with the Rob Saw Racing team. Nice shot there, nice iridium visor. Engines firing up, but I don't think they're heading out just yet. He's got Kean Bennett just behind, another RSR driver as well. Great showing from the Rob Saw Racing team. Of course, they've done fairly well across these their first year of racing, I have to say.
Not the first year of racing.
Well, no, first year of the British champs. Yes. Obviously the racing. Many
Interesting fact. Go on. Michael Cornell, podium at the very, very first round of the British Championships, the modern era, here, March 2019. Hasn't had a podium since.
Hasn't had a podium since. Maybe that can change.
There we go.
Ben Watson there, Class and Motorsport. Lowers the visors, cool, calm, collected. No
Yes.
issues there. Running on the ARC chassis. Megan Lawson just behind. Class and Motorsport gives us a wave. Megan running 36, also on the ARC chassis there. And then Archie Strong as well, the number 60. Privateer driver starting on that 8th row. You can see head down, looking good. We're going to stop waffling. We're going to go to a sting, and then we're going to do the grid for TKM Extreme.
I was quiet. Here we go then, the full starting lineup for race 22, Heat 1 for TKM Extreme. Pole position will be your 2022 champion-elect, Chris Whitten. Jack Saunders starts alongside on row number 1. Charlie King and Harvey Roth go from row number 2.
Aaron Lask and Lee Whittingham, they go from row 3. Cian Bennett and Isaac Marsh go from row 4.
Michael Cornell and Spencer Lane start on row number 5. Ben Watson and Sam Johns on row 6.
Megan Lawson and Ashton Cox go from row 7. Archie Strong and Kai Springfield go from row 8.
16 drivers. Not sure if Kai Springfield is out.
Doesn't look like he has.
He had an issue yesterday, didn't go up to the final. So, in this class, ladies and gentlemen, and this is something that everybody watching the TKM Extreme, keep up to date there. So, 15 of these drivers have scored a top 10 finish in the final this year. One of them, Megan Lawson, number 36 for the Class and Motorsport team, hasn't. If Megan Lawson makes it into the top 10 in the final this afternoon, then every single driver in the class would have scored at least one top 10 finish in a final over the course of the season, and that would be magnificent.
Did you work that out all by yourself?
Well, my statistical knowledge and research.
Very good.
Endless hours of research because I haven't got any friends.
Haven't got anything else better to do when you're at home.
No. Right, here we go. Chris Whitten, driver number 5, is going to swap the number 5 for a number 1 plate next year. Lights are out, we're off and racing. Whitten doesn't get a great start. It's Jack Saunders round the outside to take the lead going into turn number 1. Everybody else under the bridge and out onto the banking cleanly.
Yep, good start then from the entire grid now as everyone dives back to the inside there. Everyone through, you can just see everyone just giving each other nice racing room, which is good to see. No one really bashing side pods, everyone just finding that piece of tarmac to themselves and keeping it.
When you say racing room, you said they were giving themselves about 2.5 inches either side of the side pods.
That's more than enough racing room. 93 running slightly wide there, Aaron Lask.
Yes, Aaron Lask not being given quite as much racing room as he'd like there from Lee Whittingham as they come to the Fullerton S's.
So, like we were saying, Chris Whitten, obviously in this championship, he's a championship champion-elect.
Yes.
He's dominated this one.
He can't get excluded from the day.
No.
Disqualification would mess things up significantly for him.
He's all good. The only other seeded driver, other than Chris Whitten, in the top 10 of the standings at the moment is Spencer Lane, the number 7 seed. So everyone else in that top 10, all in a chance of changing their numbers this weekend.
Sam Johns is second at 577 points. Aaron Lask, 569. Jack Saunders, 558. Harvey Roth and Charlie King and Spencer Lane tied with 548. That's 5th, 6th and 7th. Lee Whittingham, 8th, 541. So, Sam Johns is defending a 9-point advantage over Aaron Lask, an 8-point advantage rather over Aaron Lask for P2 in the championship. And I saw Sam's mum yesterday. I haven't seen Sam's mum for a while. So the whole fam from Cardiff are out in force this weekend cheering on Sam.
Jack Saunders there still leading the way from Whitten. Harvey Roth there, who took his first final win at Wilton Mill.
Yes,
well. It was
first final win of the season.
Final win of the season, yes.
Second final win in total. He won at Wilton Mill last year.
He did, yeah. So he seems to like Wilton.
If every single round of the British Championship were at Wilton Mill, Harvey Roth would be a champion.
Wilton Mill Kart Club, available. They don't run TKM, though.
Ooh, let's have a little look. There was a very, very tense moment there. You've got Saunders and Whitten, 2 privateer drivers, but Talco supported drivers, and then you've got 2 drivers from the Tim Wilson Motorsport team, Roth and King, hot on their heels.
So I did see earlier on, it did look like Jack Saunders did point to the inside to Witten, just say, you go for it. Mate, go down the inside.
I mean, Jack Saunders, yes, he led the first half of the final, but then fell back, had a few issues and fell back. But he said, look, we should be there or thereabouts again today. Saw him last night, and yeah, should be there or thereabouts. Chris Witten and his family were having a celebratory meal. I think Mr. Witten Sr. was having maybe a celebratory sangria or 7. Chris wasn't, and Chris is focused, ready to go. Chris builds his own engine. So we asked the question yesterday, who was the last driver before Chris Witten? Here we go. I know the answer because I checked this morning, and I was right with my my summation. Chris Witten built his own engines, and he's a British champion. Before Chris Witten, who was the last driver to win a British championship building their own engines? Answers in the live chat now. You've got 4 minutes, 20 seconds plus a lap to get your answers in.
Or you could watch the Paddock show, and the answer's in there.
No, get my guess is in there, which turns out to be correct. But
meaning that the answer is in the Paddock show. Which isn't online, though, so you can't watch it. So lunch break.
There we are. Okay.
Before the lunch
guessing.
break.
The last driver to win a British championship whilst building their own engines, any class, answers in the live chat.
I know the answer. 3 minutes to go, or 4 minutes to go, I should say. They go across the line, and it's still Saunders who leads from Witten. Still there in P2. Roth still holding on to third. And I have to say, Aaron Lask in that 93 closing in on this top 4 as Roth goes to the inside of Witten. Witten doesn't fight it and just says, yep, off you go.
No need to just yet.
Just out for a nice
Sunday afternoon, Sunday morning drive in the countryside.
Exactly.
Yes, with 15 of my friends.
Yes. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's almost poetic.
It is.
Sam Johns is next in line after the top 5, closing in the number 27, and he has got Lee Whittingham, Isaac Marsh, or as he's also known, Gus Lawrence's stunt double, Isaac Marsh, Cian Bennett, Spencer Lane, Ben Watson, Archie Strong, Ashton Cox, Michael Cornell and Megan Lawson. Hope that Archie Strong's dad Chris is okay. A little bit unwell in the paddock yesterday, but he's all right now. I'm sure he's fine.
Yes, indeed.
Now, 2.5 minutes to go. Saunders didn't defend there, but sort of jinked across, and now he's going to get snookered. A 3-wide move, and that's Charlie King up the inside. Aaron Lask goes from 5th to 2nd in the space of 1 corner. Oh, this is going to be close. Now it's going to be game on, and you can see behind this lead group, Johns in the 27, Whittingham in the 34, Marsh in the 40, Bennett in the 44, Spencer Lane in the 7. They're all closing in, as is Watson in the 95. Cox, in fact, look at that. At the moment, 4 seconds separates all 15 drivers in this class. 2 minutes to go.
Yes, indeed. This is certainly heating up to be a good day of racing in TKM Extreme as Saunders back down the inside of Roth. Roth now falling down the order as Sam Johns comes through as well. So Johns trying to get the move done. Roth fights against it, but everyone's slotting back into position. Less than 2 minutes to go. Clear breakaway now for the top 3 as they go across the line. It is Charlie King who leads from Aaron Lask. Chris Witten there in P3, and Chris has kind of just held on to P3 for the time being in this race. He's just saying, I'll slot into P3. It's all good. It's all fine. Don't worry about it.
Contact there. That was the number 40 of Marsh getting into the side of number 34 Whittingham as they go on the banking. Whittingham getting sideways. That slows Lee Whittingham down. He shakes his head. And loses a bit of ground there to the 2 Tim Wilson Motorsport karts directly in front of him. They are Harvey Roth and Sam Johns. Now, there's a move at the front of the field. That is Charlie King passing Aaron Lask. Aaron Lask fighting back. They're having a little conversation with each other, saying, no, I'll go in front. You follow me. Witten in 3rd place, thinking to himself, well, you just carry on, gentlemen. I don't care. I'm the champion.
Yeah.
That's pretty much the gist of what Chris Witten is saying.
Yeah. I mean, even you can't see his face, but I can see his face underneath. It's just stone cold. Just
I don't care.
I don't care.
No, carry on. It's great. I'll watch.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll watch. Saunders in 4th place. Then a gap back to Roth, Johns and Whittingham. 30 seconds to go. What will Charlie King do here? The answer is up the inside, and Lask tries the crossover move, but King stays on the inside. Witten has a little look, then backs out of it, and that is And that is the difficult thing that Chris Whitten has to deal with today. That urge to go for a gap, he has to temper it.
Yeah.
So he had to back out there because that move, it might have worked, but it might have resulted in an accident and a penalty. So Whitten just backed out of it.
Yeah, Saunders with the advantage there, goes down the outside through hairpin 1 and gets the switch back and moves up into P3. So Whitten down into P4 now and has dropped back from these top 3, thinking, you know what, I'm just gonna see what happens here. As Charlie King goes very defensive there from Aaron Lask. Lask wanting to go for that move, and Saunders now getting involved. I say Roth is back in here now. Look at that, it's gone from the group of 3, the entire grid's back to play.
We're nearly everybody. Isaac Marsh has had a spin on this lap and has dropped to the back of the field. But here we go, 14 drivers all in a line, battling for the Heat win. Heat, not final. It looks like a final, but it's still just a Heat win. Up for grabs. Oh, there's Whitten again, 2 wheels to the grass, trying to avoid Jack Saunders, and it's Lask, Saunders, and that's Whitten spinning sideways. Oh, so champion-elect out of contention. Here comes Saunders and Lask. Saunders gets a great undercut to take the lead. Here's King in 3rd position in the red and white race suit for the Tim Wilson Motorsport team, and he's going to get a crossover move there on Aaron Lask for 2nd place. Saunders has the race lead, touching sides there, and King has it.
His nose cone's very wobbly there, I won't lie, for Charlie King, so that's not going to look good at the end of this race as he goes through. Bit of debris flicking up there from underneath there as well, and I think his rear bumpers come off. That's what that debris was. So his front bumpers come off, and now his rear bumpers come off for Charlie King.
Yes,
this is a nightmare for him.
The structure has collapsed on the rear bumper. So Saunders takes the win. King 2nd. Spencer Lane in 3rd, Lee Whittaker in 4th place, Aaron Lask is 5th, Sam John 6th, then Ben Watson, Cian Bennett, Archie Strong, Ashton Cox, your top 10, Michael Cornell, Harvey Roth. I don't know what happened to Harvey there. He got involved with that thing with Christopher Whitten, Megan Lawson, Chris Whitten, Isaac Marsh. Now, on the live chat, let's have a look there. Did someone asked Mark Litchfield? No. Biff Harris. No. The answer, the last driver before Chris Whitten to win a British title, building his own...
Save it for the lunch, just before the lunch break.
Save it for just before the lunch break. Okay, fair enough.
Let some more people have a guess.
Okay.
Question that I've got, though. Charlie King in that one. Looks like a nose cone.
Yes.
Rear bumper.
Yes.
Is that 1 penalty or is it 2?
Well, a nose cone is a 5-second penalty automatically.
Yeah.
A broken rear bumper, as Alfie Garford discovered yesterday, is a non-compliance. Even though there was no time to give Charlie King the technical flag, he is entering Parc Fermé with a kart that does not conform to the regulations. So that would be a disqualification. But yeah, I believe, yes. So a broken rear bumper. Normally, that would give him a technical flag.
Right.
It is something. It's like if on the last lap, if your chain guard flies off.
Yeah.
Your kart comes into post-race scrutineering in a non-compliant form.
Right. Okay, I see. Well, TKM Extreme, their first heat is done and dusted. And again, like we saw yesterday, the entire grid there for a brief moment when they crossed the line on the penultimate lap was separated by less than a second.
Yes, the top 13 finishers separated by 3.6 seconds. Excitement guaranteed. That concludes the... No, it doesn't. It almost concludes the first round of heat racing today, but we have one more heat to go. It's actually the first time we'll see them today, but it's the second heat for them, and it's our Bambinos.
They'll be coming up in a little bit.
A little bit,
we haven't got the grid yet for that one, Henry.
Okay, well, I'm
Jump in the gun.
Well, we haven't mentioned the Bambinos today, and I thought we want to mention them so they don't get upset.
Speaking of mentioning someone, tan trousers, blue trainers, it's Dan Ashton walking on the grid.
Yes. There he is. Good combination, good trouser trainer combination for one of our clerks of the course, Dan Ashton. Bambinos, though, this is the 4th and final round of their championship. As you can see, overcast, blustery skies, but no rain forecast, and that is a good thing, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, because obviously we weren't live yesterday, but but it did hammer it down midway through a race, didn't it? And well, it was suboptimal, I think, is the correct way of putting that rain that hit.
The Bambinos had a heat race yesterday. The championship, Riley Murrow leads the championship with 387 points. Chester Fawkes is second with 360, but on dropped scores, Fawkes is closer. On dropped scores, Fawkes is just 15 points behind. It's going to be tough for him to overcome that gap. Austin Oman, Ethan McLennan. You've done a piece of paper there, Anthony, with some scribbling on it. Well done.
I have, yeah. I mean, that's scribbled out. But this is a piece of paper from Ian Rogers from Motorsport Timing, who gave me a results page with the drop scores. Anyway, grids are ready. Next race coming up is Bambinos.
Yes.
Yes, indeed. Race 23, Heat 2. Bambinos are taken to the circuit. Not many of them, but we'll go through the grid. It's Chester Fawkes and Riley Murrow who go from row 1. It's Austin Oman and Ethan McClelland who go from row 2.
The second half of the grid. Cole Teal, Charlie Page, Harper Das, Daniel Ferguson. 8 drivers, the smallest, the slowest. So we'll play the game. How many of them are? Hang on a second. Have we got all 8 on the circuit?
I'm going to refresh my page. Oh, I don't think Harper Das has left the pit lane.
Yes, he has.
Has he?
Yes. I can see him.
Well, he's not hit a timing beam yet.
Well, he has. Well, he may not have hit them, but he's out there. Maybe a transponder issue for Harper Das. But the number 95 is out there on the circuit.
Oh,
of
good.
That we can guarantee you.
Good.
Full complement. So, Anthony, the game, the Bambino game here at PFI. How many wide can we get them?
Oh, yes, we do like it. I mean, we've not got a big grid out there, so we can't say too many, but I'm going to say 3.
I'm saying 4. I'm going to say half the grid are going to be side by side at some point.
Okay.
That's my thing. There's 8 Bambino dads.
Yeah.
And
oh,
yes.
What I was really hoping,
Yes.
I'm glad Harper Das is out there, but
Yes.
obviously maybe that transponder issue. I was just really hoping his dad hadn't forgotten to put the tyres on the rims again like he did at Wilton Mill.
Oh, savage bird, Anthony Jordan. There we go. Well, let's have a little look. There is the number 38 Kart of Chester Fawkes. Chester won the opening round of the Bambino Championship at Warden Law. Riley Murrow has won the other 2 rounds we've had this year. And I can see there, talk about the families. There's a set of grandparents there, and I'm not sure which ones they are watching, keenly watching on. And I'm not sure who they're watching, but again, watching the youngest Bambinos in action. 1 light, 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights. Lights are out, we're off and racing.
Good start then from the entire grid. Like we were saying, your guess is 4 wide. Mine is 3 wide as they go through in towards turn 1. Great start from Chester Fawkes. Gets away well. Great start from the car in 3rd place. I believe that's Ethan McClelland who's got himself up. It is the number 23 up into 2nd and potentially up into 1st place. I think he has. No, up into P2. He's done that move nicely as they all file themselves through the bridge for the first time, back down the hill. Are they going to go 3, 4, 5 wide? Who knows? We'll find out. So far, it's 2 wide.
They're all behaving at the moment.
They are behaving.
They're all behaving. Into hairpin number 1. Now, last year, there was a kart in Bambinos that was the same sort of purpley coloured kart as we've got for the number 23 of Ethan McClelland. I'm going to have a little look there. Is it purple? Yes, it is. It does have a purple tinge to it, which is very, very distinctive. Especially with the sort of the deep orange sort of numbers the Bambinos use. We've got 5 karts trying to break away at the moment. Fawkes, Murrow, Omar, McClelland, and Teal, I believe. The 44 of Cole Teal, the back of this group. Then it's the number 33 of Charlie Page with Harper Das and Daniel Ferguson at the back. Now, with still only 1 ride, it is Riley Murrow who leads the end of lap number 1, being pushed along by the number 23 kart of Ethan McClelland. Fawkes is down to 3rd. Then it is Oman, and Teal the back of this group. So we're down to 4 at the front. So if I'm going to win my bet, all 4 of these need to go 4 abreast.
Yes, indeed.
Well, it shouldn't be too hard for them.
Well, we'll have to find out. I hope they go 3 wide. Here we go then. 8 minutes to go into the braking zone of hairpin number 1. Clear breakaway then for the top 2, Morrow and McClelland. They lose that gap into the braking zone as now Austin Oman in the number 7 has moved up into P3 and has latched onto the back. Of course, Riley Morrow leading the championship. Austin Oman, who's 3rd in the championship, 3rd on track, running the number 7, looking to change that 7 to potentially a number 3. Has he got the opportunity to change that to a number 4? He has indeed, because he's only 1 point behind second places Chester Forks in the point standings.
Into the Bobby Game corner we go on lap number 2. And still no change at the front. You can see the very similar livery graphics kits, the number 22 and number 23, Morrow and McClelland. McClelland, second place, had a 4th at Glenagorse, a runner-up finish at Wilton Mill. For Morrow, 2nd in the opening round at Warden Law, but since then he's been undefeated. He won at Glenagorse and won at Wilton Mill. The number 7 car, Austin Oman, 4th at Warden Law, 2nd at Glenagorse, and there's a move.
Yep.
Oman into P2.
Yeah, fastest up of the race on that last one as well.
Chester Forks, well, there's only 2 drivers in this class that have finished in the top 5 in all 3 finals of the year so far. One of them is Riley Morrow, and the other one is Chester Forks. Still, the top 4 nose to tail. Cole Teal runs 5th. He's now 2 and a bit seconds behind this group on your screen now. Then it is Charlie Page, Daniel Ferguson. Harper Das has just retired, I believe. I cannot see Harper Das.
No, Harper Das is there.
He is, but his transponder is not picking up. So there is a transponder issue for Harper Das. His transponder is picking up intermittently because he's only picked up one of the laps he's completed so far.
Sure they'll sort that one out. Ian Rogers, Chester Forks down the inside there into the exit of the Mike Litchell complex. The Mike Wilson complex, I should say, as they come through. And again, a bit of contact there between McClelland and Forks, but they jostled themselves back into position. I think that was just 2 karts fighting for the piece of the same track, and it didn't go too well. Battle here as Oman holding on to second place. Morrow holding on to the race lead. No drama between the 2 of them so far. Back down the hill, 5 minutes to go. There's stuff in this one, but
it's bubbling up nicely. They're waiting. They're waiting.
It is, yeah.
So Morrow and Oman are now breaking clear. Austin Oman didn't finish in the top 5 the last round at Wilton Mill and is currently 3rd in the championship. But Morrow, your champion-elect. Interesting that, Edward Haynes has moved, the 2020 Bambino champion has moved into Honda Cadet. Austin Newstead, last year's Bambino champion, is now in IAME Cadet. Which direction will Riley Morrow go? Here's a battle between Das in the number 95, Ferguson in the number 15, and Charlie Page in the number 33. You can see how far back they've fallen, but that doesn't matter. They're having just a good scrap amongst themselves. These young drivers, it's just a fact. Opportunities to hone their racecraft are key.
Yes, they learn a lot in these stages. I think it's more at this stages to get used to the sort of, just racing in general. Of course, it's a lot of these drivers' first year in a kart, and a lot of drivers, they do start in Bambino, some start in cadets and so on. I remember speaking to a lot of drivers, their first experience in a kart was on a driveway in a Bambino.
Yes,
or, or in an allotment park or something.
If you live in a little cul-de-sac, then right quick, look, just get up there, son, but avoid Mr. and Mrs. Jones's Volvo.
Something along those lines, yeah.
Yes.
Quick, before the neighbours wake up.
So, the battle between the 95 and... Oh, there's a little mistake. Oh, and a problem. And pulling off is the number 44 of Cole.
No, it's 15. It's Daniel Ferguson.
The Crocs chassis of Daniel Ferguson. I haven't really mentioned the different variety of equipment. Morrow and McClelland. They're both on Fullerton chassis, as is Chester Forks. Austin Oman is on a right, as is Harper Das, and the number 33 of Charlie Page is on a Project 1 chassis.
Yeah, Cole Teal and Austin Oman and Harper Das all on the right chassis. Chester Forks and Morrow on the Fullerton with McClelland.
And Ferguson was on a Croc. Well, it's an RCE, but it's a Croc branded kart. Ethan McClelland, a 5-second penalty in 4th position. So this is the battle for the race leader you're watching. The 22 of Morrow and the 7 of Oman. Here's the battle for 3rd place, which is now no longer a battle for 3rd place because Chester Forks has it in the bag because McClelland's been given a 5-second penalty.
I can only imagine that is for the start of the race, only because he did get a very good start.
Oh, okay. Yes.
I'm not sure, though.
Not sure. I mean, but yeah, that's a possibility.
It's a solid guess.
Morrow and Oman leading this one. So this is good news for Riley Morrow, because this is the 2nd heat for Bambinos. At the end of this race, championship points will be awarded. What happened in the race yesterday? Morrow won that as well. So this would be another maximum championship score for Riley Morrow. And yesterday's opening heat race, it was Morrow who won it from Teal in 2nd, Oman 3rd, Page 4th, Forks in 5th, Ferguson was 6th, McClelland retired in 7th, as did Harper Das, who finished in 8th position. So another maximum score for Riley Morrow. Only 8 of them. This could be the drive that effectively seals the British title for number 22, Riley Morrow. Austin Oman, who finished 7th in last year's Bambino standings, will chase him down and chase him hard. But with a minute to go, this could be Riley Morrow's crowning moment.
It could very well be. Looks over the shoulder. Still sees Oman there in 2nd place. He's not fallen back. They've super glued themselves to each other. And this last minute to go. And I have to say, a little mistake there from Morrow. And Oman's gone down the inside. He's going to have the momentum into the S's. And he does take the lead. Can Morrow fight back, though? Because he'll have the momentum out the corner now. He had the wider line. He tucks to the inside. And he does indeed. Retakes the lead back from Austin Oman, and Austin just slots back into 2nd place. Can he replicate that next time around? 20 seconds left on the board. They will, I think, just make it to the board. I'm not sure how long it takes these cars to get down the start-finish straight.
Not 20 seconds, Anthony. Come on. It was 15 seconds. Side by side. Oman's going to get a great run, but not quite enough. So now the clock strikes 0.
And unlike the other classes, the chance of a drag race to the checker flag is very high in this one. And we saw that last year as well, didn't we?
Yes, we did. So the driver that comes out of the last corner in front is not guaranteed to win the race by a long shot.
No, indeed. Timer strike 0. Last lap board will be out this time around. And still eyes on this one, as again, looking to the inside there was Austin Oman. Thinks against it, slots back, and now looks a little further down the inside, as again, slightly wide there for Morrow. Morrow holds on to it, though, covers that inside line as they go into the S's, and again, no chopping and changing thus far. Again, constantly looking over the shoulder there, and a constant reminder that Austin Oman is there. Just little love taps here, there, everywhere.
But you can see, because when the Bambinos sort of bump draft and slipstream with each other, you can see the driver's head sort of bouncing back and forth. You can tell when there's a slipstreaming going on. So last lap board out. Morrow to the inside. Oman to the outside. Oman, well, they crossed the line inches apart, even though they're on opposite sides of the circuit. The timing beam was about a fraction of a second. Now Morrow has to defend onto the banking. Here comes Oman. No, he does look to the inside, and Riley Morrow really is driving the middle of the track now to kind of cover off any potential move. Oman's going to try and get a run. He's got to dive at the inside. You Not quite sure who's ahead at this point because they're on opposite sides of the track. It's still Murrow. Oman's going to get a good run out of this corner, though.
It looked like Murrow carried quite a lot of speed through that corner there. You see, there wasn't much braking involved. It's more lean into it, turn, hope for the best.
Let the tyres scrub the speed off as they turn.
Yeah.
Now Oman has got a couple of corners left. He looks to the inside, swings out wide, going into Fullerton S's. He's going to get a good run onto the back straight. Can he close in? No, because Murrow is just keeping his car in the middle of the circuit. Now Oman diving it to the inside, leaning into the corner. They both take a very, very wide line into the Mike Wilson complex. So, Anthony, drag race to the line. Who's going to get it?
We'll find out then as they exit out of the final corner now. And it's a good exit from Austin Oman, actually, and he's going to try and cover that off. Does Riley Murrow. Across the line they go. And it will be Riley Murrow who takes it this time around. That's only Heat 2, of course, but crucially, that potentially seals.
If you notice the way that Riley Murrow was celebrating that Heat win there, I think he realises that now that there is nothing that anyone can do because Chester Fawkes only finishes third.
Yeah.
And Ethan McClelland with a penalty is fourth. Cole Teal is next in fifth. Then Charlie Page and Harper Das. But I believe that, Riley Murrow, unofficially, you can call yourself the 2022 British Kart Championship Bambino champion.
Yes, indeed. And that'll be a lovely result for him. But, of course, that'll definitely be confirmed at the end of the final. Of course, everything we say in commentary is 100% provisional.
Absolutely provisional and should be ignored.
And should be ignored at all costs. Yes. There is a look at the pending Paul Klassen race results, of course, also provisional. Murrow taking the win on that one from Austin Oman. Chester Fawkes, Ethan McClelland, Cole Teal, Charlie Page, Harper Das, and Daniel Ferguson with a retirement after 5 laps.
So we're going to see the Bambinos in their final later on, but very shortly we're going to get underway with the second round of heat races. Just checking how long we got before the next one.
Actually, we have our lunch now.
We've got 34 minutes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, quiz show time.
Yes.
Anthony are pointing at me. The last driver to win the British Championship, building his own engines before Chris Whitton is, drum roll please, Scott Allen.
Yes, indeed.
2016 KZ2 British champion, built his own engines. Enjoy the paddock show, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you after this break. Viva Las Grantham. Woo!
Terrible.
Viva Las Grantham.
Terrible.
It doesn't quite have the same je ne sais quoi as Las Vegas, but that's because we're not in Vegas. We're not in the Sunset Strip. We're in the sunless strip of Lincolnshire.
We are.
Hello, welcome to the Paddock Show, event 11 of the 2022 Wera Tools British Kart Championship. It's PFI, it's round 6 of 7 for the IAMEs, it's the final weekend of the season.
And it's an Aaron Walker.
And I know, I was going to get to that point, Firstly, best crash helmet of the year, Aaron. Well done.
Oh, yeah, it's very good. I had it done for Vegas.
Really?
Couldn't tell. No, Grantham maybe, but... yeah, I had a crash last week, so I had to come back out of retirement.
Exactly, and again, you mentioned, there's been racing today. We've had a whole round of the championship today. We've had champions crowned, but not in senior X30. It's still wide open.
Yeah, it's still all to play for. I think there's still quite a few people in the championship that can still win it. So I think there's about 4 of us that are all quite close going into tomorrow, but I think it'll be pretty carnage tomorrow.
Excellent. So, you're going to roll the dice tomorrow and, see what happens, yeah?
Terrible.
Yeah, I'll try my best.
Excellent, excellent.
Aaron, there's a quick question that I do want to ask, and this was brought to us by Mr. Platten himself, about a certain race that you're potentially going to be doing next year involving Rye House and a 12-hour endurance race. Can you talk to us a little bit about that, please?
Yeah, so a few of us have agreed we're going to do a 12-hour endurance race in a pro kart at Rye House for a laugh and to see if we're actually good enough to win something like that.
Okay.
Just event.
Yeah, 12-hour pro kart race at Rye.
Don't knock pro karting, because pro karting's the dark art of... I was an excellent pro karter.
I've dab-handed a pro kart as well.
But yeah, it's a whole different set of skills, eh?
Yeah.
It'll be great. Yeah. Good luck tomorrow.
Yes.
Yeah, before you go on to pastures new, staying on 4 wheels, but putting a roof over your head?
Yeah, it gets a bit hotter in there than one of these, but yeah, it's a new adventure for me, so I'll enjoy it.
New adventure. Okay, thank you very much. There we go.
Excellent.
Aaron Walker, one of
Thank you,
4
Aaron.
or 5 drivers still capable of winning the senior X30 title.
Indeed, yeah, lots of action that's going to be coming up tomorrow. Well, I have to say, we've had lots of action today. We're on the wrong side, Henry. There we go. It feels like we're back to normal, aren't we?
It's been a while.
It's been a while, yeah.
With the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, we didn't do a paddock show at Kimbolton,
No,
obviously,
we didn't.
but things are back to normal now.
Yep.
And yeah. It's been a really exciting day today. We're going to try and take you through some of the racing. Should we just say that the finals, it's one of those days where the driver that necessarily crossed the line first doesn't always end up winning the #1 pot.
No, I think that's quite a good way of putting it.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so IAME Cadet, Kit Bolowski won that race when the checker flag went out.
From Lewis Islin in second.
Yes.
And Jesse Phillips in third.
Yes, but due to penalties, an OTY for Kit Bolowski in that race, overtaken under yellows, for anyone who doesn't know what OTY means, Jesse Phillips actually wins the race. So he goes through because it also got a nose cone.
OTY,
yes.
Over to you.
What?
Oh, OTY, over to you.
Oh, yeah, no, overtaken under yellows. Right, anyway, but...
I thought that was good,
Junior...
I thought that was...
It's terrible. Junior X30, Jack Nettleship.
Oh, yes.
It's been confirmed he has got a penalty. He won the race, but obviously it's seen working on the grid. But there's a debate over that one. It's a bit, But it's been confirmed he's not won that race, which is very, very unfortunate for Jack. Which means Rylan Eschberg won that race.
But Ryan Ashford got a penalty, and it was one of those
nose
where...
cones, yeah.
2 drivers went out on slicks, everyone else went out wet. So I quickly want to say to Sam Heading, now, at Wilton Mill last time, Sam, you got your first win. Now, I want to apologise first. The apology ship is stopping at the good captain, Mark Heading. Did you know that Sam's dad, Mark, is so poor, he's had to sell 5 of his own kidneys just to keep Sam on the grid, isn't he? 5 of his own kidneys and 26 of his own livers.
It's true, and he's had to sell everything we have at our home. He's had to remortgage everything, so
Yeah.
I'm just lucky to be here, to be honest.
Yeah, and eating cold baked bins out of a tin that the restaurant put in the bin.
Yeah, and they're not even Heinz either, they're Tesco's value, so...
Oh, you poor thing.
I know, I don't think we'll be here next year, to be honest, but, you know, just got to hope for a miracle.
Hope for a miracle, you know, and Mark, he's got to find another couple of kidneys to sell to keep this young man in racing, and Elizabeth Duke Jury, by the way.
Yeah, well, I'm going to have to sell this, so if anyone wants it, then just hit my Instagram up, @SamHeading, so just let me know.
Nice
There we
plug.
go.
Nice
There we go.
plug.
There we go.
Right. Anyway, thanks, Sam. Right. Anyway, back to the final results.
Sorry, I got carried away.
So we did Junior X30. That was confirmed. Senior X30. Lewis Mackey. He's back. He's back. Yeah, not an often appearance that we see him. He won the Senior X30 race. The celebrations in the paddock. I thought someone had won a championship from the Fusion team.
Popular driver.
Yeah.
Popular driver. We just see Jack Nettleship going that way.
Yes.
Should we?
Potentially. I mean, Jack Nettleship's a candidate, I think, just here. I think.
I know, it's obviously... Okay, so this is going to be...
It's a very...
Look, we don't want to... The paddock show is full of life and laughter. You know, you're absolutely gutted. First of all, though, you know, that young man who's walking this way is extremely drove extremely well, you know, and it's one of those things. The only good thing is that you've got tomorrow as well.
Yes, yeah, I think he showed he's got the pace today. There's some talent there.
So bring the talent in.
Bring talent.
Anthony, speak to the talent. Speak to the talent.
Jack, obviously, it was a great call by yourself, obviously, to go for the slick tyres. The track was still pretty soaking out there on the racing line, but it just didn't. Yeah, I mean, obviously, he's left you to it. Obviously, we probably can't talk too many details about the incident, but I mean, the race itself was fabulous.
Yeah, well, obviously I enjoyed it, but not the way it ended.
yeah.
It's one of those things. You know, we joke about. There's a mechanic there who's breaking his heart because, you know, of thinking. But the drivers, they work so hard, their mechanics, and you know, I bet there have been races this year where your man there has popped the setup on that's allowed you to drive far higher than you could have normally done. You know, it's all swings. It's all swings and roundabouts, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I don't know. It's a bit dodgy, that one. But
no, he's not.
He's on and off. He's on and off.
Just you know, hey.
Yeah, he's good. He's great. Yeah. Yeah, he's great. He's good enough. He'll do.
He'll do. Okay, there we go. And commiserations, Jack.
Right.
You know,
solid drive. Solid drive, though. Yeah. And you got tomorrow as well.
Yes. Unfortunately, I do have tomorrow.
Chin up.
It'll be all right.
It'll be all right.
It'll be all right. There we go.
Stiff upper lip.
At least I don't have to wait a week until I can get back into it. Usually I have a bad weekend, I have to think about it all week, but well, I can just get back in tomorrow, can't I?
That's the spirit. That's the spirit. Head into tomorrow with your head held high. Lovely. Cheers.
Okay,
Thank you very much,
go and
Jack.
get that man a beer.
Yes, yeah. Right, anyway.
Sorry.
Results. Every time I start fight, you spot someone and we have to talk about it.
Right. It's been a little while. I'm back into the...
Exactly. Right, Senior X30, Lewis Mackey, obviously, yes, I thought someone had won the championship because the Fusion team screamed and shouted that, you know, their driver had won a final. Absolutely fantastic. But, yes, non-compliance. Yes, tyre rotation. Incorrect. Basically, the tyre was on the rim the wrong way round. And
yeah, because there are little arrows on kart tyres. Yeah. And it was wet race as well.
Wet race.
And in the confusion, it often happens with wet tyres, just timing them on.
Put it on the wrong way round.
Even Fusion
can get it wrong.
Even Fusion can get it wrong.
Yeah.
So we're 3 races in, and the first 3 finals, the driver that crossed the line first ended up not winning.
Not winning. Harry Platten took the race win then in Senior X30. Now, Junior TKM, Alfie Garford. Now, that's still, I think that's still in discussion at the moment. He's in with the stewards at the moment, but I spoke to them before they went into the stewards. They're not even hopeful that it's going to come out of the way. I mean, the rear bumper was not attached when he crossed the line. He had a meatball flag, and I think he came into the pit lane, and it's looking like a non-compliance.
Well, I mean, dearie me.
So again,
4 out of 4.
4 out of 4.
So there's got to be one more race where the winner actually crossed the line first.
There is indeed. TKM Extreme, ladies and gentlemen, and it was Chris Whitten, who is now our 2022 Vera Tools British Kart champion. Provisionally, of course.
Provisionally.
He is our champion of 2022, and here is the awning.
Well, there's a set of legs there. I don't know if they're championship-winning legs. Oh no, they belong to Simon Harris. That's Tyler Harris's dad. Let's have a little look. So they're not quite championship-winning legs. Let's have a peek in to see if we can spot a provisional 2022 champion. See, aren't I nice, cameraman? Yeah. Anthony just walks in and leaves you. I hold the awarding roof open.
It doesn't matter, because I was too excited to chat to this man here, Chris Whitten. Obviously, we say everything's provisional, of course, but I'm sure you're going to be celebrating in here. Congratulations, our 2020 Vera Tools British Kart champion, TKM Extreme.
Thank you very much.
There you go. What a result. We saw the end of that race. You came across the line. And you didn't really celebrate at all. I was quite disappointed.
Well, yeah, it was all right, wasn't it?
It was all right, wasn't it?
If he did something silly and celebrates, I mean, look, he's a hard worker. Look at this poor mechanic. He doesn't want to accidentally bin the cart off celebrating and give his mechanic do. And this is Mr. Whitten. Mr. Whitten Senior. Now you can tell everybody how proud you are of your son.
Oh, brilliant, mate. But it's one of these things which you can never believe is going to happen. And it's happened, and... well done, Chris. We've done it as a team. We've done well.
Yeah,
thank you.
Not bad. And
thanks for the actual the series, because it has been good. It's been good. It's been hard. It's been difficult. But if you actually want to come and do a series, come and do it, because it's great fun.
Yeah.
Now, I think this was your 8th win in the modern era of the British Championship. That's only from 2019 onwards. You've had many more before that. And you did ask Anthony a question, and we can't think. So, the last driver to win a British Championship who builds their own engines.
Yes. I didn't even, I forgot about that, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, that's because
Did you find out?
No, I don't know.
You don't know? Henry, do you know?
Well, we were thinking about this. Scott Allen possibly in KZ2 back in the previous iteration of the British Championship. We don't say the S word. Won't. Possibly. But we haven't, we don't know. But I mean, that's... I come over here giving you all the credit. Oh, it must be the old man who does all the hard work. But no, he does it all himself. You understand? You're looking pretty. You understand? You're looking pretty.
Let him get on with it. Honestly, it's fantastic.
There's a gentleman in a black cap there that also does a bit of hard work as well, yes?
Not really. Oh, yes, of course.
Oh, no. But
no, the effort what he puts in is unbelievable, to be honest, in motorsport itself, because the engines, the finesse he does, the ability what he's got for them, well, it pays for itself, to be honest, There
we go. We're saying nice words about you here, and all you do. yeah.
All right, but he gets the bill later.
Yes, we'll see you at the bar, I think, later. No, Chris, obviously, tomorrow is another day. There's another set of heats and finals and everything. Yeah. Are you going to be taking part, or are you just going to sit back and relax, not to worry about it?
I think we'll have a go.
Yeah.
Get that 9th final win.
Yeah.
got to get closer to the maximum, haven't we?
Loving the confidence.
Here we go.
Excellent.
So not on my watch. Here we go. We got some.
I say I've
some
already
friendly competition. Is that right?
Friendly competition. I've already had a word with Charlie King here. I know it goes down. I'm coming down to your level here. But Charlie, and now I spoke to your dad, and your dad said things to me about earlier on today. You came in the morning, bit of a mood, and he was, "Oh, I want to go home." And then you go, "Well, where did you finish in the final?"
Third.
Oh, we've got a podium.
On one of Chris's engines as well.
On one of Chris's engines, there we go. nice little plug there.
That's
nice
him
little
angling
plug.
for a discount, I think.
So, yeah, basically. So, basically, the message here, listen to your dad more. Not in every instant.
I know more than him.
Excellent.
He usually just says, get on with it, so...
There you go.
Well, they're too right. Well, get on with it, man.
There you go. Your dad will like me for that. You don't like me for that one. Excellent.
Right.
Perfect.
I think. Well, we've had. I tell you what. Speaking to Jack Nettleship and his mechanic.
Yeah.
That's one end of the spectrum.
The
this is the happy awning at the moment. And congratulations. Right. Should we go and find some other drivers?
I think we're going to find some other drivers.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Chris. Congratulations. Well done. And
it's all right, I'll hold it up.
No, it's fine. I've got it.
No. You carry on. You carry on.
No, it's fine. I'll do my bit.
Who says chivalry's dead?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Let's have a look. Right.
That was nice.
It was really good. Now, we have got an O-plate kart. So an eventual winner.
Yes.
Harry Platten, the O-plate. So last weekend here, it was the IAME O-plate.
Yeah.
And Harry Platten won that event, so he's got the GP plate and the O-plate. But a little birdie tells me that this could be the final flight for Air Force One. Uh-oh, they've seen us coming. Uh-oh. No.
Oh, they're very much close to that. Go, Henry.
I'm gonna...
See if you can knock on the door and ask
BMR,
politely.
Don't lock us out. We're going to come and do a nice, funny interview with you. Hello? Oh, no. Oh, dear.
No.
Gone? Air Force One is obviously...
Air Force One has left the building.
Left the building, no,
right, well, that's a shame. Well, we'll catch up with him tomorrow.
I feel,
Sure, we'll catch up with him tomorrow. Anyway, who else we got? I mean, there's still, like we said, there's still championship up for grabs tomorrow. I think potentially that the junior
TKM is also pretty much done and dusted. I think Leon Frost.
Yeah, that's that way. Yeah, should we go that way?
Come on, Miss
We'll go this way.
We'll go this way.
Because we can't talk to one and not to the other that's potentially been done today.
I'm just looking at where junior TKM, the results on my mobile telephonic device. Luke Bate eventually. So I've got Alfie Garford disqualified. That's now official. Which he was almost expecting.
It was.
So Luke Bate, a new winner.
Yeah.
Luke Bate is with the RSR team, the Rob Saw Racing.
They're
back there.
Well, somewhere.
Let's go and find the Tim Wilson bunch, which are
all just
approaching now. To speak to, I think there might be a mathematical possibility that Leon couldn't win, but it's pretty much done and dusted, I think.
I think so as well.
I've seen his dad. This is his dad, so he is still in the building.
Yeah, good.
Guess what class that driver does, I wonder?
X30?
Really? Rotax? And there's I
wonder whose that car is.
That's Chris Whitton, possibly.
Personalised
obviously,
plates.
I mean, he said Charlie King's using one of his engines. He's obviously charging enough to have one of them. Woof. Very nice. Okay.
Excellent.
So there's music playing.
There is. There's life and activity.
Right. Okay. There's people waving wine glasses. Let's come in. Hang on a second. Where is Mr. Frost? I have found a junior TKM driver wearing a put the hat on. Oh, hang on. No, top left. There we go. Top left, not that left, the other left. Right, Mr. Frost. How close are we to the championship? Do you think? Very. Yeah. Okay, we don't want to jinx it. Obviously you're going out racing tomorrow, but it should be just a nice gentle cruise to the title.
It should be, but I'm still going to try and get the win.
Still going to try and get the win. Look at this. Everyone's like, the whole Tim Wilson Motorsport collective
have
gathered round. Well, first of all, Tim Wilson collective, what do we we've got 4 drivers here, but first of all, what do you think the job this young man has done this year? Yeah. Wicked awesome. There's a biased dad there as well.
Yeah.
But again, it's been last year 7th. I think you started off this year, what, 3 straight wins?
Yeah, 3 straight wins, and then
it's not bad going, is it?
That's the way you're doing it. You know, get out there, get the points in the bag early, and everyone else play catch up.
Yeah, I mean, they had the pressure, I didn't, so.
I know. What have we thought? Who we got? We got teammates. Oh, hello. There's a. Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
It's going all right, yeah.
Who are you?
I'm Joe Booth.
You're who?
Joe Booth.
Joe Booth. Oh, I didn't recognise you in the house. How's it going?
It's going all right, yeah.
Oh, good. Happy days. Yeah. What you got to say about your man here?
He's doing very well, isn't he?
He's not doing too bad.
Pretty good.
What are you looking at on there?
Just
probably shouldn't tell me, should you?
No.
No. There we go. Cameraman, move swiftly on. Teenagers and their phone. Right, tell you what, you come with us, and tell you what, you take my microphone, because I've done enough talking, and you take Anthony around your gaff. This is your manor, this is. Take him round the manor.
I think we'd like to. I mean, there's a driver here, firstly, that I would like to shout to. Now, Harvey off. Now, Harvey, you had a fabulous weekend, of course, at Wilton Mill as well. You came across with your first championship win, of course, in the final, so congratulations with that one. Now, one thing that I want to bring up with you today. Now, earlier on, we were speaking to myself and Alice Cresswell, and we were talking about, you know, last year and the disaster with Cresswell and his engine seizing, and you were making laughs and jokes about this.
Yeah.
What did you then proceed to do a few moments later?
Blew up my second motor of the weekend.
Excellent. And you blew up the first one earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you blew 2 engines.
Unfortunately, yeah.
But they were all rebuilt, and you went out and you were all good, and you're still racing now.
And then crashed in the final, but.
So suboptimal then,
Karma.
Karma hit you hard on that one. So have you said nice things about Mr. Cresswell now, and tomorrow's going to be a better day?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Exactly.
Hoping for good karma tomorrow.
Excellent, that's what we want. Leon, would you like to interview someone?
Joey.
Joey? Interview Joey, get him in there. Show me. Who we have? Joey?
We have Joe Taylor.
Okay, go on, are you going to do the interview, or...?
Are you happy, Joe?
Yeah, I am happy after you pulled your finger out.
Excellent. Anything else you want to add to that?
Have a party tonight?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so pull your finger out, have a party, and I don't like where this is going, but anyway, tomorrow's going to be a better day, I think?
Yeah, well, the hard bit's done now.
Yeah.
We've pretty much sealed it, so we just need to go out and enjoy himself tomorrow.
Excellent. Well, it looks like he's enjoying himself now. He's got a nice cheesy grin on his face. But, yeah, no, I think brilliant. Oh, look, is that a preemptive number one on the car? But crucially, it's not stuck down yet. So there we go. They've not done it just yet. So there we go. Still some work to do there. But, no. I think, oh no, there we go, it's fine, it's not falling off. Perfect, but yeah, no, I think you're looking forward to tomorrow, and potentially, yeah, that could be on there for good, or for a year.
For a year.
For a year, yeah, that's what we want to see though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Brilliant stuff, brilliant. Right, Heza, shall we...
Thank you, Tim Wilson Collective.
Thank you very much,
right.
Thank you.
Have a good day tomorrow.
Thank you. Right, enjoy. Mr. Cresswell.
Right, let's have a look. Where else can we go? Let's go this way.
I think, yeah, we'll head back this way because I think there's some more.
Yes, there's more people down here.
There's more people down here. Obviously, there's.
Well, that was nice. It's a nice end-of-term feeling. Obviously, they're happy that they won a title.
Yeah.
But you know, fingers crossed. But I mean, yeah, it's a nice, friendly atmosphere. Yeah, a real. Obviously, the last round, you know, that Gimbolton was a very sombre.
Yes.
Sombre round. So this and today, you know, we were both saying, oh, it feels a bit flat this morning. It really livened up, and again, it's a nice Saturday evening, you know, feeling. The sun has finally come out, and yeah, it's been good. Now we've got Junior X30. We thought that Gabriel Stilp had pretty much sewn that one up.
We thought so.
Well, it appears maybe not. Oh, hello. We've got a.
It's a very low plane.
Well, I mean, it's a Royal Air Force plane. You see the satellite on the top.
UAV. I know what that is. It's called a Sea-Whiz. That's what it's called.
It's called a Sea-Whiz. It's not in the sea. It's in the sky.
No,
it's not in the sea.
Completely
it's in the sky.
A Sea-Whiz is something completely different. It's a plane.
It's a plane.
It's got engines.
In the sky,
anyway,
not the sea.
Kart paddock. Let's deal with that.
Well, it's still.
And I actually think that's a US Air Force plane.
A US Air Force. Okay.
There we go.
But a UAV, apparently.
Well, it's not a UAV because that's an unmanned aerial vehicle. That's definitely not unmanned. But anyway, karting. We're going completely off topic here.
Well, no, but it's interesting. I mean, this is Lincolnshire. There's 1,000,001 air base here. That's
I'll
very
have
nice.
to Google what that is. I think I
that's
know what
very
it is.
good.
Right, where's Gabriel
Yes,
still?
They are all in the
He's where?
pub.
He's at the bar, I think.
They're all in the bar.
He's at the bar?
They're all in the bar. I mean, but... yeah, so there's no drivers in here. Here's... now, we could be a couple of drivers down in TKM.
Hopefully the stewards don't see this paddock show.
How many idiots does it take to ride a scooter? 3!
How many idiots does it take to get a penalty for not even racing?
Here's premium karting.
Oh, now...
No, let's have a little look. The X30 results. So senior X30, the premium karting team, not a great day. Louis Johnson Cool was 7th. Sam Shaw retired. So Oscar Joyce finished in 9th place today. So not a good...
So we don't have Oscar Joyce.
Really?
No, he's gone home already.
Oh,
I wanted to chat to Oscar only because I'm pretty sure.
After finishing 9th.
Yeah.
After finishing inside the top 10 and selling NFTs. Okay. Fair enough.
There we go. But tyre duty on for. This is never a good sign. Josh Agenbar's car is on the jig.
Josh Agenbar in junior X30 finished.
In the tyre wall, it's on the jig. I mean.
Yes, I was about to say.
Yeah.
Just getting it back to normal. Reset for tomorrow, and you know what Josh has done today. I think he's given a good account of himself, but hopefully he gets a fairer go at it tomorrow. So yeah.
Hopefully so. And I mean, what you're seeing here, obviously now is. Even though they've got big metal bars and everything like that, it's actually quite delicate work that they're doing. They're just basically trying to move the chassis like millimetres to get it back in alignment, and that's, you can see everything here now with all the straightening tools to make sure it's all level, all smooth and all nice. Obviously, if it's a bit of out of alignment, I can imagine it's quite a different story out the track, isn't it?
Yes, there's Dan Holland Racing. Now, again, it's Dan Holland Racing bringing the standard karting ordering back, not the super deluxe 26-mile long effort. Junior X30, after all was said and done, Macaulay Bishop 4th, Cian Geraghty 8th, and I'm looking at Cameron Pratt Thompson 11th. So not wonderful there. And in the senior X30 final, but Thomas Fleming was 2nd.
Right.
Oh, no, Thomas Fleming. What a day.
What a day.
What a day. But his last day.
His last day as well? Well, his last day tomorrow.
One day.
Yes, yeah. Again, sorry, on the wrong side. Another driver who is, from the senior class, thinking they're not going to progress anywhere further from this one. They're just going to hang up the hat and think, that's me karting for now. So, which is a huge shame to see, of course.
One thing is, I mean, in every season of karting, there's always a changing of the guard. Drivers always move on. However, this year, we've got a starring paddock show pooch. Oh, it's a Spaniel. Oh, it's a Spaniel, right, OK. I'm going to abandon all sense of professionalism that I've never had anyway. Well, who is this? Oh, wow, look at those ears. So, first of all, Luke. Congratulations, junior TKM winner. Right, I tell you what, you talk to Anthony. I'm going to go and fuss the dog because I'm the Spaniel.
Well, yeah, congratulations. Obviously, one on a... Not on track, but yeah, one on paper, but still a fantastic drive from yourself.
Yeah, great result. We've had the pace all weekend. We took pole in time quali and just pushed Alfie away in the final and managed to get the win.
A long time coming, and I'm sure you were quite happy when you crossed the line. You're obviously P2 at that point, but I'm thinking you knew that it was coming your way. But no, I mean, PFI is always one of those circuits that you can get a nice race win at, isn't it? It's one of the circuits I think everyone wants to win a race at as well.
Yeah, totally, and we just pushed him away and managed to get it, but it was a bit of a struggle because this is my first time here racing. I've had a few bit of test days here, and this is first British Champs year, so it's great to win.
Yeah, definitely so. A fabulous achievement for yourself. You've got a whole day tomorrow. Do you think you're going to go away with another win, maybe?
Yeah, hopefully. We'll see how the day goes.
Oh, brilliant stuff. Well, I'm very sorry about Henry. He's kind of stolen your dog at the moment.
Oh, no, this is Poppy. This is our latest contender for Paddock Show Pooch of the Year. This is their observation now. I think I've hit the sweet spot here, Poppy. Oh, there we go. That's good. Now, Poppy, do you want to tell us a little bit about what you like about racing? I like the junior TKMs best. They've got a lot of smoke, but most of all, I like chasing tennis balls and sniffing other dog bums. I love it.
Officially lost your mind, Henry.
It's a Spaniard. Look at those ears. Sorry.
But yeah,
latest nomination for Paddock Show Pooch of the Year. We're going to do that at the end of the year.
Yes.
All the Paddock Show Pooch
Thank you very much, Luke.
Oh yeah, by the way, Luke, great win today. The British Championship.
Yeah, great win. Yeah,
no, sorry.
Cool, perfect. You I question you sometimes. They question you sometimes. Right, Fusion. Now, obviously, this is where Lewis Mackie won on track, but yeah, tyre rotation. I'd like to know who was responsible for this tyre rotation issue.
There is an issue. So, one of the Fusion mechanics will go and turn the music down
a bit.
First of all, a big thing for Alex T. Kip Malowski's mechanic. I know that there's been a problem, but this man here is running the London Marathon next week for charity, I believe. For charity, London Marathon next week. So we're going to think, right. Hang on a sec. We're going to turn the tune down a sec because there has been a crime committed, ladies and gentlemen. There's been. Alex, turn. Right, there's been a crime, ladies and gentlemen.
There has.
First of all, Alex can come in. There has been a crime committed. A crime against motor vehicles.
Oh, there certainly has.
Yeah. Now, where's Laith Khan's mechanic? Oh dear. So, those of you who are familiar with the British Park, there is a car.
Oh, yes.
It's a Mercedes.
It's purple.
And somebody has decided that instead of just keeping it the normal sort of factory colour,
yes,
they have put a purple vinyl. It looks like my nan's curtains from about 1984.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got to say, what are we thinking of the wrap? I mean, let's do it. So this come stand up, young man. Now, all those in favour of the matte vinyl purple wrap on man's Mercedes whip, say yay. All those in favour? All those who think it needs to be taken out, he needs to be taken out and give him a slap, say yay. Oh dear.
There we go. Oh my God. Oh,
sorry. There we go. I hope that you can prep a kart better than you can pick your colours on your vehicle, right? There we go.
I'll do my best.
Right, there we go. I think that was there we go.
I think subtle, Henry.
Not everything in Fusion works well and is great. Thank you. Cheers,
there we go. Brilliant. Lovely.
Right, there we go. I would say, however, in the man's defence, he hasn't gone full Lextan sunbed like and walking up the stairs. There we go. Yeah.
Questionable.
Everything in here is teeth and tans, and that's not just the mums either. There we go.
Right, anyway. But yeah, Fusion, ups and downs again. Like we say, Lewis Mackie won it on track. Unfortunately, non-compliance. He did not win that race. But Henry, we've had fun on this one. You've gone off the... You've missed these, haven't you?
Well, okay, look, we try and bring you the colourful side of the paddock. We try and bring you the action, the drama, the suspense. Obviously, behind the scenes, there are things that go on, and just sometimes when you can't do that, obviously we presented Kim Bolton and PF last weekend. It was different, and it was just. But yeah, this is a chance to show that karting is fun. It's supposed to be fun.
It is.
Above all else, there's things going on, in the paddock that, it's a fun family sport. We try and bring you that. It's not always, to everyone's taste, but come tomorrow, come the racing, Alpha Live, we will be bringing you all the heats, all the finals, the drama, the excitement, the championship decider for IAME Cadet. We'll do that straight down the middle. But yeah, it's fun. We're so lucky to be in this sport. Yeah, let's have a laugh at some of the personalities.
Yes,
unless you've got a purple Mercedes.
Interesting. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you are watching this on Saturday night, good night for now. We'll see you tomorrow morning. But if you are watching during the lunch break, stay tuned because there's more racing coming up next.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed the paddock show, and no dogs were harmed in the making of that film. And Anthony, you have finally done your research. What was that plane that we saw? You called it a Sea Whiz, but it was definitely
completely the wrong
nowhere
thing.
Near the sea. It was definitely in the sky. I know that much. tell us what it was.
It's an AWAC.
An AWAC?
Yes. But your man on the start gantry is your help for that, Ryan, on the start gantry. He did say what that was because I got it completely wrong.
What's an AWAC?
It's an excellent question.
Well, it's an airplane. I know it's an airplane.
It's an airplane with a big radar, right? Basically, it's a big radar plane.
A radar plane.
Yeah.
There we go. That's the technical term for it. It's a radar plane. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We have the second round of heat races and, of course, the finals to go this afternoon. The first race will be race 24, heat 2 for the Honda Academy O plate. That will be starting very, very soon.
Will be indeed.
Okay. I've got my other wife is on the live chat saying good morning from Royal Oak, Michigan.
What do you mean? I'm right here.
No, my other wife.
No, I'm right here.
No, but you're my wife, my karting wife. My other wife is saying hello. Dearly me.
Outrageous.
He's not happy with being the other wife. He now wants to be the main wife, ladies and gentlemen. Dearly me, Anthony.
No one wants to be the main one.
Well, someone drew the short straw.
Sorry, Noel.
Okay, but yeah, yes. Moving swiftly on. Now, Riley Murrow, his recent win in the second Bambino Heat. So this is something that has happened that has never happened before in the modern era of the British Championship. That Riley Murrow now, with dropped scores, so the Bambinos, they have 4 rounds, 8 scoring opportunities. Riley Murrow now has the perfect championship score, 410 points. He's dropping 1 second place. No matter what happens in the final, he has the perfect championship score. But here we go, race number 24. It's on the track now.
Yes, indeed. Race 24, Heat 2 for Honda Academy. O-Plate is on the track, and it's Kenzo Craigie and Charlie King who's going to be starting on the front row. Max Gilman and Charles Kitely are going to be starting from row 2.
Eva Morris and Andrew Dixon share the third row of the grid, with the field being rounded out by Tom Reed, Logan McAllister, Sam Mott, Ralphie Branscombe and Jensen Maplethorpe. So, Anthony, we had a good race this morning between Kenzo Craigie, Charles Kitely and Charlie King. Are we going to see more than those 3 drivers battle it out for this next victory? It's another 8 minute plus 1 lap. No, sorry, this is a 10 minute plus 1 lap heat race.
Yeah, it was Kenzo Craigie who took the win in that one from Charlie King. Charles Kitely did receive a penalty.
Oh.
What it was for, I'm going to assume, was for a jump start.
I would say it was a jump start because it was a very good jump start indeed.
It was a very good one because he did get a 5-second time penalty for it.
Oh, it wasn't that good. But yeah, I mean, for a fraction of a second's misjudgment, a 5-second penalty.
Yes.
Them's the breaks.
Yes, indeed. Tom Reed, the only other driver with a penalty nose cone.
Now, we saw Sam Mott retire from that first race with a mechanical issue. It looks like he has got the number 38 Zip Factory Team Kart repaired and rectified, ready to rock and roll. And it is the number 44 of Kenzo Craigie, who has the pole position. Charlie King, 74. Max Gilman, Kart 50. And number 64 of Charles Kitely. There is Ryan with the red flag. He's looking for the signal at the back of the field. Glenn Griffiths, head marshal here at Trent Valley Kart Club, walks across the camera, and it is 1 light, 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights. Lights out, we're off and racing.
Potential jump start maybe in the mid-pack section there. Won't find out we won't find that out later on. Side by side, Charles Kitely, much better start this time around. Takes the race lead early on. And again, Kenzo Craigie sweeps to not the inside, because that's not Kenzo. Now he does. Now he sweeps to the inside, gets 2 for 1 as he enters the bridge.
Going to say, from pole position, Craigie had a very poor start, dropped to third going into turn number 1, but then retook the lead in a great move going out onto the banking. And it's Craigie who leads them down to the first hairpin on lap number 1 here in Honda Academy. I almost said Honda Cadet, Honda Academy.
No, Honda Academy, yes. Slightly bigger engines, 200cc versus the Cadets 160, so slightly faster around a lap here. Running, I think, slightly faster than the IAME Cadets as well, these karts.
Right, okay, yes. Well, the normal Honda Cadet karts and the IAME Cadets are very closely matched to within about half a second of each other. But these are obviously a bit quicker, so they are a little bit faster, even though there's a slight increase in weight. Not a great deal, though. Craigie leads the end of lap number 1 in a Zip Factory 1-2. No, it's Charles Kitely, privateer entrant in second. Charlie King, Kenzo Craigie's teammate, is third. Then it is the SFR Motorsport number 50 of Max Gilman and the Sate Motorsport, Lawrence Sate's team, Andrew Dixon in 5th position.
So good start from the whole field, and again everyone tucking in. Big look over the shoulder there for Kenzo Craigie just to see what's happening on behind, but so far so good, and someone very wide there.
High, wide and handsome.
That was one of the Sate carts there.
So
Who
the
was that?
22 of Dixon losing 5th position, and he is now down to 6th, just in front of the number 95 of Logan McAllister, his teammate. So we've got 5 entrants from the Zip Factory team, a pair of Sate Motorsport entries, a pair of SFR Motorsport entries, and a pair of privateers.
Good smattering then of
yes,
different entries.
Now, Craigie
just making the move there and holding on to that lead. Crosses the line, 7.5 minutes to go, and commentator is dying in the commentary box.
Well,
He's so excited.
I mean, obviously the restaurant here at PFI, they serve a mean portion of meatballs and chips, and there was probably half a meatball that was just about ready to kind of like make its way through the old esophagus.
Couple of investigations popping up on your screen there, one for Dixon, one for the 95 of McAllister. Potentially those 2 jump starts that I may have seen.
Yes. But at the front there. Now, Craigie, with as you were in race number 1, with Kitely and King right behind, the difference is the 2 SFR Motorsport karts are far closer to the lead battle than they were earlier on. So instead of having a 3-kart scrap for the lead, we've now got a fully fledged 5-kart battle for top spot.
Makes things nice and exciting, doesn't it?
Yeah, and of course, what will Kitely do? So Kitely's the only person here without a teammate, being a privateer, obviously having no teammates. Behind them, you can see the next group of 4, the 2 Sate Motorsport karts. McAllister and Dixon run 6th and 7th, and they've got 2 more Zip Factory entries, Sam Motts in the 38 and Eva Morris in the number 80 kart, chasing hard. So we've got a 5-kart thing. Tom Reed, who is 5th, the second of these SFR drivers, he set the fastest lap of the race so far, a 1:06.82.
So 6 minutes to go, and like you're saying, that top 5, not the closest battle, but they're closer, like you said, than they had in Heat 1. And right now, Charles Kitely just sussing out Kenzo Craigie's move. Everyone seems to be pushing these karts quite hard, I'd say, because a lot of the times they are running slightly wide through some of the corners. You can just see they're using a little bit more track than what they would usually do. And is that potentially because there's slightly more power and a little fraction more weight than what they would be used to in a cadet car?
Yes, a little bit. They've got that little bit more acceleration, a little bit more top end. So you know, the lines they're used to running, lap after lap after lap, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of laps in their usual Honda karts, aren't quite the same.
Yeah.
They just got a little bit extra in there, side by side for second. Are we going to see Charlie King move into P2? Yes, we are.
Yeah, he had the fastest lap of the race on that last lap as well, so maintained that momentum and put it up into P2. So good use of the extra waft out of the final corner. You could forgive, obviously, the drivers are going a little bit wider as well, because if it's drivers, getting used to these bigger karts, and you can say the same for, Kenzo Craigie when he was trying Water Swift compared to the IAME Cadets. You saw how many times he ran wide.
Yeah, just because he's like, right, I'm usually going to accelerate here. Oh dear, and there is a drive off at the side of the circuit, a mechanical issue. Driver trying to get the kart restarted. I believe that is Ralphie Branscombe, the second of the privateer entries in the race, and Branscombe still trying to get that kart restarted. And has he done it? Has he done it? Yes, he has. Now, he didn't receive any help from the marshal. Now the marshal telling him, nope, sorry, mate, you're out of the race. And all that hard work, and Ralphie Branscombe has to go and stand behind the barriers. But up at the front, now the 2 Zip Factory drivers have started to break away.
Have indeed, yeah, they have dropped Charles Kitely now. Charlie King again with the fastest lap of the race. Is Charlie King going to go for the move here, do we reckon?
Well, I mean, given half a chance, of course he will.
I mean, of course he will.
Of course he will. But
you know why?
At the moment helping because he can.
Because he can.
Because he can.
Of course he can.
Of course he can.
King, though, with those 4 points for the intermediate classification, of course. Craigie, if he stays in this position and he crosses the line, he'll have scored 0 points, meaning he'll get the 65 points, meaning he'll be starting on the...
Yes, but even if Charlie King were to pass Kenzo Craigie, the time, the tiebreaker is down to the best qualifying time, and Craigie has that.
Yes.
So Craigie would still start from pole position, even if there was a tie on points, and Charlie King has now been passed for second place by Charles Kitely. So Charles Kitely really could be the difference between Kenzo Craigie starting on pole or not, because if Kitely can get past Craigie, if King can win and Kitely finishes second, then Kitely, then King rather, would have pole position.
Looks like Charles Kitely has turned that car up to 11 on the dial, because it's just come out from nowhere. I mean, it was...
Spinal Tap reference, ladies and gentlemen. Well done, Anthony.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it was all the way back there, but not by much, but of course managed to close it in, get an overtake, and is now back with the race leaders. And Craigie looking over his shoulder there with a confused look with the hand signals there. Maybe I thought, I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, all these other drivers...
Trouble in Paradise, maybe.
Yeah, all these other BBC drama reference.
Getting them in thick and fast today.
Yeah, so Kenzo, maybe he got a little bit of contact from behind, or maybe something happened that we didn't quite see. That he's sort of saying, well, come on, what's going on? Because Kenzo is the most experienced driver in the field. There he is on that special liveried Zip Factory driver. It's got the gold side parts of it. It's that part of the GP plate winning combination. Zip have done a special graphics kit for Kenzo on that side of things. Oh, he runs very wide there.
A carbon copy of what we saw in Water Swift.
And then he gets a little bit of a nudge from behind. And the two SFR karts, they did drop off a little bit. They were 2 seconds behind the lead trio at the start of this lap. There's 90 seconds to go. And I'm just thinking, are they closing in a little bit? The answer is not quite sure that they are, even with these three sort of beginning to battle now.
Well, it's still Max Gilman in 4th place, Tom Reed in 5th, Logan McAllister, Andrew Dixon, Sam Mott, Evan Morris, and Jensen Maplethorpe. Remaining 10 drivers out there in that order. Eyes on that group, and yeah, again, gap 1.8 across the beam. Yeah, 2 seconds, so losing 2/10 a lap to this leading trio. And again, there goes Charles Kitely to the race lead.
Not for long.
Outbreaks himself, and Kenzo Craigie back down the inside. And they're back to normal again.
It's not so much the outbreak itself, but it's just the momentum of the banking. And so Kenzo Craigie, that's twice he's done that in this race. Just sort of, okay, you pass me there because I know that your cart's just going to run a little bit higher at the banking and I'm going to get you back. Now it's game on because Kitely retakes the lead. Craigie has to come back up the inside going into the second hairpin. And now we'll see the gap there. And, there appears to be some wildlife watching as well. That was a grouse. Now, there are plenty of grouses around this neck of the woods, usually found sitting at the side of a road, waiting to throw themselves underneath a passing car. The whiskey famous grouse. No, it's the famous grouse. They've got an unerring desire to become roadkill of grouses. Here we go. Last lap board is out. It's Craigie, Kitely and King. Your top three with Gilman and Reed 1.5 seconds back.
There we go then. And Charles Kitely again back down the inside, gets it done. And crucially, so does Charlie King. And now Craigie back down into P3 in terms of the points. That shakes it up just that little bit more in terms of who's going to be starting on pole position later on. And
indeed. Oh, and that was King going in on Kitely there. The kart washing out from under him. And almost taking him out. Craig giving it to P2. Can Kenzo Craigie now salvage a win? Kitely looks over his shoulder. Gilman and Reed continue to close him. They're going to run out of time.
They are indeed. Not many opportunities to get that overtake done this time around. So again, look over the shoulder there for Charles Kitely. All fine and dandy. I don't think Kenzo Craigie is close enough to potentially go for a move. He might go for a move here, though, because he's found a gap out of nowhere, but it's not gone through to fruition. Out of the final corner they'll go then. Checker flag will come out to Charles Kitely across the line. Oh, no!
He gets a 5-second penalty as he crosses the line. Oh, dear. So, Kenzo Craigie will take the win. Charlie King will take second. Max Gilman will be third. Tom Reed will be fourth. Logan McAllister and Andrew Dixon, fifth and sixth. Then it'll be Charles Kitely, Sam Mott, Eva Morris, and the rest. Oh, dear.
I won't lie, I just collapsed a little bit in the commentary box because he celebrated across the line as a 5-second penalty came up on the board.
Karting giveth, Karting taketh away.
Instantly.
Instantly. Oh, dear. So, poor old Charles Kitely. They're just getting the penalty as he crossed the line. So it's a bit like that Felipe Massa moment in Formula 1, where we're cheering in the garage, and then suddenly someone looks up and go, "No, Hamilton's fifth." That moment where it all just collapses around you.
Well, quite literally, because then the Ferrari mechanic, punched the branding, the pit boarding, and it all fell over. But yes, that's a nightmare for Charles Kitely. But better for that to happen in a heat race than the final.
Yes, indeed, indeed, indeed. Now, we did briefly show you a shot of a grouse running along the side of the circuit. It wasn't because it was entertaining. It was because there's a worry that said bird might make its way out onto the track surface, which would be less than ideal. Well, less than ideal if you're the bird. But if the restaurant here at PFI wanted to do roast grouse later on, it might be perfect.
So, roast grouse might be all right.
Speaking of birds, there's Dan Ashton on there. Hello.
Hello, Dan.
Yes, give us a wave.
Doing his best Nigel Edwards impression.
No clipboard. Trying not to laugh. Trying not to laugh. There we go. So, next race will be the second and final heat for IAME Cadet. 4 minutes to go.
Oh dear.
Now, did we play? We played the interview with Sam Heading. Did you speak to Ollie Rands earlier?
I did. I did speak to Ollie Rands.
Well, I wonder if it's time that we could catch up with that interview that you played yesterday. Possibly. Maybe.
I think so.
Okay, we'll try it. Why not?
We're here in the Tim Wilson Motorsport awning, and we've got Ollie Rands, number 27, in the junior TKM class. Ollie, it's been a fabulous first year for you in the British Champs, of course, running as a rookie, and currently going into the final weekend here at PF International, running P3 in the championship.
Yeah, it's going good. But we didn't really expect to be this high up in our first year doing it, but going all right.
Yeah, it's a solid performance. You're kind of showing the rookies and actually some of them, the non-rookies, how it's actually done, aren't you? Now, of course, the team's worked absolutely fabulous on the kart. The kart's always been looking top-notch when you come into each weekend, of course. But the weekends themselves, a little bit different versus to this weekend because, of course, we're a double-header, lots more happening. Who's helping you out, really, with that?
Tim Wilson, Theo Hesketh, Jim Barty on the spanners, and Mum and Dad. They've been a big help.
Yeah. Double time, double duties really for everyone, isn't it? Because you've got 2 full days of racing. Now, you've just had qualifying, P2 in qualifying. Well done.
Thank you very much. It's the highest we've qualified this year, so...
Yeah, solid result for you. And obviously, you've not had a race win so far in the finals this year. You've had a couple of fourth place, or a couple of third place, one fourth place. So to replicate that P2 into a final win today would be a nice effort for you?
Yeah, definitely.
Now, of course, with it being double-header, you've got it all to do again tomorrow. Are you going to repeat your tactic of what you did in qualifying this time around, which was spin out the pit lane on the out lap and then get into a decent position to qualify P2?
All part of the plan, yeah. Doing that again tomorrow.
Who taught you that plan?
Harvey Roth.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So, spin, slow yourself down, get into a good position. No, good. No, we don't condone that. But no, yeah, P2 in qualifying, a solid result for yourself. But next year, what's the plan? What's the step up?
Honestly, I have no clue. If there's still a junior TKM grid, we'll stay in junior TKM.
Yeah. How old are you now?
14.
14. So you've still got another year where you could do in juniors, haven't you? So if you get that number 3 seed, or maybe change it maybe to a number 2, or is the number 1 potentially in order this weekend?
I think so. If I can win everything, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'll just do the best we can.
Yeah. You've got Leon Frost to contend with, you've got Olivia Jakins, and I think you've got Alistair Cresswell just behind you as well.
He's in X30, Alistair.
Oh, yeah, no, Alistair, yeah, he's of course he is, there we go. But no, so, it's still a tight championship for yourselves, isn't it?
Yeah, very tight.
Looking forward to the weekend, though.
Yeah, I can't wait.
No, brilliant stuff. Well, Ollie Rans, thank you very much. We'll let you crack on because you've got lots to do this weekend.
Thank you very much.
Well, good chat there with Ollie Rans yesterday in the Tim Wilson Motorsport awning. Of course, crowned Leon Frost provisionally, but it's pretty much signed, sealed and done for him in the championship. There is Sky Parker. There was a question mark over Sky whether or not that she was going to take part in this one, suffering a little bit from a migraine. So good to see that she has made it to the grid.
Brave effort there from young Sky Parker, who, of course, took her first top 10 finish of the season in yesterday's final. And Sky isn't actually that far away. She's 11th in the championship.
Yeah.
She is 8 points off a potential seeded number. So that's probably why the motivation, to sort of dig deep and grit your teeth and get out there. There's Kazra Kamyab.
Well, next race is due out in just a moment's time. Let's watch a sting, then we'll talk about the grid.
Oh, what a lovely sting. Go on. So, ladies and gentlemen, here is your starting lineup for IAME Cadet Heat 2. It's George Edgar and Jesse Phillips on row number 1, Kit Bolofsky and Riley Cranham on row number 2.
Noah Baglin and Kanishk Rao will go from row 3. Will Green and Lewis Islin go from row 4.
Henry Domain and Jensen Ackerman start on row number 5. Ethan Woodward and Archie Lovett start on row number 6.
Austin Newstead and Blair Smith, they go from row 7. Laith Khan and Harley Musk round out the top 8 rows.
Row 9, Henry Clark and Jarlath Sayer. Colby Patterson and Sky Parker start from row number 10.
Aaron Richardson and Jensen Graham, they'll go from row 11. Lucan Arroway and Kazra Kamyab go from row 12. Henry Carter rounding out the field on row 13 for the Oliver Rowland Motorsport team. Henry,
yes,
we saw great race last time in IAME Cadet. We're going to most definitely see the same this time around.
And this is the race that could pretty much seal the British title for Jesse Phillips. I know now, Jesse's parents are both here watching, but it's Jesse's dad that can't watch normally.
Right. Really?
The mum is fine, but the dad is somewhat nervous. But even dad is out on the banking watching this one because Jesse is, well, it's pretty much odds on that he's going to be the title winner, but will he do it today in this race? The lights are out, we're off and racing. It's a good start from our pole sitter. Edgar has the lead through turn number 1. Phillips is taking it easy at the moment and has dropped back a little bit, and it looks like one of the ORM drivers up into P2 as they file across the bridge, down to P3, and it's a great start from young Will Green in the Jamie Green Racing, number 54. Third, make that 4th as they come around hairpin number 1 for the first time. Under the back.
And a spin at the back.
3 drivers go for a spin.
Yeah, indeed. Just trying to see who that was. Sky Parker managed to avoid it. You could just see Sky making away out of hairpin number 1 there unscathed. So far, George Edgar leads the way pretty comfortably, I'd say. He's got Jesse Phillips just behind it in P2. Then it's 2 ORM drivers. You can just see there the number 5 seed of Henry Domain. Fabulous start from Henry Domain.
Yep, Henry Domain from
P9.
P9 on the grid. So he's got the bit between his teeth. Green is there in 5th position as they come out of the final hairpin, the final chicane to complete lap number 1. Edgar and Bolofsky trying to push away again. Under the bridge, Baglin, Domain, Green, and then you have got Cranham, Phillips, Islin and Rao 9th. Woodward is 10th, and Lovett, Musk, Ackerman, Graham Sayer, Carter from the back of the grid, already up to 16th position. Great first lap for Henry Carter.
Yes, indeed. So, Jesse Phillips at the moment in P6 now. Has just got past Will Green. Currently in the intermediate classifications. Currently in 5th in the intermediate classifications. So
that would be good. That would be really good. Make that 7 now for Will Green. Drops back a little bit. Edgar Belofsky, 1 and 2. Sky Parker, who is, has got a bit of a migraine. She is still out there in 22nd position. And they come through the Mike Wilson complex. Kanish Grau there running a little bit wide, the back of your screen, in the number 22 kart. They complete lap number 2. 5 3/4 minutes remaining. Now, here's going to be the acid test. Baglin and Domain, they've got to work together with the GP plate holder of Cranham behind them. Can the 2 ORM drivers now work together to close in on Edgar in the 7 kart and the O plate of Belofsky?
that's going to be the main question, isn't it? Because that gap at the moment, is it increasing or is it decreasing? That's the question. At the moment, it's just over a second. Just a schmickle over a second.
Schmickle over a second. And the first split, the first sector, the top two were thing. And there's been a change because now Domain has been passed by Cranham and it's Jesse Phillips in 6th position. Phillips just sort of like, yeah, there's no need to try and push and win this race for Jesse Phillips. Yep. He's done all the hard work. Now it is just a question of getting it home in one piece safely, picking up the points, and he's ahead of Jensen, Graham, both in the race and in the intermediate classification. So it's all the season's hard work has come down to the next 4.5 minutes for Jesse Phillips just to get the kart home cleanly. So he's behind Domain at the moment. There's Jesse Phillips in kart number 26. Remember last year, Jesse had one, I think he finished at the podium at Kimbolton last year, and was very young, enthusiastic driver. This year sort of came in, and you have to say that at the start of the season, you had proven race winners like Edgar and Belofsky, drivers that have won in Honda like Islin, all on the Fusion Motorsport team. Jensen Graham as well, who has been multiple podium finisher in Honda the last couple of seasons. And Phillips sort of flown under the radar, but has been ultra consistent. Looking at Phillips's run of form, 4th at Shenington, 1 at Warden Law, 4th at Granagorse, then 2nd at Rissington, 2nd at Wilton Mill, and of course a win yesterday.
On that last lap there. Oh, yellow flags out into Bobby Gain corner.
And there
sure what
is,
scores that.
Look, trying to see a kart off the side of the circuit.
Well, they've cleared quickly.
And I can't, yes,
So
they cleared. It looked like it was Jarlath, Sayer and Colby Patterson having contretemps. Will Green, fastest lap of the race, 106.79 seconds for the driver of kart number 54. That's a Paralin chassis. Now, most of the drivers in the class are on the Synergy karts. Looking down there, the only non-Synergy drivers in the field. Well, Luke Narroway is down as being on a Synergy, even though he drives a Croc promotion. But that could be just, it's only the Jamie Green Racing entries who are not on the Synergy kart. So Will Green on that Paralin chassis, doing a very, very good job. Fast lap of the race. He runs in 7th. There he is briefly there. So there's the top two. He's the back of that second group there. And Will Green doing a great job of just staying with the big boys, as it were, in terms of the teams that they represent. And a change the lead first time. Oh, Sky Parker, 5-second penalty for Sky Parker. She is 19th at the moment. That will drop her down. Jesse Phillips taking a new fastest lap of the race.
Yes, indeed.
There is Green chasing Lewis Islin out of hairpin number 1 up towards the second hairpin. We've got now, there's a change and a change. Edgar and Belofsky. Well, no quarter asked and none given between the two teammates there. And that has brought Everybody else back into play. Baglin is there in 5th. It's now Cranham and Phillips. Baglin, they all flood past Kit Bolofsky, who goes to the back of this group. Now he comes straight back in on Lewis Islin. Wheel-to-wheel contact there, but Bolofsky goes to the lead, back to 7th place because Will Green has taken over P6.
Yeah, that is the classic cadet train taking effect there. You lose one, you lose several, and now he's dropped well off the back of this leading group of 4. Now as they go through. So it's 3 fusions and 1 ORM, and that ORM is Noah Baglin. Now we saw Baglin here at the O-Plate, and he was loving life, wasn't he, at the O-Plate?
Yes.
Was Noah Baglin. And has he got the same setup here? And, you know, right now, it's looking okay. You know, he's there in P4, he's keeping up with the leading group.
Because he won the O-Plate in Water Swift.
He did.
Well, it wasn't an O-Plate, it was an international qualifier,
yes.
but it was a win, it was a big win. It was his first major win and a really significant win for the Oliver Roller Motorsport team. Can Baglin now carry that form over, maintain that momentum? I mean, he's got 3 Fusion drivers in front of him. We've got 20 seconds plus a lap to go, and it's going to be very interesting to see. He's got no teammates around him, because Henry Domain and Kanish Grau, the next 2 RM drivers, down in 8th and 9th positions. And in fact, Henry Carter has got past them. So Carter, from the back of the grid, has moved into 8th position. But what can Noah Baglin do about the 3 drivers in front of him? All season, the ORM team, their main problem has been getting their drivers to successfully work together. They've done it in patches, but not like throughout an entire race. Well, they haven't got to worry about that now because Baglin is all on his own. Can Noah Baglin just take the fight to the Fusion drivers? Yes, he can. He passes Phillips. That's going to be the easy one because Phillips isn't going to want to get into any incidents that could cause him to be excluded. So he's into 3rd position. Now, the GP plate of Cranham and the 7 of Edgar, they are going to be the tougher nuts to crack.
I think you pretty much hit the nail on the head there. The physical, not physical.
No, the metaphorical nail on the metaphorical karting head.
I think that's a good way of putting it. Last lap board comes out then. Edgar leads from Cranham and Baglin. Yeah, just saying.
Hand signals are plenty from Noah
Let's
Baglin.
Go. Yeah, that gap. Well, look at that. 1 corner, and I reckon that's pretty much closed up already, hasn't it? Yeah, it has. And are we going to see Baglin go for that lunge down the inside of hairpin 1? Yes?
Absolutely.
Let's see.
He is going to go for every single opportunity while he makes the move, but that is because Cranham is also making a move, and he wanted to cover off and make sure that he wasn't going to get snookered at the inside. Still signalling to Jesse Phillips. Now, Jesse Phillips, now Baglin gets shovel wide. You can't rely on drivers from other teams to work with you, Noah, on the last lap, and he sort of got caught out there. But George Edgar on his way to another win. That is going to be his first win of the day for George Edgar. Cranham, Baglin, Phillips, Islin, Bolofsky, Green, the rest of the top 7. But George Edgar, number 7, looking for 2nd in the title chase, comes across the line to take the win. And Jesse Phillips, 3rd position as the checker flag comes out. I think it's pretty safe to say that Jesse Phillips will be your 2022 IAME Cadet British champion.
Yeah, in terms of the intermediate classification, that puts him 2nd, meaning he gains 62 points.
And his nearest rival coming into today, Jensen Graham, is only 9th. And that would give him 65, 62, 69, 58, 57, 65, 54 points, which would be one of Jensen Graham's dropped scores. So he wouldn't add to his championship tally. So he stays on 955. So yes, barring exclusion, Jesse Phillips, provisionally your champion.
Jotting some notes.
You're doing some notes, you're doing some sums. Everybody else back home can look at the results on your screens as we get race number 25 of the weekend done and dusted. So Phillips finishing a strong 3rd there. The race is on for second position in the championship.
Yes, with that extra 65 points, that puts George Edgar well above the 955 from Jensen Graham. Of course, with that result, he won't score a great deal of points.
Yes, so we'll obviously our friends at motorsport-timing.co.uk will be able to bring you the live championship positions as they happen in the finals. There is Fionn McLaughlin, a look into the... Now, I wonder what is that's Gaelic on the side of his crash helmet. I wonder what that translates into. Ochras Paisan Bara. That is Gaelic. What it means, couldn't tell you.
I can only assume it's Gaelic. There's
Well,
Macaulay Bishop.
obviously it's Gaelic. Or gibberish. But no, Gaelic. There's Macaulay Bishop, who is currently 4th in the points standings. Bishop has not finished, well, in all 4 seasons of the British Championship so far, he's never finished outside the top 10 in whatever class he has been in. 9th in 2019.
Management.
Management. They've been on.
Come on, Jack Hobson.
Right, management. Come on, Jack Hobson. Yeah, giving his usual, his real name. There as the eyes of a driver that is desperate to win a final before the season is over.
Don't want to match that record.
But from the blue eyes of Fionn McLaughlin, we are going to go to the starting lineup very shortly. Here we go then. Ireland's Fionn McLaughlin and England's Macaulay Bishop on row number 1. Championship-elect Gabriel Stilp on row number 2 alongside Scotland's Harry Burgoyne Jr.
Row number 3, Josh Agambar and Fred Green. Jack Nettleship, off his not win yesterday, he starts alongside Cameron Pratt-Thompson on row 4.
Cian Geraghty and Taylor Orridge start from row number 5. Brandon Carr and Lewis Bird go from row number 6.
Leo Brown and Freddie Lloyd go from row 7. Freddie, hopefully he is okay and he's back on the grid for this one after his accident in the first heat earlier on today. Henry Jocelyn and Jack Hobson go from row 8.
Leo Robinson and Zach Green start from row number 9. Mondi Junior Canini and Sam Longley start from row number 10.
Rylan Eschberg and Charlie Morrison-Jones go from row 11. Isaac Phelps and Morgan Moore go from row 12.
Flynn McDermott, Dayton Coulthard and Eden Spanswick round out your starting lineup. So Leo Brown is, he's racing with very big memories here. His father, a couple of years ago, passed away not long after attending a race meeting here. So Leo Brown for the MLC Motorsport team, watching, it means a lot to Leo to do well here. We come into the tram lines. Lights are out. We're off and racing. McLaughlin gets a good start. Comes across to take the racing line. Still up into P2. And side by side for third between Bishop and that is Josh Agambar. Monday up the banking. Oh, that is keep it pinned, Monday. Well done, son.
Good stuff from Monday Junior Canini there. Gets a quick recovery back out on track, albeit though at the back of the grid. 3 wide in the back of shot there as again lock up there from Stilp under braking in the race lead as everyone files into hairpin 1 for the first time. Good clean running out there now as Lloyd looks to the inside there, but just can't quite hold on to that position.
Yeah, fast Freddie Lloyd, after injuring himself in race number 1, is back out there 100% in race number 2. He's now with a Fusion Motorsport team, is the number 17. Freddie Lloyd, there's Brandon Carr, and there is Fred Green in the number... is it Zach Green, the number 53 possibly? Or is it Fred? No, it was Zach Green.
So, go through. Stilp leads then from McLaughlin, Bishop, Burgoyne Jr., Agambar, Pratt-Thompson, Orridge, Nettleship, Brown, Geraghty. Then it's Brandon Carr, the GP plate, rounding out the top 11. 6.5 minutes to go then, plus 1 lap. And that's quite an extensive lead now that Stilp has got at the end of 2 laps. And down the inside there goes McLaughlin. gets that move. Burgoyne Jr. follows, and now Bishop under pressure here because Agambar's getting involved as well. And again, we were saying, you know, McLaughlin wants that win. And if he stays in the position that he's currently in, he will start the final on pole position.
Yes, and but the problem that they all have is that they're all tripping over each other. There is the number 39 MLC Motorsport kart of Leo Brown. And he is pushing hard. There's Brandon Carr, and yesterday's race winner, Jack Nettleship. Privateer entry. Yesterday's winner, Ryland Eschberg, all the way down in 21st position. Mentioned earlier that Ryland became the very first privateer to win around the British Championship in Junior X30.
Exactly that.
But they've all Stilp's rivals, once again, are just tripping over one another, battling for an increasingly distant second position.
It is one of those things, isn't it? When you see the race leader just driving away, it's just a sight that... It's just that sinking feeling that you get, isn't it? You just know that it's not going the way I want it to.
But I know, everyone is battling and squabbling amongst themselves.
Yeah.
That is the problem. So now they've sort of sorted themselves out into an agreed order, as it were. It is Bishop beginning to close back in on Stilp, with Burgoyne hot on his heels. Then Agambar for the premium karting team. There on your screen, that turquoise, white and black liveried entry. Behind Agambar is McLaughlin, then a gap to Taylor Orridge. Leo Brown was in 7th position. Cameron Pratt-Thompson for the Dan Holland Racing Team now takes that position. Leo Brown fights back, though, going into the first hairpin. And with a man like Lewis Malin on the spanners, Leo Brown looking for a really good result. He hasn't had a top 10 finish yet this year, and of all tracks, PFI is the one he wants the top 10 finish at.
Definitely so. All heating up there in the top field again, just behind these drivers, of course. Fred Green still there, P14. He's dropped down 8 positions, which is a shame. Jack Hobson still there, P15 from Lewis Bird, Morgan Moore, Sam Longley. Leo Robinson still rounding out the top 19 from Ryland Eschberg. Eden Spanswick, Flynn McDermott, Dayton Coulthard up 3 places, so he's had a good start. I think he's dropped down just 1 there as he's crossed the line in P24 from Monday Junior Canini with a good recovery.
And a driver that's dropped more than 1 place is Gabriel Stilp. He's gone from 1st down to 3rd. New leader, number 67, Macaulay Bishop for Dan Holland Racing. Harry Burgoyne Jr. is 2nd. Then it's Stilp in 3rd, McLaughlin in 4th, and Agambar into 5th position. Josh Agambar, 4 top 10 finishes this year, but none higher than 4th.
There you go, Bishop there, just holding off that potential attack there from Stilp. And Burgoyne Jr. just behind. It's getting a bit tense in here. You're not feeling it just yet, but
3 minutes to go.
It's getting tense here.
3 minutes to go, and Bishop checks over his shoulder. Stilp is latched on to Burgoyne's rear bumper. McLaughlin still there in 4th. They come across the bridge one more time, down the hill towards hairpin number 1. Here comes Harry Burgoyne Jr. Scotland's Harry Burgoyne Jr. moves into the race lead. Stilp capitalises to take 2nd place as well. Bishop and McLaughlin now 3rd and 4th. Agambar passes McLaughlin for P4. McLaughlin down to 5th. Closing in is Taylor Orridge in kart number 99, the 2nd of the Madcrock entries. And Bishop sends McLaughlin right to the inside, and they both lose out to Taylor Orridge.
Wow, he really just thread the eye of a needle there, was Taylor Orridge. Absolutely sent it down the inside through Bobby Game corner. Got 2 for 1. Nicely done. Agambar tucking in behind the steering wheel, pushing that premium karting kart right to the ragged edge as they go under the bridge then. Under 2 minutes to go, and Burgoyne Jr. leads from Gabriel Stilp. The points for the intermediate classifications, Burgoyne Jr. would start on pole position if they stayed in these positions that they're in now. Taylor Orridge would be starting on that front row with him. What would that mean for Orange if he can go for a final win?
Well, it would mean for Orange, it would put him, he's not in a chance of a seeded place. He's only 17th.
Brandon Carr.
Brandon Carr, 6th in the championship. It's not gone well for him. Really, McLaughlin is pretty much settled for second. It's between Burgoyne and Robinson for third, with potentially Macaulay Bishop can steal 4th place from Robinson. And he's got an outside chance of taking 3rd from Harry Burgoyne Jr. But the way that Harry Burgoyne Jr. is going, this race could help him seal 3rd in the championship.
Could very well do indeed. Less than a minute to go then. And it's all starting to, I would say, at this moment in time, is it fizzing up for something special on the last lap?
We're at number 9 on the
scale.
On the 1 to 11 scale.
Yeah,
yes.
Definitely.
We're at number 9, 30 seconds to go. Stilp is not one to usually just sit and play nice in second. Sam Longley gets a 5-second penalty. Josh Agambar, a win for Josh would be very, very good indeed. Now, Leo Brown is there in 8th position. We just saw Leo at the back of our camera shot. Here comes Agambar up the inside of Stilp. Oh, a little bit of door handling there. Stilp gets forced wide. Josh Agambar, I said that a win would be very nice for him, and he's thinking the same thing. He's listening to us, Anthony.
He is indeed. But remember, this is only a heat race. 5 seconds left on the timing board. A win is a win. They cross the line. 1 second to go. Agambar to the lead. Gets down the inside of Burgoyne Jr. through turn number 1 and takes the race lead then with 1 second to go. The last lap board will be out this time. Remember, it's just a heat race. And again, drivers are scoring their intermediate classification points as Jack Nettleship receives a 5-second time penalty. A nightmare for him. An absolute nightmare for him.
Clock strikes 0. What can Harry Burgoyne Jr. do? Now, Stilp in 3rd, Bishop 4th, Orange 5th, McLaughlin 6th. They're not out of this one yet, but going back to the inside at the hairpin number 2. Takes the lead back. Agambar's not going to be denied. He was about to make a move going into the Fullerton S's, and he did make it. Oh, that was a good move there from Josh Agambar. He's not giving up this one without a fight. We're going to have 6 going for the race win as we come to the last lap board next time around.
Here we go then. Last lap board, like you say, will be out this time to any one of these 6 drivers on your shot. Out of the final corner they go, and it's Agambar who leads from Burgoyne Jr., Stilp, Bishop, Orange, McLaughlin, all in this top 6. And again, this is just a heat race as Burgoyne Jr. sweeps to the outside, and he's going to go for the move. And look at the speed and momentum that he had there and just sailed past Agambar to retake the lead. Down the hill they go. Bishop looks to the inside, but Agambar closes the door, closes it even more. But Bishop holds on to that inside. On the outside, it comes Orange. Orange sweeps to the outside. He gets side by side with Bishop and gets squeezed and bumping and barging as they go through. And near comes Stilp back down the inside. He can't do it, though, as Orange still fighting with Macaulay Bishop.
Well, that move from Mick Barrett Racing's Harry Burgoyne Jr. was worthy of a race win and worthy of sealing 3rd place in the British Championship. I am sure Harry Burgoyne Jr. for Mick Barrett Racing will come across the line. The checkered flag is out. He takes the win. Agambar in 2nd. The 2 crop promotion drivers are 3rd and 4th. Orange beating Stilp. Bishop 5th. McLaughlin 6th. Geraghty is 7th. Pratt Thompson 8th. Leo Brown 9th. And Fast Freddie Lloyd gets a top 10 finish after hurting himself in the earlier heat race. Nettleship is 11th on the road, but will get a penalty ahead of Jocelyn, Fred Green, Jack Hobson getting a penalty at the end there. Uncle Tyrone not happy. And Lewis Bird, Eden Spanswick, Leo Robinson, Charlie Morrison-Jones, Zach Green, and Monday Junior Canini recovered very well on the Praga IPK chassis to finish 20th, ahead of Dayton Coulthard, Morgan Moore, Isaac Phelps, Sam Longley, Flynn McDermott, and Brandon Carr. Yesterday's winner, Ryan Eschberg, retiring on the last lap.
Yep, not what you want to see. There's a look then at the provisional race results then at the end of race 26, Heat 2 for Junior X30. If you're a Junior X30 fan, and I'm sure there's quite a few of you out there, their final will be taking place at 4:20 UK time. So make sure you stay tuned for that one. But we have plenty more fairly decent races coming up before then as well.
Fairly decent? That's an understatement.
Oh, that's
I've got a feeling that the next race will be a little bit more than fairly good, because it's Senior X30 in a few minutes' time. How long have we got to wait, Mr. Jordan? Please tell us.
Senior X30 Heat 2 due to take to the track at 10 minutes past 2. So we've
We've
got about 7 minutes.
Which means it's about time we heard from Jamie Green.
Let's do that. I'm here in the Jamie Green Racing awning with someone who doesn't really need an introduction to racing, Jamie Green himself. Jamie, fabulous to see you here in the British Kart Championships. Of course, you've been running a wonderful team here. You've got lots of drivers here with you this weekend. Talk us, how did this all get started for you back in karting?
Well, my kids decided they wanted to go racing, so I was back in the karting paddock. That probably started because I did some races myself to keep sharp just before I finished racing in DTM. So I did some winter racing in X30, and they came to watch, and then they said, can we have a go? Yeah, so Zach started in Cadet, William in Bambino, and yeah, I just feel with the amount of experience I've got as a professional racing driver for the last 20 years, and a former winner at sort of every level I've raced at, from karting all the way through F3 into DTM, that it sort of made sense to do my own thing really, rather than joining another team. I love racing, and it's the main thing I'm qualified to do. So yeah, I'm enjoying being back where I started and helping kids, you know, progress through the ranks.
And I mean, you've got lots of experience with that. I mean, 2001 racing in Formula A, of course, then you come through, you've got Formula 3, Formula Renault 2.0 as well, and of course, dominating in DTM, lots of race wins in DTM. But yeah, all that experience that you've got, yeah, bringing it into paddock, is that something, maybe one of those things you can offer what other teams couldn't, really?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I've just turned 40, so I'm a relatively young team boss. I'm full of enthusiasm and passion for the racing, and passing on my experience, which is current and relevant to young drivers that want to do the same thing. So yeah, I mean, it started off with my kids, but we've got other people in the team who are learning and developing nicely, and that's it really. Just about my passion is really developing drivers, and I think I'm in a good place to do that.
Yeah. Now, obviously, you were talking about the driver. You've got driver Jarlath Sayer in the team as well, but you've also got Will, Fred and Zach Green, who are all in the team, which is a joy for us in the commentary box, I have to say, because it's a green. We need to figure out which green it is. Hold on, yeah, it's that one. But no, you've done a fabulous job, obviously, racing in two classes, IAME Cadet and the Junior X30s. Yeah. What would you say is the bigger of the challenge between the two classes?
Surprisingly, I'd say Cadet is harder as a team, especially when, you know, you're starting out with inexperienced drivers. You know, we're not offering free drives to experienced top drivers. We're running with, you know, 9-year-olds in Cadet at the moment, in Will and Jarlath. We have up to 6 drivers in the team in Cadet at other events like LGM and club rounds, but at British Champs it's just these two for now. And yeah, it's hard. It would be a lot easier if I had an 11 or 12-year-old in my team in Cadet. But yeah, we're still able to finish in the top 5, as Will showed at Wilton at the last round, and Jarlath was running, you know, in and around the top 10 in some of the timed sessions yesterday. So he's just turned 9 years old, and is also inexperienced. So yeah, it's hard, but I like a challenge.
Definitely so, and a challenge couldn't be more so than IAME Cadet, of course, because it's a very, very tough championship to race in. But I feel like the team has done an incredible job with getting the drivers. Like you say, they're so young, it's their kind of first years, and they're already up that sharp end. And in IAME Cadet, that's quite an achievement in itself. So clearly you've got something you can offer to the drivers. Future though for Jamie Green Racing, where do we see this going? Are we expanding even more?
Yeah, I mean, we have another awning the same size as this, so we can accommodate up to 9 drivers, I think, in a professional manner. But yeah, you need to do your talking on the circuit. That's always been my motto. So yeah, we'll just keep our heads down, keep working hard, keep improving the results, and I think as a team we'll get bigger and stronger.
Yeah, it's the final round of the British Championships this weekend at PFI. Obviously, lots of races. It's a double-header weekend, so there's lots more happening. Going into this weekend, do we feel like there's a little bit more we can offer the drivers, or is it just going to be same story, do your best, head down, crack on?
Yeah, I mean, I've been in that position going into the last round when you're trying to win a championship. These guys aren't in that position yet, but as an example, Zach is in and around, I think he's 8th at the moment, so just inside the top 10 in the British Championship. He's 12 years old, racing in junior, so that in itself is already a really good achievement. Like I said, all the drivers in the team are young for their class that they're racing in, so if he could, for example, finish in the top 10, that would be a really good year to get a seeded number. Fred, his cousin, has come on really well in the second half of the season, so he's capable of getting a top result as well. So just giving them that advice, like you said, actually the right advice. business as usual. Just because it's the last round, we don't need to tense up and overdrive. Do what we've been doing, and I think they've all got the speed to get good results.
Yeah, definitely so. And like we say, it's been a fabulous year. Obviously, the drivers have done such an amazing job, and I think you've really delivered to these young drivers as well, because all that experience you've got, you've given it to them, and like you say, they've done an absolutely fantastic job over this season. So, I mean, next year, are we going to keep the same drivers? Are we just stepping them up a bit, or are we going to swap it out? Are we sticking with IAME, or is it going to be a change for next year?
I think we'll be sticking in the IAME paddock. I think the level's a little bit higher. I think it's a bit harder to win in IAME. Rotax has its place, and I think club level is a good thing to do. But we're sort of looking to develop drivers to sort of a world-class standard. So yeah, we'll be doing whatever Cadet is next year. I'm not sure what the engine is. That's all up in the air at the moment. So there's a lot of indecision in that area. But X30 is pretty obvious. It will stay as it is. So both Fred and Zach will be doing junior X30, and these guys will be doing the intermediate or cadet class next year.
Well, brilliant stuff. Well, Jamie Green, thank you very much for taking your time out for chatting with us. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you very much.
Well, great to hear from Jamie Green and his team doing really well this year, progressing and taking lots of steps in the right direction. Like Jamie said, a lot more steps to still take, but on the way there is a look at Harvey Ryby on the outside of row number 1, the foreground of your shot, the pole sitter for this next race, Bart Harrison. But Ryby, hard to believe that Harvey Ryby has never finished in the top 10 in a British Championship before. He's got 3 top 10 finishes this season.
Sure, he appreciates you reminding him of that.
Well, I'm just saying, he's not in the modern era at the British Championship, but Harvey's been around a while. He is currently 9th in the points standings, so he could get into the national seedings. Bart Harrison, though, is ready to go. Look at the little Diamante helmet. Oh, that's a nice touch on the old crash helmet. That is, it's a bit like Thor's fist thing in Avengers.
That's not Thor's. That's.
It is, isn't it? No, not Thor's.
No,
it's the other one.
The purple
Josh
one.
Josh Brolin. He's the actor that plays him. Thanos.
Thanos. That's it.
Thanos.
Anyway, Sting, racing, karting. Senior X30, race 27, Heat 2, taken to the track. Bart Harrison, Harvey Ryby, Sam Shaw and Marcus Littlewood. They're going to lock out your front 2 rows.
Harry Platten, Sam Heading, Lewis Mackey and Alistair Cresswell on row number 4.
Michael Rapsey and Calais Atkins round out the top 10 on row 5. Archie Tillett and Aaron Walker go from row 6.
Gus Lawrence, Oscar Joyce, Louis Johnson Cool, Christopher Bingham are your top 16, with James Pashley and Thomas Fleming rounding out the field.
Tell you what, that grid music, it's doing something for me. I like it.
Is it? I can see that. I'm glad you're sitting down. Here we go. On to the second half of the rolling lap. Harrison, Ryby, Shaw, Littlewood, Platten, Heading, Mackey and Cresswell. Have to say, really good to see Alistair Cresswell doing well here.
Yeah.
Last year at PFI, it was not a good day for Alistair Cresswell in junior TKM, but he is responding well and is driving. There he goes, the Tim Wilson Motorsport machine. I have to say, good to see Tim Wilson having a good day today as well.
Yeah.
Again, last year they lost out the junior TKM title to Alfie Garford. But this year they win the junior TKM title with Leon Frost. Karting giveth, or karting taketh away, but sometimes karting giveth.
Harrison Mackey on the live stream. Come on, Lewis Mackey.
That is Lewis's younger brother. Here we go into the tram lines. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Harrison and Ryby both aim for the same bit of tarmac, but Harrison has the whole shot. Oh, Littlewood and someone spinning backwards under the bridge. That was Michael Rapsey having a major Code Brown moment. Littlewood somehow managed to keep it together, and Gus Lawrence, championship leader, threads his way through both those incidents cleanly.
Yeah, Michael Rapsey not had the best of weekends. Obviously span out in the first heat today. And
qualified so well, though.
Yeah, he did. Just unfortunate he's not getting the race starts down to a T. 7.5 minutes to go then. We're halfway around the first lap of heat number 2. There on the outside, the number 3 seed is Thomas Fleming. He had a great race in his first one. Bad qualifying. came through the field, finished well. Hopefully he's going to try and replicate that as he goes side by side there with the number 95 of Oscar Joyce for the premium
Joyce with the
karting team.
NFT on his NASA
Yes,
panel.
yeah.
And he has sold some.
He's sold a couple, yeah. Does that make him a billionaire now?
I'm not sure. I'll ask him.
I'll ask him too.
You know, yeah.
Maybe I could borrow some.
Yeah, or permanently.
I need a new car.
Yeah.
Just under 7 minutes to go. There's Lewis Mackey, who's got up into P4. Now, I have to say, yesterday in the final, obviously Lewis didn't win at the end of it, which was a shame. But when he won on track,
yes,
the fusion mechanics and everyone screamed louder than someone who had won a championship.
Well, that just shows you how highly they think of Lewis Mackey as a person.
Or how long it's been since he's won a final, or anything.
Yeah, indeed. But it was good to see that, you know, the fusion team, you know, out in force for Lewis, who has spent a lot of the season mechanicking. He's been on the podium as a winning mechanic this year.
That's a great move.
Now having a little look at the inside of Harvey Rybee. Harvey Rybee gets the cross back on it, the cut back on him, and Sam Shaw also trying to get through as well, but doesn't. They come out of the final chicane. They complete lap number 2. The order is Bart Harrison leads Harry Platten. Here Force 1 into the race lead. Harry Platten not giving up the title fight. Well, not giving up the title without a fight. Rybee there in 3rd place. Then it is Lewis Mackey. Then it's Sam Shaw, Lewis Mackey. Aaron Walker is next for Strawberry Racing. And behind Walker, it's Heading, Tillett, Lawrence, Atkins, Cresswell, Fleming, Johnson, Cool, Littlewood, Joyce, Pashley, Bingham, and the recovering Michael Rapsey.
5.5 minutes to go then of this race, and of course this is going to give us intermediate classifications for the final later on today, of course, because we are a double header. No pre-finals this weekend that you would usually expect.
Straight in.
Straight in. No dramas about that whatsoever. There is Heading. You sent a photo, I think, earlier on of the...
Yes, it's all good-natured, but a couple of times I've mentioned that, you know, Sam Heading's had maybe 1 or 2 budget struggles over the years. And, there's a plastic cup outside the MDL Racing awning with the Heading Racing Fund in it, and someone's put in 50p.
It also looks like someone's put a business card in there as well. Not sure why.
Yes, investment banker. But no, Sam Heading doing it, and it's great that you have like good relationships with the drivers and their families in the paddock, and the families sort of get involved in what we do as well.
You like to say you think you have a good relationship.
Yeah, I mean, they're nice to my face.
Yeah.
But then again, so are you.
Oh, Sam Heading with a warning flag as well, so he's got to be careful there. He's got Gus Lawrence just behind. Of course, Gus recently changing from that O-plate to the number 5 seed. And there's a nice view from the panorama room here at PF International.
Which gives you a panoramic view.
It does, just like that.
That's the name.
Sip a cup of tea as we go on to the next lap.
Gus Lawrence, 4th in 2019, 5th in 2020, 5th last year. Comes into today leading by 12 points, but it's not done and dusted by a long shot yet.
Far from it. Now, if Bart Harrison stays in that position and he gets his 65 points, he is 2nd in the championship by 12 points.
Yes.
It's very, very close. Gus Lawrence, where would he finish? He would finish...
At the moment, Lawrence is 8th.
8th. Points-wise, do some maths, quick maths.
55 points.
55 points.
What Harrison would gain, I mean, he would drop a 56. That's his lowest score, and he would gain 65. So he would gain 9 points with Harrison. So that would put him on 959. Lawrence would actually, 55 points, this would be a dropped score for Lawrence as things stand. So he would stay at 962. It would be 3 points between Gus Lawrence and Bart Harrison as things stand.
So pretty close then.
Aaron Walker, he is currently on course to be 3rd in the intermediate classifications. That's 60 points. He would be then dropping a 50-point bracket, so he would gain 10 points. That would put him on 952. There would be 10 points between the top 3 as they stand if they finish where they're running at the moment.
Which they have just chopped and changed a little bit, because as you can see now, there is just one car between Lawrence and Harrison, and it is Aaron Walker. Aaron Walker, the only driver I know to have a massive crash at PFI and still finish the race.
Now Gus Lawrence moving up as well into P on the circuit, moving up into P5, I believe that is. It's going to, I mean, Harry Platten is just, he's on course to come second in the intermediate standings. That would be 62 points. He would be dropping, his worst score then would be a 53, so he would gain 9 points. That would put him on 946. 16 points behind Gus Lawrence. That wouldn't be enough to keep him in the championship because he can't gain 16 more points in the final race.
I think we should wait until the finals.
Well,
and then we see the points come up on our screen,
well,
thanks
yes,
to Motorsport Dash
that.
Timing, and they're all correct and they're all good and they're not our terrible maths. Anyway.
Oh, there's Bart Harrison making a move. That wasn't terrible. That was blinking good. Gus Lawrence goes with him. And Harrison up into the race. No, the third position.
Yes, indeed. So good start from that one. Big hello to Karting Taylor, England. Thank you for the £2. That's
very good.
Kind.
Well done, that person. Oh, and here we go. There's some battling going on, heading in the 7. Mackie in 8. Here comes Gus Lawrence. Now he passes on track. We've got 2 drivers. The number 33 of Alistair Cresswell and the number 9 of Archie Tillett coming to grief. They're both getting back into the race now. This is going to change the intermediate standings as they cross the line. Harrison is now 4th. Lawrence is up into 5th position. That would be... I know, we're not going to do the maths. We're not going to do live maths, you ladies and gentlemen. But
it's painful to see.
But I would say that there is going to be at least 3 drivers, Lawrence, Harrison and Walker, in with a chance at the title as they go into the last race of the season.
Oh, that's going to be an exciting one for that one. I'll tell you what time that's going to be kickstarting after this race as Aaron Walker gets squeezed slightly onto the grass there as everyone fighting for position. You just saw there the 61 of Louis Johnson Cool as well, just slotting in. Time of strike 0 then, and it is Gus Lawrence there in 3rd place. Platten still leads for the time being. Ryby still there in 2nd place as well. Lawrence there in 3rd. Looking comfortable at the moment. Across the line, final lap board comes out. Who's going to take the checker flag in this one, of course, because for Harrison, this will be maximum points, 65. But again, no maths.
Doing all he can do.
Yep.
Platten and Harvey Ryby, 1-2. Ryby on course to seal 8th place on the grid for the final. He had a poor first race, but again, that's been Harvey's problem. He's been very, very quick at times this year. Inconsistent, though. Harry Platten in control. Not quite sure where Harry Platten's title challenge sort of got derailed because he's been very, very strong all year. But just one too many sort of finishes of 6th and 7th. However, this isn't going to be a finish of 6th or 7th. This is going to be a P1 finish. Harry Platten wins, Harvey Ryby 2nd. Gus Lawrence, great drive for 3rd. And yeah, that meant a lot to Gus Lawrence. He moves up to 4th place. That could even add to his championship tally with 1 race to go. See Gus's parents there in attendance watching, as well as the family pooches. But Platten, Ryby, Lawrence, Harrison and Shaw, your top 5. Sam Heading, 6th place again. Then Clyde Atkins 7th, Lewis Mackey in 8th, Thomas Fleming from the back of the grid to 9th, and Aaron Walker rounding out the top 10. Louis Johnson Cool, Marcus Littlewood, James Pashley, Oscar Joyce, Chris Bingham, Michael Rapsey, Archie Tillett and Alistair Cresswell round out your finishers.
Yes, indeed. Now, that would give Gus Lawrence 59 points, I believe, in total for that one, where he finishes in P4.
Yes.
And his lowest 3 scoring rounds out there would have been a 52, a 56, and a 45. So he does count these ones.
Yes,
so
he does.
Adds a few points to himself.
Now we have a short break. We've got some results here. The IAME Cadet Championship standings. Jesse Phillips, with drop scores included at the moment, 1,009 points. Jensen Graham, 982. So that is confirmed. Jensen Graham can only add a maximum of 9 points to his tally. Sorry, make that 11 points to his tally, which would put him on 993. So Jesse Phillips, congratulations.
Yeah. What have I told you about doing maths?
I wasn't doing maths. I was just sort of reading and inferring from the figures in front of me and trying to get them into some sort of narration.
Next race is coming up soon. Should we go to a quick ad break and we'll
Why
be back
not?
in just a moment?
Let's hear from a sponsor.
Oh.
Here's your sponsor.
Well,
it's Wera Tools. A big thank you to Wera Tools.
Yeah, of course.
To Demon Tweaks and to HRX Racewear and Origio. They do bags. They do.
Lots of things. But, yeah, of course, without them, this season, I think, would be a bit boring. No, I'm kidding.
Well,
it won't
I mean,
be. But, you know, they've put a huge effort in, haven't they, all the sponsors? And, you know, it's been absolutely fabulous to have them on board for us this year. And we do hope that they will join us next year as well, of course, because I think everyone here at Motorsport UK and, of course, Wera Tools and everyone part of the media team wants to make this championship bigger and better every year, increasing that. So, yeah, big huge thank you to them. So,
up next, it's Junior TKM.
It is. But we haven't got the grid yet.
Well, no, but I'm just hyping things up a little bit.
Oh, we have got a grid.
I'll say it again. Up next, it's Junior TKM.
Go on. Well then, you are right. Junior TKM is up next. Here it is.
Right
your grid.
now, in full Technicolor. Your starting lineup is Alfie Garford and Tyler Harris on row number 1, Leo Robinson and champion Leon Frost on row 2.
Dara McInerney and Jack Stewart, they go from row 3. Jake Humphrey and Yihan Kalachern go from row 4.
Oliver Bowen and Joe Cheek on row 5. Joel Hull and Olivia Jenkins on row 6.
Luke Bate and Ollie Rands go from row 7. Aidan Mitchell and Seth Hathaway round out the top 8 rows.
Patrick Leaf and that man, Oliver Bourne again on row number 9.
Oh, very late start there for Yihan Kalachern. Gets it fired up. Now, Yihan, don't cut the track. Stay on the track. Do not take a shortcut.
Just gun it to catch up the rivals. He's out on the circuit now. Garford and Harris, Robinson and Frost, McInerney and Stewart, Humphrey and Kalachern, Bowen and Cheek, Hull and Jenkins, Bate, Rands, Mitchell, Hathaway, Leaf and Bourne. Your starting lineup. This again could be very, very good indeed. There you can see the top of your camera shot there. Yihan Kalachern trying to catch up with the rest of the pack. And now he is going to get to a point where he can't catch up with the pack, but he might. Oh, I don't know. This could be. I think that Kalachern is going to start either at the back or a little away from the rest of the field.
Yeah. Oliver Bourne's got an ultimatum here, whether or not he lets him pass or not. There you go. Top quality.
And actually, no, it's a conspiracy. He's going to keep him. Bourne's going to keep him behind him.
Very good.
Lights are not out.
We're going round again.
Kalachern will get back into his rightful grid position.
Yeah. So, just trying to think of more Jason Bourne references.
Well, no, Oliver did speak to me earlier. Say it was all right. His football team got his name wrong as well. And I'm thinking, all right. And I said, but apparently he goes, my friend, he goes, your friend, meaning you, called me Oliver Boone at the start of the season.
Oh.
Yes. So it was a case of you got Bourne's identity wrong. There we go. That's all of them. We're done.
No, I think there's another one.
The full gamut has been run.
There's another one. But we'll think of it later.
It's a good time to just
save it for the final.
Well, no, just saying. I said to Oliver, I said, it's okay. It's just a great It's Oliver Bourne. It's a good time to be alive.
Yeah.
That's the song. Born to be alive. Down.
And mute his microphone. Perfect. There we go. So I'll unmute it now. There we go. So
I haven't been able to sing for a while.
Yeah, no, good.
Patrick Hernandez, 1981, the year I was born. That was Born
Was
to Be
it?
Alive.
Oh, crikey, that's what, decades ago now.
Many decades ago. Here we go. Second time of asking for Junior TKM. Will they come to the line? Lights are out. We're off and racing. Garford and Harris. Ava turn number 1. And Harris gets shuffled a little bit wide. That's going to give Alfie Garford a huge lead.
Yeah, Garford there. Major good start there. He's opened up quite a significant gap as the rest of the field squabble for second, third and fourth. Onwards as down the inside goes Leo Robinson, and round and debris on the track. The 57 is round. That's Jack Stewart, privateer.
And he was really high up on the grid as well. He had a great qualifying session, qualified 6th or 7th. And Joe Cheek, I think, was also caught up in that as Stewart spun. Cheek tried to dive to the inside to avoid him and just clouted the number 57 Kart, who has got a nose cone that is somewhat skew-if now.
I think Oliver Bowen also included in that coming together. But so not the tidiest first lap that we've seen this weekend. And to be fair to the entire paddock, they've all been pretty good, haven't they, the race start? So, but the race start wasn't as good as this man here as across the line, Alfie Garford. Holds on to that lead. 0.6 of a second clear from Leo Robinson, Tyler Harris, Darren McInerney, Leon Frost, Jake Humphrey. No changes as Joe Cheek is under investigation, potentially being out of his starting position. We'll find out later. Yehan Calichurn, he's there in P7 from Luke Bate. 5 places gained for Luke Bate, the 95, so a good start for him. Joel Hull from Olivia Jakins. Ollie Rands round out the top 11 as down the inside goes. Darren McInerney for P3. Just half, no. Thought he had, but he hadn't. Now he's going to lose
Frost, yeah, Leon Frost now takes advantage of that, and McInerney back to P5 into the Fullerton S's. Garford leads by 0.6 of a second over Robinson. Harris is there in third. No, in fact, sorry, it's Harris in second, Robinson in third. So they've changed the timing scoring screen I'm looking at is wrong. It is Harris, Robinson, Frost, McInerney, Calichurn, Bates, Humphrey, Hull and Olivia Jakins. Jakins, who is fighting for second place in the championship. She's going to lose P2 in the championship as things stand because she's not even in the top 10 in the intermediate classification. As technical flag for Jack Stewart.
Yeah,
with, his nose cone has been almost ripped off.
Yeah, so we knew that was coming for Jack Stewart, which is a shame still. Never like to see a technical flag come out in a race, especially the one just before the final, but at least, again, it isn't the final. So now Tyler Harris has closed that gap up to Garford. It was 0.6 of a second. It has significantly dropped, and I have to say, Leo Robinson has tagged along for the ride as well. Frosty's still there as well as Darren McInerney, but he's just dropped back, actually. So it is now, who's that moved up? Yehan Calichurn, potentially, I think, who's moved up. So, yes, it was, the E-plate, who's there now in P5. Looking pretty good out there. 5 minutes to go.
There's Olivia Jakins, the number 8 car you just saw on your screen, that red and white Birrell chassis. She's in front of Aidan Mitchell. But there's Jakins. She flashed across the screen now. At the moment, she is down in 11th position. So this is not good for Olivia Jakins. And Jack Stewart is making his way. Yeah, that's why he's got a warning flag there, because
it's been shifted over, hasn't it?
Yes, it's... it looks like, you know, in Tetris where you just get it wrong.
Yeah.
And it's sort of, you know what I mean. Here's change for the race lead. Tyler Harris to the inside on Alfie Garford and takes over P1. The 2 Tim Wilson Motorsport karts directly behind Leo Robinson in the number 30 kart. Now makes it to the inside of Harris as Garford retakes top spot. Leo Robinson, have to say, very impressed with Leo. And Harris up on the curbs there, coming to the Fullerton S's. It's going to cost him a little bit of momentum. And it is Frost behind the number 7 kart, then Calichurn, then Bate.
It's not frosty just yet. It's still autumn. 4 minutes to go. Terrible.
Man's on fire.
Oh, that was pretty good.
End of lap number 4. And Garford, Robinson and Harris is your order. Not for much longer, though, as Harris dives to the inside. Retakes P2 from Robinson. Here comes Luke Bate up the inside. Again, driving with a renewed confidence and vigour after taking his first British Championship win yesterday. He's to the inside of Callaghan. He's going to try and get 2 for 1 and passes Leon Frost as well for 4th place.
Yeah, beautiful move there for... I'm going to call him the rolling high vis, I think.
It does look like...
I think that suits...
Oh!
I've got to be careful. There's no excuse for people not seeing him, though, as well.
And say Leon Frost. Now, Leon, like Chris Witter earlier on, he's trying to win, but he is also just trying to stay out of people's way, so there is no way he can get involved in an accident where he might get an exclusion.
Yeah, smart drive that.
Now, here comes Olivia Jenkins.
Yeah.
Being chased again by Aidan Mitchell. Aidan Mitchell in that orange and red liveried machine. Orange, red and yellow liveried machine. Behind Mitchell is Dara McInerney, who is now 12th after running second earlier on. Seth Hathaway. Now, Seth Hathaway's family were on earlier saying, if in doubt, flat out, love Mad Granny. So...
All the spin there, and that is the number 8 of Olivia Jenkins, who has gone around. She is okay, but she is just facing the barrier. She's up and out of the kart and is going to push that cut to
just as Olivia broke into the top 10 in the race, it goes wrong. And after coming into this round second in the championship, she is going to be struggling to stay in the top 5 unless she can have a really good upturn in fortunes in the last race. The final later on this afternoon. Here are your top 3, Garford, Harris and Robinson. They pulled a gap on the chasing pack behind, who are now led by number 95, Rob Saw Racing's Luke Bate.
Yes, indeed. There he is, just in the back of shot. The rolling high vis now 1.4 seconds off the lead group, but we'll keep an eye on that one, because as soon as these 3 start scrapping, and they will start scrapping, because none of them are going to win the championship, because it's been won.
It's been won.
So I think it's all just a game of bragging rights here now, so it'll just be, right, who's going to take the win on this one? Let's find out, because at the moment, Garford, with his 2 points, would start on pole position with the current position that he's in. Harris, who's in second, would start on P2, and Leah Robinson would start P3. So they can chop and change those positions just that little bit. I don't think Leah Robinson will get any better than a 3rd place, because he's got 7 points at the moment. So,
yep. So but again, this would still be...
It's still be good. Oh,
yeah. So far for Robinson. Here is Luke Bates. Then there's Frost behind. Oh, and there is Olivia Jenkins' broken Birrell ART kart. Olivia will have to start the final from the back of the grid as she tries to hang on to not just 2nd place, but a place in the top 5. The seeded numbers coming into today, after yesterday's racing, there was 30 points. There was 34 points between 2nd and 11th.
Yes, it was, as Ollie Rands there goes down the inside of his teammate Leon Frost. Frosty was giving him the space there, but I think he actually came back at him now and has kept hold of that position. In fact, if anything, he's gained one as he goes 3 wide with Yehan Callaghan as well into hairpin number 1, as Humphrey gets a 5-second time penalty, so that's not what he wants at the end of this race. Timer strikes 0 as Callaghan sweeps to the outside again. It's all starting to get a bit brouhaha with the Tim Wilson lot here, with Callaghan alongside as well. Luke Bate, though, he's catching up to your race leaders.
He is, driving like a man possessed.
It's them new boots, I'm telling you.
The new boots and the confidence of winning a race. Here we go then. Garford, Harris, Robinson and Luke Bate make it 4 for the race win as we start the final lap. Garford begins to defend against his fellow Talco privateer entered driver, Alfie Garford, who leads them into turn number 3. Robinson watches. Bate closes.
Yes, he does. And fastest lap of the race there for Luke Bate, 102.380. He's latched onto the back of this trio in towards hairpin 1. And again, Harris to the inside. Goes side by side with Garford. Bate now looking to potentially go down the inside of Leo Robinson here, and he does go down the inside. Moves up into third place only just because Robinson holds it on the outside and has the waft out of the corner to maintain that position. Again, Garford holds back onto that race lead. He takes it back from Harris, but Harris has got the momentum. Momentum for Harris as he dives to the inside here through Bobby Game corner, and it's going to be 3 wide potentially. It's going to be 2 wide through the Mike Wilson complex.
Superb driving, superb driving. I've got to say credit to Tyler Harris there, who gave Alfie Garford racing room. Garford took advantage of that. I mean, it's a shame. I don't think we'll be able to see a replay of that later on, but if you looked at that last half a lap there, the racing room that Tyler Harris gave Alfie Garford was really, really good indeed, because they could have taken each other out quite easily. Let's have a look again at that last couple of corners, because here, Tyler's at the inside, he makes the move, he has the lead, but he doesn't squeeze Garford onto the grass blocks. We've seen that time and time again. He showed Alfie Garford a lot of respect there, and Garford was able to hang tough around the outside and take the winners. Bate comes through to take third place.
Yeah.
Now, that's great from Tyler Harris. It's a heat. What Tyler can't do, he can't do that again in the final.
No.
And this sounds horrible. In the final, Tyler, you keep squeezing Alfie out. And Alfie won't mind that. Alfie will understand that. He's a racer as well. That was great sportsmanship from Tyler Harris there to not squeeze Alfie, but then Alfie took advantage and beat Tyler to the line. If that happens in the final, Tyler, you've got to keep squeezing Garford towards the grass blocks, because then Alfie is forced to brake and he cannot stay on the outside, and you will win.
Yeah. Exactly that.
That's my Zen moment.
Zen moment. There we go. You saw the pending pool class and race results pop up on the screen there. Good results then. From 12th place down was Joe Cheek, Oliver Bowen, Aidan Mitchell, Seth Hathaway, Oliver Bourne, Jack Stewart, Olivia Jenkins, of course, with that retirement from the race.
Now, let's have a little look.
Go on.
What is happening on the live chat? Who have we got conversing with us? Again, Karting Taylor England, thank you very much. Going for the fancy shots, Mr. Fitzhugh. Well, I mean, that's not fancy shots, they're just Alpha Live shots. Alpha Live are busy rewriting karting coverage as we go. Good luck to Dara McInerney from Katie Rennie, and Mad Granny again. That's so Tracy Perkis, Seth Hathaway's Mad Grandma, wishing good luck. Sam Ridder giving good luck to Ollie Rands. And DJ's Notebook, the Grand Prix very soon. Have you bought a ticket, Anthony? There we go. Here we go. It's TKM Extreme up next. Let's have a sting.
You do worry me sometimes, Henry. Anyway, starting grid for TKM Extreme. Here's how they're going to line up then. Chris Whitten, your 2022 champion-elect, starts on pole position with Jack Saunders alongside. Charlie King and Harvey Roth go from row 2.
Aaron Laskin, Lee Whitcomb share row number 3. Kian Bennett and Isaac Marsh on row number 4.
Row number 5 sees Michael Cornell and Spencer Lane go from the top 10. Ben Watson and Sam Johns go from row 6.
Row 7, Megan Lawson, the only driver in the field not to get a top 10 in the final so far. Ashton Cox, Archie Strong, and sadly, no Kai Springfield.
Shame to see. Obviously, 8 rows in this one. 17, no, 15 drivers. Quick maths. It's been a long
Just
weekend.
as well we don't do live maths on the live stream anymore, ladies
Because
and
we're
gentlemen.
terrible at it. Well, I'm terrible at it.
If you don't do well in school, ladies and gentlemen, apply to be a commentator like us.
Yes, exactly. Tracy Perkins. Now, you say Mad Grandma. I
Well,
feel
she
like
said Mad Granny.
Mad Granny, yeah. No, I feel like she's the sort of person that would put a car up on Auto Trader, say, one careful owner, never driven hard. Yeah. That sort of thing. You know it's been absolutely racked.
Yes, indeed. Now we go into the tram lines once again. Whitten and Saunders, 2 Talco privateer drivers. Lights are out, we're off and racing. And it's a good start from Jack Saunders, who sweeps across the front. Oh, and a big crash going into the... That is Lee Whittingham up the bank. And Lee Whittingham keeps it pinned. Who are the two Tim
so it looked
Wilson
like Harvey
Motorsport
Roth
drivers.
and it looked like Charlie King.
Oh, dearie me. We'll try and get a replay of that. All the drivers are okay. Let's see if we can get a replay of that as the lap progresses. But up at the front, Witten, I think, has retaken the lead from Saunders. And into third position has come Aaron Lask in kart number 93.
There we go. So a dramatic start to this race in TKM Extreme Race 29 Heat 2. And like you say, yeah, Witten holding on to the race lead in this one. Now, Witten was kind of very cool, calm, collected in the first race. Kind of faded into the pack a little bit.
And then got caught in an incident.
Yes, he did.
So that is what Chris Witten can't do. So he's had one race where how to change my mindset. You know, I'm going out there not to get disqualified. You know, and let's have a look at the replay. So with a complete lap number, Witten leads. But let's have a look again. As they come in, watching about the 4th or 5th row, there is... And it's a wheel-to-wheel contact there between the two Tim Wilson drivers.
Yeah.
Lee Whittingham on the outside had nowhere to go, was sort of bounced in the air, up the banking, and continued on. Now, there are going to be 1 or 2 damaged go-karts in this pack because there was that contact there. All 3 drivers have continued. King and Roth, 14th and 15th. Lee Whittingham, believe it or not, he is a little bit away behind the rest of the pack. But we have... and Chris Witten slowing down.
Oh, dear.
Witten slowing down, and that could be about to be a retirement for Chris Witten. You can't blame him. Maybe I'm thinking, OK, I'm in this league group. I want to get out of the league group. Something has gone wrong. And this is what happens sometimes. It's just the pressure is off. And you don't realise it, but sometimes that pressure that you feel when you're trying to win a championship, that focuses the mind so much on everything that's going around. Witten has continued. It was Witten just bailing out. So you've got to change the lead. Well, Landau International Raceway, global home of World Motorsport, birthplace of champions, is being represented at the front of the field by number 27, Sam Johns. Big up the Landau Massive.
Not biased in any way, shape or form there, are you, Henry?
No, but I'm just saying where Landau, he's representing Landau. I'm obviously biased for Landau International Raceway, as you well know. But other than that...
Chris Witten's still out there.
Yep, he is. This is sort of like after recent events, you can't kind of say smile and wave like the king.
Yes. 5 minutes to go then, and it's still, it's top 10. There's Michael Cornell out there. Now, is that the push start or is that the direct drive?
Oh, I don't know. It's a flat circuit, so Michael Cornell does have the direct drive, the clutchless version of the kart, which he was trying out. Not quite sure. It's a vintage NASA panel, I know that much.
Oh, yes.
Don't see that shaped NASA panel much anymore.
Is that a vintage Tony Kart one? Is he on a Tony Kart chassis?
I believe he is
indeed on a Tony Kart chassis.
It's a Jade Engines tuned motor.
Right.
I think that is...
That be pushed.
No, it's not. It's the button start.
Yeah, it's the button start. Yeah.
It's the only thing that is new school about Michael Cornell's racing setup.
Yeah. Old school.
Old school race suit, old school crash helmet, old school NASA panel, but new school starter motor.
Yes. And he's probably got a new school rib protector under there as well.
Well, yes, and that goes without saying. Here we go. Sam Johns, race leader. Jack Saunders, second place. Lask, third. Then the somewhat scuffed number 40 kart of Isaac Marsh. Now, here's a question. Oh, here we go. I'll pose the question to you in a minute, Anthony.
Thank you. As
Jack Saunders takes the race lead.
He does indeed, yeah.
In his number 32 go-kart.
Disembowels Sam John's lead there for Landau International Raceway. Yes. So taking you down a peg there.
But, serious question.
Go on.
If Gus Lawrence wins the British Championship, does Isaac Marsh put up his fee as a Gus Lawrence impersonator because for all the functions and stuff that you need to go to?
That's a serious question.
Serious question. Answers on the live chat.
Yeah.
Does it happen? Meanwhile, Landau International Raceway back at the front of this field with number 27, Samuel Johns. Aaron Lask into P2, Saunders down to third. Then it is Marsh. Then the number 7, Spencer Lane. Then Kid Bennett looking at there in the number 44, Rob Shaw racing car. And now there is the number 58 Classen Motorsport Gillard of Aaron Cox. Now, that's not an OTK Gillard. That is an old-school Tim Gillard built Tim Gillard chassis. One of the last Tim Gillard built chassis still racing.
You moved my tea.
Well, it was stone cold. It was the middle of all the paperwork, and I was getting a little bit nervous because as the excitement builds up,
the gesticulation,
the gesticulation builds up, and knocking over a cup of tea in the middle of the commentary box with all my paperwork would not be a good look. As we've now got a 3-kart, 4-kart battle for the race lead, and it's Lask who has the race lead. 2 minutes to go. It's Lask from Saunders, from Johns, from Spencer Lane.
There we go. You saw there Isaac Marsh, who also tried to go for the move there on Sam Johns. Couldn't quite get it squeezed into that little gap, so he's dropped back a position now as everyone files back into position. There is Michael Cornell still holding his own in that sort of mid-pack section. And, of course, I'd say the privateer's privateer.
Yes, because, I mean, we say that Witten, Saunders are entered as privateers, but they're Talco supported privateers. You know, they're running in their own awnings, but they do have support from Alan Turney, TKM on the Talco brand.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, Cornell, the privateer's privateer. He is out in the back paddock, transit, easy up, mini barbecue, cart, wagon, go racing.
I still don't think it beats Mr. Winters from 177 last year, where he put the cart on top of an Astra.
On top of an Astra van. Cole Edwards, 2019, on top of VW Golf.
Oh,
drove it from Somerset to Rowra.
But did he sleep in the back of the Golf?
Ooh, don't know. Not quite sure.
Because Winters did.
Yep, Sam Winter did. Big 7, Big 6.
Yeah.
Sam Winter. Tipping and buffeting.
Yeah.
All the way in. Slept in the back of his van. Yeah, that's...
but that's a different class. That was a different year.
But this year, Cornell and... He's only 1.6 seconds off the race lead. There he is in that all-white chassis. They crossed the line with 30 seconds to go, ladies and gentlemen, and the top 12 drivers separated by 3 seconds. Chris Witten in 12th place, just cruising around the back of this lead group, staying out of trouble. He wants to see the season out on the circuit, quite rightly so. Aaron Lask has the race lead, Saunders second. Sam Johns is third.
What's occurring? We've been told off by the mad granny. Anyway,
change
to the lead.
Saunders leads.
Beautiful move that was. Aaron Lask just like
not as impressed. Not as impressed as we were.
I think it was.
There's Cox. There's that is
Ashton Cox.
Ashton Cox. Megan Lawson up into 9th place.
Nice
now this
running.
is only a heat, not a final. But if Megan Lawson finishes there in the final, that means every single driver in TKM Extreme has scored at least one top 10 finish in a final. Out of the final corner, heat number 2 comes to the last lap board. Oh, I was getting a little bit carried away with myself
eager there, my lad, bit eager.
Eager, yes. We still got one more lap for Landau International Raceway to get back to the top of the charts. Here we go, 3 wide. And Aaron Lask still leads. John's up into 2nd place.
Yeah, look at that. 3 very different racing lines there that was taken through that one corner. And yeah,
it all worked.
It all worked, yeah, it all worked. So there we go. As Johns goes defensive, the switchback comes into play as Saunders goes back to the outside here. He'll go for the switchback here, potentially. Goes for it. No. Sam Johns blocks it. And that's, I think, going to allow Aaron Lask to get this heat win.
Yes,
he seems pretty comfortable in that race lead now. No dramas whatsoever. You've still got Spencer Lane, Isaac Marsh just behind as well. So keep an eye on them as Spencer Lane looks to the inside of Sam Johns. But it looks like this one is going to go the way for Rob Shaw Racing's Aaron Lask out of the final corner. He will take Heat 2 win. Across the line from Jack Saunders.
Oh, look at that. Chris Witten with the yellow gloves on finishes 12th, and our timing screen is not as live as it was. Press a button. 2.75 seconds separates the top 12. Thumbs up there between the top 3. Sam Johns giving his thoughts as well. Yes, and good. Aaron Lask has spotted the Alpha Live camera and just gave the little signal there, like that. Enjoyed that. That's always good when the drivers show that they have, they know where the camera points are. Let's do something that'll make the highlight reel at the end of the day.
Yes. There's a look at the pending Paul Klassen race results.
Oh, yes, don't be cheeky, us two. Well,
Landau, where's that? More of a GYG fan. Ooh, that's a dig at you, Henry.
That's a harsh burn.
That's
from I mean...
Someone grab him a fire extinguisher, folks.
I can't take grief off anybody that can't put their real name next to their title on a live chat, so there we go. So, yeah.
Absolutely savage.
Absolutely savage. If they were that confident, yeah, exactly. If they're that confident, they put their real name. I can't under these keyboard warriors. this North Wales, South Wales thing, it always really gets me going. Right, here we go. That's the end of the TKM Extreme Heat. The next race will be the Bambinos.
Yes,
and
indeed. It's our
driver there. Our first final there. 3 minutes to go. But Riley Murrow has scored. He has the perfect championship score, 410 points. Even if he doesn't go out in this, if he pulls in and retires, there's a bug.
There's a bug on his tyre, and I can imagine if he starts rolling, that bug will cease to exist.
Okay, let's start the Save the Crane Fly. Save the Crane Fly starts here. On Riley Murrow's tyre, there is a rather large bug. Let's call him Graham. Oh, Graham, please move, because if Riley Murrow... Fly away.
No,
don't go down into the Eternals. That'll be the end of it for you, Graham. Yay! Graham lives, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh dear, we got far too invested. Well, I say we got far too invested. Oh no!
No, he's on the back of his neck brace. He's going to go for a high-speed ride round PFI in a minute. Murrow looking around.
What are they talking about?
Austin O'Man's thinking, yes, keep distracting the champion. Keep distracting the champion. Riley Murrow saying, someone get Graham off the back of Riley Murrow. You're not allowed passengers. On there. So Austin Oman is second in the championship at the moment, but just 2 points in front of Chester Fawkes. So who is going to be second in Bambino behind Riley Murrow?
Well, let's find out as the, I think this is the engine warming phase that they're going through at the moment. So, of course, I'll just be sorted out. Hopefully, Graham is okay on the back of Riley Murrow's kart there. They're just behind the number 44 on your screens. Cole Teal, yeah, currently at 5th in the point standings. He may have gone up or down a spot or two at the end of the heats. But again, a driver aiming for a seeded number this year, and I think that's very doable for him, as there is only 8 of them, and yeah, the top 10 go through. But, ladies and gentlemen, let's find out who is going to win the Bambino Final. It's race 30 coming up next. Right, it's the next race. Let's find out who's going to be starting where. Pole position, Riley Murrow and Graham on that front row with Austin Oman alongside. Cole Teal and Chester Fawkes go from row 2.
Row number 3, Charlie Page and Ethan McClelland. Row 4, Daniel Ferguson and Harper Das.
There we go. So only 8 karts, of course. They'll make their way round. I am curious. I would love to get the roaming camera on the start lineup and just see if Graham's still attached.
I have a feeling that Graham would have parted company with Riley Murrow as soon as the engines were fired. The event.
I beg to differ.
Well, I mean, Graham the bug. I haven't spoken to him, but I would imagine that his name is spelled Graham.
Yes.
Yeah, like a golden Graham. But I mean. It could be one of those modern Grahams, but I didn't have a chance to catch up with him properly before he flew off.
Yeah. At least he wasn't on the tyre. He did decide to move off from there to a much safer, shielded spot, actually. I can imagine just behind in the back of the neck brace. It might be quite sheltered. Anyway, we're going to... Karting, racing. Like we were saying, in the championship for this one, looks like it's pretty signed, sealed and done for Riley Murrow. I think, yeah, it is done. So he's your 2022... Vera Tools British Kart champion-elect in Bambino, and he will start on the front row this time around. Of course, he had a very close running for Austin Oman as well. Austin Oman very, very close behind. Of course, standing start for Bambino, and they've got to make sure everyone is good there. So you've got Ryan Manchester there holding the red flag. You've got... You've got the rest of everyone signed up. We've got Dan Ashton there as well with his tan trousers and blue trainers. And everyone good. So final checks just being made and everyone will get going. So, Henry, it's that time of year.
It is.
You know, we're going to be crowning champions at the end of these races, all afternoons now. It's been a fabulous season, 2022. We've already crowned a champion this year, of course. We've crowned a couple already in the form of KZ2. But this time, it's time for the Bambinos. As 3 red lights, 4 red lights, lights go out. Here we go. Great start from the entire grid. Austin O'Man cuts off that approach from Cole Teal. He holds off the number 44 and slots into second place. Riley Morrow and Graham leading the way then as they go up through the banking for the first time. Now, hold on, Graham.
One thing is that the Bambino Championship has been, it's only part of the British Championship since 2020.
Yes.
Both seasons, 2020 and 2021, we've had the last round here at PFI. On both those occasions, the champion for that year has won the final. Edward Haynes in 2020 and Austin Newstead last year. So Riley Morrow wants to go out with a bang. This could be his 3rd win. He would still be behind Austin Newstead, who won all 4 finals last season. But for Riley Morrow, it would be 3 wins out of 4. Austin O'Man, well, hard to believe that Austin O'Man, he only scored his first podium finish this year at Glenagorse. He finished 7th in the championship last year, but he is chasing Riley Morrow hard as we come through the Mike Wilson complex, named after 5-time world karting champion Mike Wilson, Barnsley's greatest ever sportsman, in my opinion. As they cross the line, Morrow looking at taking a long look at his mechanic there to get a signal. So the season started off at Warden Law, where Chester Fawkes beat Morrow with Harper Das on the podium. He then went to Glenagorse in North Wales. Morrow beat Austin O'Man and Fawkes on the podium. Last time out at Wilton Mill, it was Morrow from Ethan McClelland and Harper Das getting his 2nd podium finish of the season. Das is a little bit off the pace this weekend, down in 7th place at the moment. It is Morrow from Oman, Teal, Fawkes and McClelland. Your top 5 are all there. There's a slight gap back to Charlie Page and Harper Das, with Daniel Ferguson off the back of the grid.
There we go. So now, this time around, it's not looking like a clear breakaway for our top 2 that we saw earlier on in Heat 2. Of course, Heat 1 was yesterday. They've only had Heat 2 and the final today. This time around, all a little bit closer up, which is nice to see. We've got a 5-car battle for the race lead. 12 minutes to go in this one, of course, 15-minute finals. And again, a big look over the shoulder there for Morrow, who I don't think actually at that point saw Oman was there, because Oman was a little bit further on the right-hand side and he looked over his left shoulder. So, yeah, I don't think he would have seen much of...
But again, at the moment, look at this early stages, the drivers, they're taking a leaf out of the cadet book and just staying in a line, not battling, pushing on. They all want to be there when it matters. Again, Morrow looks to the inside, but Oman was about half a kart's width off to his right-hand side, so we couldn't see where Austin Oman was. Now in 3rd position, the number 44 of Teal, under pressure from the number 38 of Chester Fawkes. Fawkes on the Fullerton chassis, coming down towards hairpin number 1, takes over 3rd place. Now they go up into the thing. Great camera shot there. You can see, you can almost guess which driver's going to make a move, judging on their driver's body language and their positioning up towards the Fullerton S's. This time, Austin Oman, again, just half a kart's width inside. You know, that's... shows that he could get. He's getting an earlier turn in. Morrow just signalling to Oman, saying, "Good work, keep it going." Oh, Ethan McClelland over the curb there, and almost bouncing into the number 44 of Cole Teal. That is going to cost them both a little bit of time, as Chester Fawkes now pulls into 3rd position and pulls away.
Now, the bigger karts, of course, can hit that curb and it's okay, but if a Bambino hits that curb, it's quite a sizable curb and they have to watch out for it. Pulling out of the slipstream, here comes Austin O'Man for the race lead. And gets that race lead, only just squeezes that kart past. And now the top three with a breakaway now from the rest of the field as Chester Fawkes with the fastest lap of the race has latched on to the back of these two now leading the way. So it's Morrow from Oman and Graham. Fawkes still there in P3 as they go down the hill now into hairpin number 1.
If Graham is still attached to Riley Murray,
he's definitely still attached.
That is the world's strongest crane fly.
He's definitely still attached. And
but
probably the fastest right now as well.
And the biggest crane flies, petrol head crane fly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Loves his racing. Loves his racing.
Does
Graham.
indeed. Does indeed. Just hope he doesn't end up as a bug on the windscreen of the visor of the driver behind.
Yeah.
So, just under 10 minutes to go. Oman leads this race. And of course, we saw this earlier on, which was absolutely fantastic between these two. Having a good little scrap. We saw them side by side at points as well. And of course, with this opportunity, I think the bet that comes forward from me and Henry, I think who can go the widest. I think mine was 3 wide, I think was my guess.
Yeah, mine was 4 wide. Looks like you could win that bet, Anthony. Oman from Murrow from Fawkes, your top 3. Then a gap developing back to McClellan, Teal, Das, Page and Ferguson.
JBR Kiwi joins us in the live chat and says, last time I raced at Landau, nearly 20 years ago now, the race got red flagged due to a herd of sheep invading the track. That makes sense.
I remember that event. It was the only time we've ever used grid girls.
What, the sheep? Oh, to be Welsh. 8 under 9 minutes to go.
Yeah. JBL Kiwi. Is that some sort of...
JBR Kiwi.
JBR Kiwi. I'm trying to remember who that was. I would have been there. I remember it well. Yes. Into the Fullerton S's. So here's a Landau question for you.
What?
Name the only Formula One world champion to also be a Welsh karting champion. Genuine question. Answers on the live chat.
Okay. Now, has there been any Welsh Formula One drivers?
Yes, the late, great Tom Price. He wasn't the answer. He wasn't the Formula One world champion. Okay. Formula One world champion who is also a Welsh karting champion, a double Welsh karting champion, and he earned that at Landau both times. Back on circuit. It is Austin Oman leading Riley Murrow, and then it is Chester Fawkes with a gap back to Ethan McClelland. Into the first hairpin. Murrow, happy to sit behind Austin Oman, has been in this position now for several laps. Fawkes, again, just playing a waiting game. McClelland has faded 2.5 seconds back from these guys in 4th position. There aren't many answers. I think I might have some of our viewers stumped, but it's a genuine question. 1 Formula One world champion, won 2 Welsh karting titles.
And he's a world champion.
And he's a Formula One world champion, and he won them both at Landau.
British?
I'm not going to divulge any information. It's up to you to guess. Up to the viewers to guess. Into the Bruno Ferrari S's for the 7th time. With 6.5 minutes to go, 3 Bambino drivers run nose to tail, neck and neck.
If Austin Oman can win this race, this would be the first final he's won this year.
Yes, it would indeed. And congratulations to Ryan Morgan,
who most definitely used Google.
Who definitely got the answer correct. The answer is 1992 Formula One world champion Nigel Mansell was a double Welsh karting champion in 1970 and 1972 in the 210 national class. That took place at Landau. on the runway next to the existing race circuit.
And it baffles me why you know that.
Well, I know that because I did a history. I did a couple of magazine articles for Karting magazine back in the day on the history of the Welsh Karting Championship, and the two people that were very instrumental in that, they both passed away now, Harry Maund and his wife Evelyn Maund, who were stewards at Rissington and Landau for many, many years. Bit of a signal there between the two drivers. Riley Murrow now passes Austin Oman. I think they're trying to get rid of Chester Fawkes from proceedings. But they brought out the photo albums that they had from those events and the race results to show me that, that show me Nigel Mansell. They said they used to remember him as a young man. He was a nice young man. And then they took me across the road from the existing circuit at Landau to the old industrial estate airfield and said, this is where the circuit used to be. And they sort of marked it out where the track was back they used in the 1970s at Landau. So there we go. And again, a big hello to Harry and Evelyn Maund's family, who are still involved in karting down in Wales.
Yes, indeed.
When I was racing, Mrs. Maund, everyone called her Mrs. Maund, and she would call the drivers to the grid, and she would her one shrill voice would be, "No smoking on the dummy grid." Because back in the day, the last thing most drivers did before they went out, have a quick tab before they went out. And it was usually directed at me or one of my teammates. But there we go.
I still do direct it at you. But,
anyway, Murrow and Oman, 1 and 2. Fawkes, third. Three and 3/4 minutes to go. The Maund family was a part of my childhood down at Pembrey, says Bryn Alban. Yes, they do. Harry Maund used to run a go-kart shop in Cardiff, and when I was 13, me and my dad went to have a look and get, to try and buy a kart, and it was Junior Yamaha. Ooh. And my dad, the primary school teacher, looked at the price of the kart, and it was at that point that the world of journalism and commentary became a little bit more appealing. Now race for the lead. Austin Oman still challenging Riley Murrow. Now there was a chopping and changing there, and it's good to see the people watching there. Yeah, the Maunds are down at Pembrey, long circuit. Yeah, Rissington, Landau, Dunk as well, and again that generation, that initial generation of people that are involved in karting in its formative years in the late 1950s, 60s, that they are now, a lot of them have passed away, and that sort of those last memories of that first karting generation. Of course, we're looking at the latest generation of karting talent in Bambinos now, but that first generation of people that are involved in karting when karting first came to the UK in the 1950s, the last few survivors of that generation are now passing on, and it's really, really important that we retain as much information, as many memories, as many stories, images and articles of that, so that we don't lose that part of history from our sport, because you never know, one day in 20, 30 years' time, when some of these Bambinos are journalists or commentators, that they have got the information that they can look back on to talk about, the history of our sport long after even the likes of you and me have
not that old.
Battle for the race lead, anybody? Yes, Oman and Murrow. Oman has it back.
Yes, he does indeed. Yeah, he gave it up earlier on. Not sure what that was for. Just like you say, you were thinking maybe they do want to drop Chester Fawkes. I think that could have been a good thing because they have done that now.
And of course, Austin Oman fighting Chester Fawkes for second in the championship. They were separated by just 3 points. So that's what it was all about. It was a case of, right, we need to work together. Murrow's won the title. Oman wants second. So let's work together, chop and change. And poor old Chester Fawkes, who was just 3 points behind Oman coming into this race, will have to settle for third in the race and also third in the championship. You're pointing, Anthony. You're pointing.
I just wonder if we could get the championship standings up because we've not had it so far this year, and I feel like let's get it up. The Bambinos. It's their last few laps of their.
There they are.
There it is. Riley Murrow He is in second place at the moment, but he is got a perfect score, 410 points after drop scores.
And exactly. People are thinking, why would he have a perfect score? He's not winning this race. The Bambinos count their best 6 out of 8 scores. So in terms of the 6 scores that Riley Murrow is counting, that is a perfect score. Congratulations. Austin Oman, again, you can say he's opened that advantage. It was 3 points. It's now 6 points over Chester Fawkes. Ethan McClelland and Cole Teal 4th and 5th. In fact, Cole Teal, at the moment, in 5th position on the road, would beat Harper Das by a single point.
Yeah. There we go. The timer strikes 0. Henry, I'm going to get ready to go down to interview our race winner and champion of 2022.
Right. You run along. Here we go. Last lap. Board goes out side by side for the race lead. It is Murrow and Oman. Riley Murrow takes the lead as they go under the bridge, out onto banking one more time. Onto the banking. And now Austin Oman cuts back to the inside. Now Oman has it. Murrow's going to try and stay on the outside as they come across the bridge. Down through turn number 4. And Murrow's got the inside line for the run down to hairpin number 1, but Oman has track position. Into the first hairpin we go. Here comes Murrow once again, and Oman has to defend. Can Oman get the crossover? Yes, he can, but he's now on the outside line, and Murrow still has the race lead. Watch Oman now dive to the inside, going up the short chute, but Murrow gets a good run, and he's got the momentum. Plenty of time still to go in Bambino racing, though. Into the Fullerton S's. Oh, Murrow's going to be slow onto the back straight. Here comes Oman to the outside. Can Austin Oman go around the outside of Bobby Game corner for the race win? Yes, he can. Great move from Austin Oman. Into the Mike Wilson complex we go. Oman has it. Murrow in second. It's going to be a drag race to the line. But could this be a first British Championship win for Austin Oman? Yes, it can, by half a kart length. Oman takes it. Riley Murrow, your champion for 2022, finishes second. Third will be Chester Fawkes. Fourth will be Ethan McClelland. There is your champion, Riley Murrow, on the big screen. Perfect score, 410 points. Well done to Riley Murrow. And I think if he looks up at about this point, well, when he comes to the Fullerton S's, he will see that on the big screen. Yes, there are, looks like the family there, the Murrow family. Now, I believe Riley is the English family. There they go. Yeah, a big round of applause. And Riley Murrow now sees his face on the big screen. Oh, and he almost runs off the track. He almost ran off the track going to Fullerton S there, because he suddenly looked up and saw his face looking back at him on the big screen here at PF International. So that concludes the Bambino final. And also, I'd like to say a big congratulations and well done to our race director for that final. Young Willow Parker did a fantastic job of race directing that final. So well done. And I know that Willow is working hard on media in her school, and that would be a great something to put on, you know, a CV that you race directed around the British Kart Championship there. And I bet none of the viewers at home noticed that there was a new race director at the helm. Congratulations, well done on that one, Willow. So Anthony Jordan will be huffing and puffing his way down to the pits at the moment to see the winners, Oman, Murrow and Fawkes. That was race number 30. The next race, we're going to decide an O plate. So we've had a British title decided there. Now an O plate decided in the next race. But before then, we will be speaking to the aunties now. And Bryn Alban, good to hear you, Bryn. Lee Morn still racing road tax until recently, and Mrs. Morn handing some of the trophies in the 1990s. Yes. Good to hear that Ryan Morgan getting the answer right, and Bryn Alban still watching karting, and there we go. All 8 drivers in Bambino finished that race. Ethan McLaren finishing 4th, Cole Teal finishing 5th, Charlie Page coming home in 6th, Harper Das was 7th, and the field being rounded out by Daniel Ferguson in 8th position. Unofficially, the top 6 in the championship: Riley Murrow, Austin Oman, Chester Fawkes, Ethan McClelland, Cole Teal, Harper Das, with Charlie Page 7th, Lewis Cacaldi in 8th, Daniel Ferguson 9th, and Jensen Biglands in 10th position. But Anthony Jordan is down in the pits with our top 3 drivers. Take it away, Anthony.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, a fabulous little race there from the Bambinos for the final time. Now, we'll chat to our champion in just a moment, but I want to jump in with this man just here firstly, Austin Oman. Now, it's been all season waiting, but you finally finished the end of the season with a race win. Well done.
Thanks.
It's a long time running, wasn't it? I saw your dad come in. He was like, yeah, you've done it. But are you happy for everyone?
Yeah.
It was a brilliant race, wasn't it?
It was hard against me and Riley, but I won because he backed off because it would have caused a crash.
Ah, good driving then. Good strategy that you had there. But a great race you had with Riley all the way through that one. It was a good start as well. Some nice overtakes.
Yeah. I have no idea what to say.
Who would you like to thank?
My dad, my papa, and my engine builder.
Yeah. Is that everyone?
Yeah, everyone.
Good man, well done. So, high five, give us that, well done. First win of the season, nice work. Right, let's chat to this man here, because Mr. Riley Murrow, you are our 2022 British Kart champion, well done.
Definitely a hard race between Austin and me. He's a good driver. He knows what he's doing. He's been helping me all the season to get where I have been. We've been pushing along, working together as much as possible. I knew eventually we would have won at least one race, but it was very unexpected for him to win this one.
Right, that's a lot of strategy talk you had there. But the talk we want to hear now is your celebratory talk, because you're champion. It's done, it's over, you've done it.
I'm really excited. It feels great to win the championship. I'm hoping to do well next year as well.
Oh, brilliant stuff. Well, to give you your #1 plate is Dan Parker from Motorsport UK. A nice handshake.
Congratulations. Well done. Well
good stuff. And a big round of applause there from the rest of the paddock as well. Riley Murrow, our 2022 Vera Tools British Kart champion. And a brilliant result there. Let's chat to third place now as well. Chester Fawkes. Where is Chester? He's over here. Chester, let's have a chat. Good race from you as well. That was third place finish. Nice work.
Yeah.
Are you happy with that one?
Not really.
Not really. It's a podium. You can be happy with that one. You've got a smile on your face still, haven't you?
Yeah.
That's the main thing, isn't it? Next year, what's the challenge? Are you going to come back and do it again?
No, because we're going to go in IAME Bambinos, but IAME can't do it.
Right, okay, so we'll have to see what happens then. But end of the season, are you a bit sad it's finished?
Yeah.
Yeah, did you want it to keep going?
Yeah.
Should we come back next week and do it again?
Yeah.
Good stuff, that's what we want to see. But congratulations, well done, P3.
Thanks.
Excellent stuff there from our Bambinos. And we've got plenty more races coming up next, so there's more finals. We're going to be crowning some more. Henry, we'll take some more back to you.
Well, great to see that after retiring from Quidditch, Riley Murrow wins in karting as well. Congratulations. And we don't always interview the Bambinos at the end of their finals. Sometimes these drivers age between 6 and 8 years old. You don't always get, much out of them when you have a camera stuck in front of them. But those 3 drivers there, again, great enthusiasm, great compliment, great sportsmanship. Riley Murrow, when Anthony asked him about his question, first of all, he spoke about how great Austin Oman was, which is fantastic to see. But the next race up will be the final for the Honda Academy O plate. That will be starting in 4 minutes' time. 11 drivers set to compete in that. And looking at the some of the championship standings, there's going to be some really, really good championship battles coming up later on. But let's have a word from our sponsors first. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are just a moment or two away from the start of the Honda Academy O-Plate. And that'll be the next race on track very, very soon.
Yes, indeed. Green flag waves on the start gantry. The four-stroke Rumble in the Jungle makes their way out on track, and it is Kenzo Craigie and Charlie King who start on the front row. Max Gilman and Charles Kitely, they go from row 2.
Row number 3 sees Andrew Dixon and Logan McAllister, and row number 4, Tom Reed and Eva Morris.
Row number 5 is Sam Mott and Ralphie Branscombe. You've got Jensen Maplethorpe, who rounds out the field. Row 6.
And all 11 drivers are on track. 4, 6, 8, 10, yes, 11.
Yep, you can count to 11. Well done.
I almost had to take off a shoe there. Just
a good lad.
Run out of run out of fingers and thumbs. Almost at the start of the toes, but no, 11 drivers. Well, even though Charles Kitely and Charlie King have pushed Kenzo Craigie all the way in the heats, in terms of experience and knowing how to get the job done at a major event, especially here at PFI, Kenzo has to start this race as the favourite.
Oh yeah, definitely so. I mean, you know, someone who's won a GP plate, has won countless races in the British Kart Championship, you would think this young driver would come away with the Honda Academy O-Plate, starting on pole position, looking to be the one to go for.
Yes. Now, of course, what we have seen in both Honda Academy heats today are false starts.
We have seen jump
starts, rather. So none of these drivers want to ruin their race, ruin their chance of a British Open title before the race even gets underway. So the key is don't move before the lights go out. We've got 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights. Now the lights go out. It looked like a good solid start from everybody. Charles Kitely from the outside of row number 2 gets another rocket ship getaway to take the race lead. Craigie down to second, and I think that is one of the Zip livery drivers. It's not Charlie King. It is possibly Eva Morris up into 4th place.
That car is rapid off the line, isn't it? That Charles Kitely car, isn't it? Absolutely flies off the line.
Is Charlie King in 3rd position? He's got the Passion Motorsport race suit on. Then the first of the SFR karts, Max Gilman in 4th place. And then the first of the Sate Motorsport entries, I believe. That was Andrew Dixon in kart 22. And Dixon there just in front of Tom Reed in the number 90, no, in Logan McAllister rather, in the number 95. So the 2 Sate Motorsport teammates trying to work together. There's Reed in the number 36 kart, and behind Reed it comes the 2 more Zip factory drivers led by number 80 Eva Morris, with Sam Mott just behind.
There we go. So they exit out of the final corner, and Kenzo Craigie leads the way still as Charles Kitely is holding off Charlie King in P3. Max Gilman still there in P4 with Andrew Dixon, McAllister. Then it's Reed, Morris, Mott, Branscombe and Maplethorpe. The entire grid. 13 minutes to go as they exit off the bridge down the hill. Once more for the second time. No lunges this time around, but I have to say, Charles Kitely has latched onto the back of Kenzo Craigie there and has slightly, only slightly, dropped Charlie King from the top 2.
Not much in it, though, and King will be looking to fight back strongly as this 15 minutes plus 1 lap race progresses. So far, everybody sort of taking things nice and steady. The entire field in a single pack. But Craigie, well, they don't want to let him get too far away, because if he gets into a rhythm, he can pull a gap, even in this very, very evenly matched class. Pooled engines, so none of the engines on the karts actually belong to the drivers that are using them, and they drew the engine numbers out of a hat to show that, look, this is what the equality is. But isn't it strange how the 3 drivers who coming into this, the 3 drivers that we're used to talking about competitively racing in the British Honda Cadet Championship at the front, and they always find a way to get back at the front.
They do indeed. 12 minutes to go. No changes. Top 3 breakaway from the rest of the pack. 2 groups of 3 then. Craigie, Knightley, or Kitely, King. The first group of 3. Gilman, Dixon and McAllister, the second group of 3. And then Reed, Morris, Mott, Branscombe and Maplethorpe. Still that order. No changes throughout the field. As King still, I think, he's not struggling to keep up. But I have to say, I reckon the group behind are closing in.
Well,
I don't think this lead group is the quickest one.
No, but they're not drafting with each other or anything. There's little gaps between them, so they're not slipstreaming with each other. And we'll check the gap as they come up. So Max Gilman last time around. Well, Charles Kitely a 106.75. Kenzo Craigie a 107.0. Charlie King a 106.8. And you are correct, Anthony. Max Gilman in 4th place, a 106.76 second lap. But this lap, he looks like he's losing a little bit of ground.
Just a little bit. I mean, I think the reason because of that is because he's lost the 2 behind that I think were pushing him along as well. So he's kind of in his own.
Yeah, he went a bit too quick. So the top 4 last time around, Kenzo Craigie, the race leader, was the slowest of the top 4 in terms of outright lap time. Although on this lap, Craigie is fastest of all through sector number 1 and looks as though he's stretching the field out a little bit.
Yeah, once again, like an accordion, in and out, all the way through this race. And I suspect it will just, I suppose, edge just that little bit more as the race progresses. But we'll find out as they, once again, exit out of the final corner back onto the start-finish straight.
Great camera shot there, showing how the drivers, and you next time around, we'll see the same camera shot of that last lap next time around, because you can see how the drivers use the curbs here to help
to their advantage
turn the corner.
Yeah.
Here's a battle. There's second place, and it's Charlie King, just on the back of setting a new fastest race lap, 106.350, takes second position.
Yeah, but Charles Kitely looks to fight back into hairpin 1. Thinks against it. Now they've got to work together again to close that gap because there's a little bit of real estate now between themselves and Kenzo Craigie in the lead. But again, 8 wheels can work better than 4, especially in cadet racing. So
Absolutely.
They will close that gap.
And again, the top 3 that lap were half a second faster than the chasing drivers. As you can see there, the drivers up on the curb coming through the second part of the Fullerton S's. They don't use the curbs the first half, has changed to second place. So watch as the next time they'll come through the Mike Wilson complex. Look at the last chicane of how the drivers talk about precision racing. Precision racing. There you can see Craigie up on the curb. You can see the lip of the curb there, and how the drivers, they get their left wheel on that curb going around the corner, and that actually helps rotate the kart. It helps rotate the kart, and then they can drive and make one steering input through the right-hand section of that last S's. It's inch perfect, and all the drivers, they know exactly where to use that curb. If they get on the curb too late, it just spits the kart across the track. So that is, it's excellent. It's finite millimeters in it. Precision racing. Great camera shot there. Great work to show how they use that curb. But of course, if they use it too much, they go over it and the bottom of the kart bottoms out and it's disastrous.
Yeah.
So you have to be inch perfect.
Kartpicks.net, Chris Walker out there for a picnic. Sitting down on the exit of hairpin 2.
But he's just getting a great angle.
He's getting the low angle as they come down the start-finish lane.
That's the one.
Yeah. Man like Chris, he can't bend over anymore like that, so he has to, yeah.
Oh, I'm probably going to upset Mr. East, and I'm going to upset everyone else now by saying that Chris Walker, best in the business.
Yeah.
Sorry, Josh. Sorry, Mr. Stratton. Sorry, Mr. East. You're very, very good at what you do, but I'm old school. Chris is old school. And us dinosaurs have to stick together, or else we'll become extinct.
Yes. Never mind.
Across the bridge.
Everything good has to come to an end.
Just not at the end of this year, please. Now, the race is still on, I have to say. Jensen Maplethorpe, looking at his results, he's down in 11th place. So Jason in kart number 52, the least experienced driver in this field. And again, he's not with the rest of the pack, but let's hope that he can maybe put in a personal best lap before the end of this race. Now, again, talking about the pooled engines, Ralphie Branscombe in 10th position at the moment. He is in kart number 96, and last time around he did a 1:07.00. That was his best lap of the race. You're oohing, Anthony.
Yeah, well, it was a bit of a moment there as 36 Tom Reed just clipped the back of Andrew Dixon's kart, and it just went a little bit sideways.
Ah, okay.
So,
but there's Ralphie Branscombe did a 1:06.81 last time around. He's in 10th place, and he is 5 seconds off the race leader, Kenzo Craigie. Last time around, Kenzo Craigie did a 1:06.58, 0.3 of a second, and so that just between first and 10th in terms of lap times, that showing just how equal, and this pooled engine idea in Honda Academy, how it is such a level, levels the playing field up so much.
it was also the back of Sam Mott's car that he made
right, okay.
with. This is closed in again after their brief moments of battling. So again, these engines all pretty similar, I'd say, in terms of pace, and of course the three drivers that we're seeing here at the front have been consistently at the front all the way throughout. So
it allows, it allows the talent, the driving talent,
to come
to rise to the top. The cream rises to the top.
Yeah.
And Craigie, Kitely, and King are showing why they race in the Honda Cadet British Championship, and why that extra experience, that extra bit of racecraft and knowledge translates into, when everything is equal, it allows them to continue to run at the front. Kitely and King both checking over their shoulder. The gap back to Max Gilman in 4th place is now 1.5 seconds. Gilman has got the number 95 Saints Motorsport entry of Logan McAllister right behind him. I'm just looking at this. So in terms of equipment that they're using, so they're all using the RPM racing engines. You've got Craigie on a Zip leading this race. Charles Kitely is on a Synergy chassis in 2nd place. Then Charlie King on a Zip in 3rd. Max Gilman in 4th is on a Xenon chassis. Logan McAllister in 5th has a Synergy. 6th is Andrew Dixon. He is on a Project 1 kart. And then you have Sam Mott on a Zip. Tom Reed is next. He is on a Synergy with Eva Morris on a Zip, and Ralphie Branscombe in kart number 96. He is on a Project 1 chassis. Maplethorpe on a Zip in 11th position. The top three, 4.5 minutes still to go, and it is Craigie. Kitely looks for the race lead. Kenzo Craigie just missed the apex ever so slightly at the first hairpin, and Charles Kitely sort of stuck half a nose cone in up the inside. He just sticks a bit more up the inside going into hairpin number 2. His entire kart goes to the inside, and Charles Kitely takes the race lead for the first time all race. Kenzo Craigie gives up top spot, although Kitely did lead for a few moments away from the start after making such a great getaway. Now the 64 privateer entered driver has the race lead. Craigie and King 2nd and 3rd. The gap back to Max Gilman in 4th place is 1.7 seconds. Is it going to go up a little bit as they cross the start-finish line? It goes to 1.9, although McAllister pushing Gilman along. And if things get a little bit more lively at the front, because here comes Craigie back up the inside of Kitely for the race lead. New leader, Kenzo Craigie. New 2nd place driver, Charlie King. No, not quite. Kitely holds on.
Now, was that Kitely holding a slightly tighter line going into the banking there, which meant subsequently we ran a little bit wide going out, and then, it was just a nice wide entry, tighter exit from Kenzo Craigie. And I feel like that one's more beneficial when you go into the because, again, even if you're, let's say you're leading going into that banking, if you do go for the wider line and the person behind goes to the tighter line, he'll wash out, and then you can go back down the inside. So I feel like even in any sort of situation, taking that wider entry
if there's
is beneficial.
If there's 2 or 3 drivers behind you,
that can
then
be
not quite beneficial, because you won't have the time to cut across and get back underneath.
Yes.
So it's all about
timing and
kart awareness. How many rivals? And that is sometimes why you see drivers looking over their shoulder, not just to see who is behind me, but how many people are behind me.
Yeah.
They can then calculate what they can do or what they can't do, because they'll be able to second guess the fact, okay, if I go take the wide line into this corner, for example, I won't be able to do the cutback because there are 4 drivers directly no-tail behind me, so I've got to defend. That's how what you see the drivers, when they're looking over their shoulder, they're not just saying, oh, who's that, who's that, who's that? No, they're thinking about how many drivers and then adjusting their tactics accordingly.
That sounds far too technical for either of us.
But that's why we commentate, and that's why we talk about it. We don't do it.
Yeah, exactly.
Change the lead. Charles Kitely back in front.
Nice move there through hairpin 2. Yeah, well timed. Not wasting any time getting that move done. Timer very quickly running out now in this 15-minute final.
Oh, yes.
Just under 2 minutes to go, plus that 1 lap. Plenty of time left. And, of course, is Charles Kitely going to have learnt from what he's just seen, witnessed, from going defensive into the banking that last lap? Is he going to potentially go for a different racing line now? Let's see what happens as they come to the start-finish line at the end now. Finishing lap 12, we're on lap 13, and into the banking he goes. Let's see what line he takes.
Now, both Kenzo Craigie's big wins this year, I'm talking about Honda Cadet at Kart Masters here at PFI, and the British Championship round at Clay Pigeon. Both those races, the lead pack started battling amongst themselves seconds after Craigie took the lead, which then gave Kenzo Craigie a big advantage over the last half a lap.
Yes.
That hasn't happened yet. We've got a minute to go, so the pressure is now on. If Craigie's going to win this, he's going to have to win it without being given the advantage of a healthy lead over the last half a lap or so.
But Craigie is good at these one-off events. We've seen him do this at Wilton Mill in Micromax when he won his ticket to go to the Bahrain.
Yes, he is, and he takes the race lead, 38 seconds to go. So that is one of Kenzo's, the modus operandi is similar. Now he takes the lead, 30 seconds to go. We're going to have 2 laps remaining now. What will Kitely and King do? If they battle amongst themselves, they'll give the race to Kenzo Craigie. They have to resist the temptation to fight and still push and push and push, even though the clock is ticking towards 0 very, very rapidly.
Basically, it all falls down to really what Charlie King does, because if Charlie King goes for the move, Craigie wins.
But here we go. Kitely goes through it. Now, Kitely still at the inside. Kenzo Craigie missed his apex. It's there. Kitely has the race lead. Craigie second. Craigie comes back up the inside of Kitely at the second hairpin. Retakes the lead. Now, what does Charlie King do? Kenzo Craigie's fate is in Charlie King's hands as much as of his own at the moment. If King follows Kitely and pushes him as we start the final lap, it's game on. If King now makes a move for second place, no, he's pushing. He's pushing Kitely. This is going to be a last lap shootout. 3 drivers, Kenzo Craigie, Charles Kitely and Charlie King. Last lap board in the air. 1 lap in the Honda Academy O plate. It's Kenzo Craigie with the lead, but only by a whisker.
Very much so then. Under the bridge they go then for the final time, and Kenzo Craig with that tighter line, but a miscalculation there by Kitely means he runs out wide, and that allows Charlie King to go into P2, and now they'll go down the hill for the final time. And again, everyone tucks to that inside line, hugging that white line all the way to the apex, under braking there. A little bit of contact between the two of them, but they all get round the corner with the same position that they entered it. In towards hairpin number 2 then for the final time. Again, 3 wide. They did what the Bambinos couldn't do in their final, but they have done it here. And again, here comes Kitely, who's got the momentum down the inside, but Kenzo Craigie has now got this win.
He's got the advantage. He defended going into the second hairpin and then held the inside line so that nobody could get the crossover coming out. He emerges out from Bobby Game Corner with a 10 kart length lead. The battle is on for second between Kitely and King. But Kenzo Craigie for the Zip Factory team, he is going to add the Academy O plate to the GP title. And there is your winner, Kenzo Craigie for the Zip Factory team, beating Charles Kitely. A great effort from the privateer driver to finish second. Charlie King comes across the line in third. Half a second separates the top 3 at the end of that race. Max Gilman finishes 4th. Logan McAllister is 5th. Tom Reed 6th. Sam Mott 7th. Andrew Dixon comes home in 8th. Eva Morris is 9th. Ralphie Branscombe is 10th. And Jensen Maplethorpe finishes in 11th position. Well done, Kenzo Craigie, winning a very, very exciting Honda Academy O-Plate event. Anthony Jordan is winging his way down to the pits to interview the top 3 when they get there. And it's been a heck of a season for Kenzo Craigie. One more big date in his diary. It's another big date in your diary as well, Alpha Live viewers. That is the weekend of October the 15th and 16th, because that is the final round of the Honda and Rotax British Championships, which will come to you from Wilton Mill. That's it, yeah, that's where Craigie will, alongside the likes of Jarrett Clark, Cole Denham, fight it out for the British title in Honda Cadet. There is look, Max Gilman, thumbs up. Gilman finishing 4th in that event, and yeah, congratulations behind him. There's the 74 of King, the 72 of Kitely. All the Academy drivers head into Parc Ferme. There's the Saint Motorsport number 95 of Logan McAllister. There's Sam Mott, and oh, there's yeah, Charlie King on the P3 part of it. Kenzo Craigie going through tech at the moment. We'll see him. There's Max Gilman, and a big. There's our social media for Motorsport UK lady, who is all the social media posts that you're seeing on Facebook and Instagram, what have you. That is courtesy of Liz, our social media manager, who you just saw there. I think this is Liz's last weekend with us this season, so a big thank you to all that Liz has done on the social media side of things. As we wait to see the drivers, and we'll wait for here Anthony interviewing the top 3 in Honda Academy. We then have 5 races to go. Anthony is down in the paddock, speaking to our O-Plate champion Kenzo Craigie right now.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, down here in Parc Ferme, and our top 3, Kenzo Craigie. We'll chat to him first. Kenzo, well, that's another letter you can add to your letters one. How many is that now?
That's 2 now, I think. Yeah, it was a really good race. At the start, we didn't have the best of starts, dropped down to 2nd, pushed for a lap, got the lead, and we basically controlled the whole race. But it's been a really hard weekend. Yeah, it's been really good.
A fabulous weekend, of course, for yourself, and, of course, running that all the way throughout. You know, tough old one for you. Now, of course, usual racer in the Honda Cadet class. Now, how would you say these would shape up? A little bit different, a little bit faster?
Yeah, I mean, they're quite a bit faster. You can also tell by the lap times. They have a little bit less grip because obviously you're going faster, but other than that, they're really good, yeah.
Yeah, no, brilliant stuff. And, of course, the racing as well. Fabulous stuff out there. And, of course, one more thing that we need to give you. Miss Dan Parker from Motorsport UK is going to present you with your O-Plate. Here it is. Congratulations.
Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Brilliant stuff there. Kenzo Craigie, well done. We'll give you the smiles and photos. I'm sure there'll be people who are watching. There's Dad just hanging over the top of the fence there with his nice cheesy grin there. Congratulations, Kenzo Craigie. There, let's chat to second place then, Charles Kitely. Charles, firstly, your starts are pretty good.
Yeah.
They're all right, aren't they?
Yeah.
Now, one of them was a bit too good because you had a jump start earlier on in the day, but you got it dialed in. You did a bit of a better job. A brilliant race from yourself. Some good overtakes there, but it's a bit difficult, isn't it? There's lots to think about, isn't there?
Yeah. Just lots to think about. Like, should I overtake Kenzo or should I push him? I'm not sure. So.
You have the question of, do I either defend or, attack? It's one of those things, isn't it? But, no, a brilliant result. You come away P2 in that one. Have you enjoyed yourself here this weekend, though?
Yeah.
Who would you like to thank?
My dad and Ben Maximum Motorsport, and my mum and my family and my sister.
Oh, brilliant. Brilliant stuff. Well, well done. Charles Kirtley, our man, in second place there. Let's chat to third place, the number 74, Charlie King. Not to be confused with TKM Extreme's Charlie King. No, you're very different, Charlie King. Congratulations, P3, on that one. A pretty good race on that one. It looked like a tough fight.
Yeah, definitely was very tough. It's hard, but came out well in the end.
I saw you celebrating with Kenzo when you came in. Obviously, good friends with Kenzo.
Yeah, very good.
Race against each other a lot, or?
Yeah, bits.
Bits here and there?
Yeah.
You going to take it to him next time around? You think, I'm not going to let you win next time, though?
Yeah.
Brilliant stuff. But a great race on there. Main thing, you've enjoyed the weekend. The kart's running well, and, it's a step up. What would you usually race in Honda Cadet?
Yeah, a 160.
A 160, right, OK, yeah. So, obviously, a bit more power in this one. And how would you say it shapes up? Was it, again, a bit trickier to drive, or?
Not really. Just both you have to find it nice and fun to drive, and then everything works well.
Love that confidence. It's not really that difficult. There we go. Cool. Who would you like to thank?
I like to thank Zip, my dad, and everyone.
Oh, brilliant stuff there. Charlie King, third place then in the Honda Academy O Plate. Plenty more finals coming up. IAME Cadet is the next cadet class coming up next.
Thank you, Anthony. The IAME Cadet final due to start in 5 minutes. A quick chance to take you through the history IAME Cadet here at PFI. The new era of the British Championship started in March 2019. That was here at PFI. The IAME Cadets were in action then. Brandon Carr, and then the 2021 World Junior Champion, Kian Nakamura Berta, were the winners on that occasion. Who could forget the doubleheader back in 2020? Nathan Tye, this year's European Junior Champion, and Macaulay Bishop winning the finals. Then Bishop taking the title. Last year, it was Noah Wolf and Kit Belofsky who won the two finals here. It was an so that is the results here at PFI. But before we get into the starting grid, a couple of words from our sponsors. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here is a look at your 2022 IAME Cadet Champion-elect, Jesse Phillips. A few comments coming in on the live stream. Gillian Bennett saying good luck to Aaron Richardson in this race. The whole family are supporting him. Now, Anthony Jordan comes into the commentary box with chocolate. My word, Anthony. But before we get started, Anthony, thank you very much for chocolate. I have a serious issue on the live chat. We will not be giving out shouts to people demanding them. So Jacob Baker, absolutely not a shout out for you, Jacob Baker. We will not give a shout out to you on the live chat, Jacob Baker. Is that correct, Anthony?
Let's sting the next race.
No, Jacob Baker, we won't.
My concern for you grows more and more as we continue through this day. Starting lineup then, George Edgar, Jesse Phillips, Kit Bolofsky, Riley Crenham. First two rows.
Then it's Noah Baglin and Will Green, Henry Domain and Lewis Islin.
Row number 5, Jensen Graham and Henry Carter. They round out the top 10 from Aaron Richardson and Blair Smith.
Kenise Grau and Ethan Woodward go from row number 7. Harley Musk and Jensen Ackerman on row 8.
Row number 9, Austin Newstead and Archie Lovick. Henry Clark and Colby Patterson round out the top 20 drivers.
Sky Parker and Luca Narroway on row 11. Laith Khan and Kaz Rakamiab on row 12.
Rounding out the field, Jarlath Sayar.
I will repeat myself one more time.
No.
Jacob Baker. We are not going to give you a shout out live on air, Jacob Baker. Right.
Behave and eat chocolate.
I will do that in a moment. So this season, Kit Bolofsky won the opener at Shannington. Jesse Phillips won at Warden Law. George Edgar won at Glenagorse. Bolofsky won again at Rissington and Wilton Mill. Yesterday it was Phillips back on top of the podium. This is the last chance for Oliver Rowland Motorsport to prevent Fusion Motorsport from completing a 2-year win streak.
Let's see if they can do it. Into the tramlines then for the final time in 2022. Green flags out. Here we go. Great start from the entire field. One of the Jamie Green cars
Will
getting...
Green over the grass. Oh, that slows him down, but he gets in. Luca Narroway was going over the grass as well, and the Croc Promotions entry as well. 3 wide, and look at that. It's a team flying formation at the front at the moment. 2, 4, 5 Fusion carts, but Oliver Rowland Motorsport, they've got 6, 7, 8, and 9. Now, what can ORM do? And it's Henry Carter, who started the heat stone last, making his presence felt up at the front. So, it's game on at the front of the field between Fusion and Ollie Rowland Motorsport. There are the ORM quartet, and that is Carter, Domain, Baglin, and Blair Smith.
Well then, that's Henry Carter running slightly wide there in the 72. Telling from his very distinctive helmet design there as the 27 as well dives to the inside. Jensen Graham, the man who qualified not too well at the start of today, but has been fighting back all the way through the heats and now this final. They come to the start-finish line. How will they line up? It will be Edgar from Phillips, Bolofsky, Cranham, Islin, Domain, Baglin, Smith, Carter, Graham, Woodward, Rao, Ackerman, Patterson, Richard, Lovett, and Green, the top 17. I think I could have rounded that off a bit faster.
Well, there we go. I mean, Anthony, you're concerned about me and you give me more sugar.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. End of lap number 1. We're on lap number 2. A breakaway at the front. Edgar, Phillips, Bolofsky. So, championship implications. Let's bring the current championship standings up on our screens now. Jesse Phillips, 1,012 points. George Edgar is now 5 points ahead of Jensen Graham. Graham, in Kart 27, runs 10th. Edgar is your race leader. So, George Edgar can't improve on 987 points. However, Jensen Graham can improve. Every place he picks up, he'll start adding to his title tally.
Let's see what we can do. Where is Jensen Graham right now? He is 9.
So he's going to be dropping. His next worst score is, I believe, a 56. I'm going to shuffle around bits of paperwork here, but we'll come back to you on that one. We'll do some live maths in the commentary box for those of you that like countdown as well as karting. 7th place, I think that is. So it is Edgar, Phillips, Bolofsky. Then a gap. Oh, there's Lewis Islin bouncing over the curbs, and he comes back across, and oh, dearie me, and Lewis Islin and Noah Baglin there having a disagreement. There's number 27 Kart of Jensen Graham, looking like he's going to pick up a position. Kit Bolofsky in third place has 980 points, so it's between Edgar, Graham and Bolofsky for second, third and fourth in the championship. We'll keep the points on the screen to the end of this lap, because there's been a few changes of position, namely Jensen Graham moving up a position. Now, has that gained him any more points? Yes,
2.
it has. Gained him 2 points. Graham is now in 7th position, and so every position that Graham gains, he is going to add a point. So by my calculations, he needs to finish 3rd.
Yes.
If George Edgar wins this race, Jensen Graham needs to finish 3rd to take 2nd in the championship.
Let's see if he can do that then, as everyone running slightly wide out of the first hairpin there. And, of course, now the train starts to form again. Let's see what they can do. So, less than 8 minutes to go. And, again, you can just see their Domain just, again, tucking in now. Up into P4 is Domain. Phillips just in front. Bolofsky's moved up into P2 now. So there's been chopping and changing all the way through the field as Henry Carter gets swamped there by the pack, as I think Kinish Rao and Islin coming through the field there. They'll cross the line. We'll update where those positions are. And if not, the points have updated as well. I think positions haven't changed much, but there's another point been added. So it's now 985 versus 987 between Edgar and Graham, as Graham now gets up into P6. So, a couple more positions. I think he's going to need to come, I think, 2nd, isn't he?
No, I mean, 3rd place will get him... No, 3rd place will be enough if George Edgar wins, yeah.
Okay. I'm not questioning your maths
but
here.
Kit Bolofsky, he is now taking the race lead. This will help Jensen Graham. Bolofsky needs to win and hope that George Edgar finishes down the order a little bit.
Just a little bit, though. We'll have to see what he can do.
There's Jensen Graham, number 27, fighting for 2nd. Now, Jesse Phillips, meanwhile, is just cruising around in 3rd place, minding his own business. George Edgar retakes the race lead. And there's Noah Baglin. So, Henry Domain is in 5th position. He's the best of the ORM drivers. Then, there's a running wide coming out of the final corner. That was Henry Carter running a little bit wide. Will Green's dropped back to 12th position. At the moment, Kanish Rao and Ethan Woodward are tied for 9th and 10th. Sky Parker was 11th in the point standings, but sadly, Sky is down in 21st place at the moment. So let's look. Edgar, you know, he in the British Championship, George Edgar, 2 wins, 1 2nd place and a 3rd place. He has 5 top 10 finishes in the season. Bolofsky, it's been feast or famine for Kit Bolofsky. He's got 5 wins in the British Championship. That puts him, he's the most successful driver in the British Championship in terms of IAME Cadet race wins. Zach Drummond has 4 wins. Harley Keeble, Harry Burgoyne Jr. have 3. So Bolofsky, a 6th win would just give him that bit of an extra comfort zone in terms of his role as, or his position as the most successful driver in terms of overall wins. But he has lost, I think, 2 wins this year through post-race penalties, which is why he is not your champion this year. And now George Edgar is just 2 points in front of Jensen Graham, because Jensen Graham has moved into, well, 6th position. Edgar continues to lead from Bolofsky. They are clear. Then it's Phillips in 3rd. The reason we're not looking at them is because they're 2.5 seconds in front of the battle. There they are. 2.5 seconds in front of Domain, Cranham and Graham. That is going to make it difficult for Jensen Graham. So Graham can only get past another 2 drivers, which would put him in 4th place.
Yeah.
That would put him in a tie with George Graham for 2nd place. The tiebreaker is the best finish in the last race of the year, which would go the way of Edgar.
Only if what happens here
stays
how it is.
Correct, Anthony.
If that doesn't,
then we have a change.
Then we have a change. So, and again, the points that you lose from first to second is 3
points. Yeah, 65 points for a win, 62 points for second, 60 points for third, and then going down in increments of 1.
1, yes.
So it does.
You knew that.
It does look as though at this time that Fusion Motorsport will complete the clean sweep of victories this year. You know, of the 6 rounds, 18 potential podiums, Fusion drivers have taken 16 of the 18 podiums so far this year. The only drivers to, you know, to stop that clean sweep. Noah Baglin, second at Warden Law. Archie Lovett, third at Wilton Mill. Three and a half minutes to go. Kazra Kamyab under investigation. Luca Narroway update. Luca Narroway, sadly, is not going to get a top 16 finish after that problem he had on the first lap. He's down in 25th position. Henry Domain in 4th place. There is the number 5 Kart. At the moment, Domain is on course for 6th place in the championship, so 1 place lower than last year. He's 5 points behind the GP plate holder Riley Cranham. Cranham is 5th. Cranham with only 1 podium to his name this year. 2nd at Glanagorse, but Cranham has finished in the top 10 in all 6 finals so far, and at the moment is on course to maintain that record by running in 5th position. Jensen Graham still in 6th position. George Edgar leads this race and has a 2-point advantage. So Edgar, if things stay as they are, Edgar does need to stay in the lead to beat Graham for 2nd in the title chase. Bolofsky would move into a tie with Graham for 3rd. That could be very, very interesting. Kit Bolofsky could snatch 2nd in the British Championship if he takes the win. Lots of machinations going on. At the moment, Edgar has 987 points, Graham 985, Bolofsky 982. But with a 3-point differential for 1st to 2nd, if gentlemen, as always, pure facts.
Exactly.
45 seconds to go.
Lewis is in with a warning flag as well. But eyes on these top 3, and of course, to our champion-elect,
Jesse Phillips, indeed.
P3 currently.
30 seconds to go. The field quite spread out. Edgar Bolofsky, Phillips lead by 3.5 seconds over Domain and Cranham, who are nose to tail. Then it is Graham 6. Jensen Graham at the moment can't finish any higher unless the 2 drivers in front of him starts to battle. Then it's Baglin 7th, Islin 8th, Round 9th, Henry Carter rounding out the top 10 ahead of Blair Smith, Ethan Woodward, Archie Lovett, Aaron Richardson, Will Green, Jensen Ackerman, Laith Khan, Colby Patterson, Austin Newstead, Sky Parker, Harley Musk, Jarlath Sayer, Henry Clark, Kazra Kamyab and Luca Narroway.
Timer strikes 0. Last lap board out this time around. Bolofsky now takes the lead. Edgar down into P3. So what does this mean then for the championship points? It means that Bolofsky goes up into P2 in the championship. Graham now goes up into P3 and Edgar falls to P4 now if they stay in this position. But
Jesse Phillips wants to go out on top with another win.
Oh, yes.
Can he challenge Bolofsky? Bolofsky has gone in that last lap. Bolofsky went from 4th to 2nd in the point standings. Phillips to the inside, defending. Edgar going around the outside. Edgar would give himself 2nd in the championship if he could just gain a couple of 1 place. Now Edgar looks to the inside on Jesse Phillips for P2. He gets it, but Kit Bolofsky is clear. And I think Kit Bolofsky, that would give Edgar 2 more points. It would still be Bolofsky P2, Edgar P3 in the championship as things stand. So, Kit Bolofsky, it's going to be win number 6 in the British Championship for Kit Bolofsky. He signs off his IAME Cadet career as the most successful driver in the British Championship in terms of race wins. Fusion Motorsport complete the season-long clean sweep of victories. Edgar and Phillips finished second and third. Cranham is fourth, Henry Domain fifth, then Noah Baglin in sixth, Jensen Graham seventh, Kanish Grau, Lewis Islin and Henry Carter round out the top 10. And in the championship, number 26, Jesse Phillips takes the title. Second is Kit Bolofsky with 985 points. Third, George Edgar, tied with Jensen Graham on 984 points. Riley Cranham takes fifth in the title chase. Henry Domain sixth. The final provisional seeded drivers in 2022 are Lewis Islin seventh, Noah Baglin eighth, Kanish Grau ninth, and Ethan Woodward in 10th place. That has been the IAME Cadet 2022 season. Next year, the Oliver Rowland Motorsport team will go away now and they will work tirelessly over the winter, as will Jamie Green Racing, to keep, well, to try and stop the most successful team, not just in cadet racing, but in all of karting the last 10 years or so, Fusion Motorsport, from steamrolling the opposition one more time. There is your 2022 British champion, Jesse Phillips. And a congratulatory shake of the hand there from Kit Bolofsky, your race winner. And there is Dan Parker and our social media person Liz there as well, getting all the reactions live as soon as they finish. Behind the fence there, that's the young lady with the Kit Bolofsky social media manager. Now, if you go onto Instagram, look for Kit Bolofsky. Kit Bolofsky does some great little videos. I think they hired out Rye House for the day to do a load of little social media content. It's absolutely fantastic. Lots of little funny clips, which we should see more of. More drivers should do that, because those are the type of thing that can go viral and to bring new eyes onto the sport. So Jesse Phillips, well, he finished the season. He sees Riley Cranham. There's the GP plate holder, Riley Cranham, and some of the other drivers. Now, that's the other driver there, the Fusion driver. That's last year's Fusion suit there. This year, they got the white suit. And again, I think the drivers have got options to change certain colour panels on the race suits. And of course, with so many drivers in the team, some of the parents, some of the mechanics might request a slightly different colour race suit to make the drivers easier to spot in a pack. Which again, when the Fusion team have got 6 or 7 drivers all running at the front, then yes, they do that. They have slightly different coloured race suits just to make them easier to spot from a distance. So congratulations to Jesse Phillips, to Kit Bolofsky, to George Edgar, and to Jensen Graham, the top 4 in the 2022 championship. Anthony Jordan will be down on the grid in the paddock very soon to speak to our winner and our champion. And he will be speaking to them right about now.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, down in Parc Fermé, we have our top 3 just around. Kit Bolofsky, we'll start with you. Obviously, race winner in that one, and because you did win the race, you managed to pick second in the championship as well.
It's cool. At least the flare. I got the best I could. Well done to my teammate Jesse over there. Win the championship, but that's my all stars for the year. And, well, it's going to be an interesting one for juniors.
I mean, a fabulous result for yourself as well. Another race victory, and of course another 1, 2, 3 for you in the Fusion team, of course. But you know, the championship ending now. It's one of those things that's like, oh, what do we do now? And that brings us to the question: what is it for you now?
It's either OKJ or juniors next year.
Yeah. So that's going to be the change up for it. But again, it's been a tough season, but second place in the championship, I'm sure you can be happy with that. You get the number 2 that you can add to your cart for this one, but of course with the change up. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my sister, my mum and dad, Tommy Moffat, and, well, everyone who supported me, and also Fusion Motorsport.
Brilliant. Kit Bolofsky, congratulations on the final win of the year. Let's talk to this big man over here, George Edgar. George, again, fabulous race, fabulous year. You've had a tough championship all the way throughout. You finished the championship third in the point standings, just 1 point behind Kit there. But, you know, a brilliant one. I'm sure you can reflect on a lot of good moments from this year.
Yeah, obviously we've had a win this year, and to finish third in the championship, still good.
Yeah, it's a brilliant one, mate. Chin up, head high. You know, these championships, they come and go, mate. But, you know, there'll be more years. There'll be plenty of time to get that number one. But, mate, you've done a fabulous year. You've had a fabulous year. You've done brilliantly in terms of driving, mate. You can have your head high. You've got your sister behind you as well. You've got all your family here supporting you. And, you know, there's lots of people here that will think you are the man who's going to win this championship next year as well. But, mate, who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank Jacques Performance, All the Fusion Motorsport, and Jake Walker from Mechanicum.
Well, George Edgar, congratulations, well done. P2 here, you can enjoy the podium a little bit later on, celebrate with everyone for the second place. Well done.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Let's chat then to third place, and of course, our 2022 British kart champion in IAME Cadet, Jesse Phillips. The season's done, head held high, nice cheesy grin. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Brilliant year again, highs and lows all the way throughout the season, and of course you end the championship 1,010 points after drop score, so a pretty good achievement from yourself.
Well, yeah, I thought it was very good, and this last race was good to get a podium as well, so yeah. It's very nice.
A tough old race in that one, of course. And I think we'll introduce Stan Parker at this point, who will present to you your #1 plate for IAME Cadet.
Congratulations, well done.
Well, a brilliant story for yourself. But Jesse, we'll say one final thing. Who would you like to thank?
Well, my mum and dad, Fusion Motorsport, Jake, Nessie, and from Aspire Sports. And yeah, all my family that came to watch, and my 2 dogs.
And your 2 dogs. What are the dogs' names?
Shelby and Max.
Shelby and Max. So this is for Shelby and Max then. #1. Congratulations, our 2022 Vera Tools British Kart Champion.
Thank you.
Brilliant stuff there for the IAME Cadet class. There is more racing coming up, and it wasn't said better than Kit Bolofsky. The juniors are going to be exciting. It's Junior X30 coming up next.
Thank you, Anthony. Yes, Junior X30. What a season it has been for the Junior X30 class. Excitement all the way. We'll quickly take you through the season. It started off at Sherrington, one of the races of the year. Henry Jocelyn won that for Nick Barrett Racing. Gabriel Stilp won the next 2 at Warden Law and Glenagorse. Leo Robinson won at Rissington. Stilp took his 3rd win of the season last time out at Wilton Mill. And then yesterday, Rylan Eschberg, gambling on tyres, won, becoming the first privateer in Junior X30 to win a round of the British Championship. Now, in the history of this class, the modern era of the British title, it has been the most successful. Gabriel Stilp is in a tie with 3 wins, outright wins, with Oliver Gray and Oliver Greenall. A win for Stilp in this next race would make him the most successful junior driver in the history of the modern era at the British Championship. A win for Croc Promotions would put them on 6 wins in the British standings, and that is just 1 behind Fusion Motorsport, who have got 7 wins. Here at PFI, well, in 2019 it was Georgi Dimitrov winning both finals. In 2020, Luke Watts won for Cato Motorsport, that Oliver Greenall won, a very emotional final to seal the title. Then in the last race of the season last year, it was Dan Ginchard and Sam Shaw winning for Argenti Motorsport and Premium Karting respectively. So we're going to get a new winner in Junior X30 today. Rylan Eschberg is starting down at the back, so it's not impossible, but it's somewhat unlikely that he will do the double, but don't tell him that. But the 27 drivers who are about to go out for their last 15-minute plus 1 lap race of the season. Stilp is your de facto, he's your champion-elect in the number 42 Croc Promotions kart. But the driver that a lot of people are watching is Fionn McLaughlin, kart number 29 for Fusion Motorsport. Fionn, 4 second places, but no race win. It's going to be Junior X30 and it is coming up now. So here we go then, the starting lineup in Junior X30. Harry Burgoyne Jr., the O-Plate champion, and Josh Agambar start from row number 1. Taylor Orridge and Fionn McLaughlin start on row number 2 with Macaulay Bishop and your champion-elect Gabriel Stilp on row 3. Cian Geraghty and Henry Jocelyn are on row 4. Cameron Pratt-Thompson and Jack Nettleship round at the top 10. Leo Brown and Fred Green start on row number 6. Row 7 is Jack Hobson and Leo Robinson. Row 8, Brandon Carr and Lewis Bird. Row 9, Freddie Lloyd and Zach Green. The top 20 rounded out by Morgan Moore and Charlie Morrison-Jones. Eden Spanswick and Dayton Coulthard start from row number 11. Monday Junior Canini and yesterday's winner Rylan Esberg on row 12. Sam Longley, Isaac Phelps and Flynn McDermott round out the starting lineup. Now, Dayton Coulthard, he's got a certain family member in the paddock watching today out on the banking. Big welcome to David Coulthard. Hope you're enjoying the racing. And what can Dayton do in this one? It's been his first season in the British Championship, and this driver who didn't come through the cadet route, so he's a lot less experienced than any other driver out on the grid. And you can see that Dave Boyce has been running him on the right chassis this year, but all eyes on the front of the grid, Anthony Jordan. This one could be absolutely special. Oh, Taylor Orridge almost storing the kart. Now he does get, he gets it going again. Are we going to have a false start this time around? They're in the tram lines. No, it's go. Lights are out, we're off and racing. Burgoyne takes the lead into turn number 1. Hold your breath.
Here we go then. Great start then from the entire grid, and it was very lucky there for Taylor Orridge. That slowdown lap maybe have been a little bit too slow for one car out there, but yeah, gets it fired up luckily and gets going. So now they'll all screech down across the bridge and down the hill. Macaulay Bishop already gesticulating wildly there. Agambar up into P3 as Sam Heading. Is that Sam Heading? Yeah. No, it's not. No, of course it isn't. He's in the wrong class. He's in the same race suit, though.
Sam Heading's so poor, he's had to go back to juniors. There we go. Only joking.
You said that.
I can get away with it. Nobody else can. Sorry. Here we go then. Through the Fullerton S's, and that is now Macaulay Bishop challenging Josh Agambar. Here comes Fionn McLaughlin at the inside as well. Cian Geraghty in the number 73 kart also challenging Agambar as they go through the Fullerton. And now Stilp sends it at the inside and into the barriers goes Jack Nettleship. He does a perfect 360 and carries on going. Wow.
Well, there'll be yellow flags in that section, of course, to repair the damaged barriers. But, yeah, that's a full 360, keeps it going. But that's not the way you want to start a final, especially at the end of the season.
No, but, I mean, and again, you can see the marshals are already on track now. They're going to get those barriers. Do you know what? The marshals have already repaired the barriers. Well done, Team Trent Valley Kart Club once again. The other side have got a few barriers. Oh, dear, that's the MLC Motorsport time. And a collision down at the chasing pack there. Nettleship again getting, no, that was number 15 Jade Carter, Charlie Morrison-Jones, and Dayton Coulthard having nowhere to go, just noses into that collision but carries on. Here we go, battle for the lead. It's Harry Burgoyne Jr. and Taylor Orridge.
Dayton will have to be careful. He's not got a nose cone penalty after that, of course. No fault of his own, just nowhere to go and just unfortunately colliding with the kart in front that was sideways. Again, nice shot there of the kart screeching through the final chicane before they enter back onto the start-finish straight. Down the straight they go. Less than 10 minutes to go, and it's still Burgoyne Jr. who leads the way in this race, but only just. Taylor Orridge, despite the fact that car almost didn't even start this race, is latched onto the back of the race leader.
Now, let's have a look. Burgoyne Jr., 5 top 10 finishes this year. Harry Burgoyne Jr. has got 14 podium finishes to his name in the British Championship since 2019. 5 wins, 6 second places, and 3 third places. That ties Danny Curl for the most podiums in the modern era of the British Championship. Another top 3 finish here, and Harry Burgoyne would have more podiums in the British Championship modern era than any other driver.
There is Brandon Carr moving down the inside of Jack Hobson on the Charles Leclerc chassis. Just now getting squeezed out wide there by the 17 of Freddie Lloyd.
I was going to say, Uncle Tyrone almost getting forced onto the grass, but that's all right. done a rally driving course. Empty tyre round.
Of course I have.
There we go.
Also, it was at a funny angle.
It was at a funny angle. And again, we just really appreciate, again, the families getting involved and allowing us to have some fun with the drivers, giving them like little nicknames and stuff like that. It's all part of, you know, the fun of the British Championship, the Wera Tours British Championship, but it's serious time now. And it is Taylor Orridge leading from Burgoyne Jr., but that has allowed Stilp and Bishop to close back in. Fionn McLaughlin has dropped back to about 7th place. 8 minutes to go, and it's Orridge, Burgoyne, Stilp, Bishop, then a gap back to 5th position, Cian Geraghty. McLaughlin, Agambar, Jocelyn, Pratt Thompson and Fred Green are rounding out the top 10. Brandon Carr is 11th, followed by Freddie Lloyd, Leo Robinson, Zach Green, Uncle Tyrone in 15th. Then it's Leo Brown, Lewis Bird, Eden Spanswick, Isaac Phelps, Monday Junior Canini, your top 20. All 27 drivers still running.
The only change in terms of the top 10 championship positions with the positions that they're currently in is for 8th and 9th. Henry Jocelyn, with his position that he's currently in, has pushed himself up into P8 in the standings. Pratt Thompson has been demoted back down to P9 in the standings. That would be where they would finish in the championship standings. And it's all starting to heat up here, and Taylor Orridge off the track.
Yeah, Orridge getting shown the grass blocks at the exit of hairpin number 1. Now Fionn McLaughlin with half distance approaching. The number 29 Fusion Motorsport Kart comes into the picture ever so slightly. And again, please don't think, ladies and gentlemen, that I'm showing any bias towards any driver, because I certainly do not. However, there would be a lot of people that would be very, very happy if McLaughlin could finally get his first win. He has done absolutely everything apart from win a final in the British Championship. And of course, McLaughlin spent a year on the sidelines in 2020.
Yep.
COVID restrictions meant he couldn't travel across from Ireland, so he effectively lost a season of his career to the COVID pandemic. Everyone else was able to carry on racing. He wasn't.
Yeah, and that can put a real downer on everything you do. You know, missing a whole year of racing is quite a big miss.
Yeah, I mean, I think you still do racing out in Ireland, but of course, you know, there was less racing in. Of course, you haven't got the same level of intense competitiveness.
Yes, yeah.
So he's up into P4 now. It is Stilp, Bishop, and Macaulay Bishop, another driver so celebrated in the British Championship, the 2020 IAME Cadet champion. He's got 5 wins, 2 second places and 4 third places. That's 11 podiums in total. But Burgoyne Jr., a top 3 finish here, would make him the most successful driver of all in terms of podiums. I can see that the North American arm of the Macaulay Bishop fan club, based in Royal Oak, Michigan, is on the live chat cheering him on. Yellow flags waving. Who is that? Has just pulled out at the side of the circuit.
It looks like a crop promotion car, I have to say.
Is that Taylor Orridge? I think it's Lewis Bird. Oh, so one bird that has turned sadly into roadkill.
Yeah, P16 was Lewis Bird, and the number 44, he will drop down out of this race, which is a shame. It's a shame to end, the last race of your season.
Oh, yes.
Broken down at the side of the track. Yeah. It's not nice,
you don't want to end your season watching the race that you're supposed to be driving in.
Yes, yeah, definitely.
5 minutes to go. Bishop. Now, Macaulay Bishop has won races in IAME Cadet, in Micromax, in Mini X30, in Junior Max. He hasn't yet won a final in Junior X30. If he were to do that, he would become the only driver in the modern era of the British Championship to win a final in 5 different classes. And we've only been running the modern era for 4 seasons. That would be a remarkable achievement for number 67, Dan Holland Racing's Macaulay Bishop. So this race, we could see lots of history being made.
Let's find out. In 4.5 minutes, we will know exactly who sits where. Top 4, nose to tail. Agambar just clutching on to the back of this top 4.
Yep, Josh Agabar, his best finish this season has been a 4th at Wilton Mill. He's currently 5th. Wants to get on the podium. Premium Karting haven't had a junior podium this year. Warning flag for Bishop. Change of lead, Anthony.
Yep, Burgoyne Jr. gets that move done, gets it done, and down the inside there goes the 42 of Stilp on Bishop. That move came out of nowhere there. I think Bishop even wasn't ready for it. He slots back into 3rd place. That's allowed Agabar to close in now. Bishop running slightly wide there. And again, can McLaughlin get that move done? He can. He goes down the inside, and Agabar goes in as well. And I have to say, Macaulay Bishop did very well to avoid any contact there.
He was like, Macaulay Bishop went in, and then that was fine. And Agabar came from about 4 fields back. And Bishop sort of saw him out the corner of his eye and backed out of it. So Stilp and Burgoyne run 1-2. Fionn McLaughlin in 3rd. Agabar 4th. Bishop is 5th. Behind the top 5, it is Jocelyn, Geraghty, Orridge, Fred Green and Pratt Thompson, your top 10. Fast Freddie Lloyd in 11th. Brandon Carr 12th. Then Zach Green, Leo Brown and Leo Robinson, your top 15. Jack Hobson, Uncle Tyrone is 16th. Then it's Eden Spanswick, Isaac Phelps, Mondi Junior Canini and Dayton Coulthard rounding out the top 20.
2 minutes 50 seconds to go, plus that 1 lap. Down the hill they go. And again, just line astern. We saw this happen earlier on. These two breaking away, the same 2 drivers we saw broke away, but then the gap closed up.
Oh, and it'll close in because absolutely Harry Burgoyne Jr. sitting and waiting is not in his vocabulary as he has a little look at the inside.
Yeah, he does indeed, but this time doesn't come to fruition. Slots back in behind Stilp. Stilp and Burgoyne just running a little wide there. McLaughlin there now in P3. Not so wide out of the corner. He got a much better exit, and look how quickly he closed up into the Mike Wilson complex. He's got a nice run here. Has he got the momentum potentially to get that move straight away? If he's got the fastest lap of the race when they cross the line this time, which I think he may have done. No, it wasn't. It was Macaulay Bishop in 4th place, but still he was a lot quicker than the 2 in front of him as Burgoyne Jr. goes for the move. Keep an eye on McLaughlin as he doubles down and gets 2 for 1 and goes to the race lead, and Bishop follows as well.
Okay. Fionn McLaughlin leads with 1 minute and 45 seconds to go. Watch McLaughlin defend for all he's worth, and he's under investigation. Is that just because he's got Gaelic on his crash helmet? I don't know. It could be. He's under investigation. Not sure what for. So, Fionn, just get your head down and drive. Defend like your life depends on it, young man.
I think defending is probably the last thing he wants to do, because if that under investigation comes through, he may end up with something, and he might have to extend that lead even more.
I mean, any penalty will be a minimum of 5 seconds. There is no way on this God's green earth that he's going to win this race by 5 seconds. So his only hope is to just win. If you win by a millisecond, it's fine. But Macaulay Bishop is closing in. Bishop, like a rocket up the gets onto the rear bumper of McLaughlin's car. There's a move over the bridge there. That's still Burgoyne going for it. Oh no, that was Orange and Jocelyn, the second of the Mick Barrett and the Crop Promotions entries. 40 seconds to go. McLaughlin looks over his shoulder. It's McLaughlin, Bishop, Burgoyne and Stilp. McLaughlin trying to avoid equaling the record for the most second places in the British Championship without a win. Bishop going for a record 5th different class he's won a race in, and Burgoyne Jr. going for the record of the most podiums of all in the British Championship. This is going to be a record-breaking, history-making last lap and a bit. We've got 10 seconds to go. 2 laps of what has been a fantastic junior X30 British Championship season remaining, Anthony.
I think you're going to have a historical
I'm going to burst the gasket.
Yeah. Anyway.
Where are my tablets?
Timer strike 0. And again, Stilp a little wide there as Burgoyne Jr. battles back and goes down the inside as they enter onto the Litchfield Bridge. Down the hill they go. McLaughlin leads. Checks over the shoulder. Sees Bishop's there. Bishop doesn't go defensive. Oh, and there's contact. And it's McLaughlin. McLaughlin off at hairpin 1. The chance he wanted for a final win has gone in tatters, and he drops all the way down to about 7th place, right out of shot now, and Bishop leads the way. Bishop leads, and off the track there's more contact, and that's a heavy hit there.
That's Morgan Moore. Morgan Moore off the circuit, and he's up and out of his premium karting entry. Now, did the camera pick up the contact at the first hairpin? So, Bishop leads It's second for Burgoyne Jr., third for Stilp. Bishop checks over his shoulder to see where his rivals are. Through turn number 1, yellow flags waving, no overtaking on the banking, so Bishop can defend. Now Burgoyne's going to set him up for a move as they come off the bridge. Now we're out of the yellow flag zone. Through the turn 4 area, Orange runs in 4th, Joss in 5th, and look at Fred Green up into P6. Fred Green, his best finish of the season was 9th yesterday. He's going to improve on that today.
Yes, he will, and it's all started here now again, because still back down the inside through hairpin 2, in towards the S's. He can't quite make the move there. He's going to slot back, and it's still Bishop who's got this, but Burgoyne's got momentum. Burgoyne's got momentum. He's going to go for the switchback here. He punts the back until the momentum changes, and again, still goes to the outside. I reckon Bishop may have this one as they exit out, but Bishop may win it. But your man in 3rd, who's going to come to the line, checker flags ablaze, and it's going to be Bishop from Burgoyne, but Stilp's your champion across the line, and a big incident as 2 carts off. Is it Jocelyn?
It's Jocelyn in the number 51 cart of Fred Green. So Fred Green's best career finish comes to a catastrophic ending at the exit of the last corner, and Green also in the barriers. But for Zach Green unofficially has just claimed the last seeded position in the field in cart number 53, and there's Cian Geraghty off the circuit. It's been a very, very hectic last lap. I think Geraghty crossed the line in 6th place, and then the cart failed. So a provisional look at the results. Macaulay Bishop, that is win in the British Championship, win number 6 for Bishop in his 5th different class of kart. Fantastic. Harry Burgoyne Jr., that is podium finish number 15. A British Championship, a modern era British Championship record for that young Scotsman, the O-Plate. And there is your 2022 provisional champion, Gabriel Stilp, the Mad Croc Promotions team in P3. Taylor Orange finishes 4th. Josh Agambar finishes 5th. Then it's Cian Geraghty, Cameron Pratt-Thompson, Freddie Lloyd. Fionn McLaughlin comes home in 9th position. The top 10 rounded up by Zach Green. Leo Brown takes 11th, followed by Brandon Carr, Ethan Spanswick, Bondi Junior Canini, and Leo Robinson, your top 15. Isaac Phelps, Jack Hobson, Jack Nettleship, Rylan Eschberg, and Charlie Morrison Jones were next. And there's just a little bit of an insight into what was going on there. Katie McQueen gives Gabriel Stilp a congratulatory shake of the hands. Flynn McDermott finishes 21st, Sam Longley 22nd, Dayton Coulthard 23rd, and we lost Henry Jocelyn, Fred Green, Morgan Moore, and Lewis Bird. Well, Anthony Jordan is going to go down to the paddock to speak to the top 3 very shortly. So he's going to speak to the winner. So 5 history amongst all 3 drivers there. You're looking at the driver on the left who's won finals in more classes than anybody else. On the right, you're looking at the driver who has got the equal most amount of Junior X30 race victories. He has got the IAME International Final Championship, which is effectively the World Championship for X30 engines, and the British Championship, both at the same time. And then the other podium finisher, more podiums than anybody else in the history of the British Championship. There is what remains of Morgan Moore's kart with a very, very badly damaged left rear axle assembly. I think that's had a rear axle failure on its own. By the looks of it, we saw several axle failures at the O-Plate last weekend. And there are the marshalling team here at Trent Valley Kart Club repairing those barriers that took a couple of heavy impacts in that last race. There's Cian Geraghty, who finished 6th and took 9th place in the provisional championship standings. And once again, the marshalling team here. The marshal there in the black trousers there and the black headphones just waving his hands there. That's Glenn Griffiths. He's the head marshal here at Trent Valley Kart Club, and he's the guy that keeps all the rest of this brilliant marshalling team doing their job. Anthony Jordan is with our race winner now.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, down in Parc Fermé. And of course, you were talking about all the way through that race how history has been made in many different circumstances. I think it can go down as probably one of the craziest finals at the end of a season that we've ever seen. Let's chat to then our race winner, and that one, Macaulay Bishop. Macaulay, well, probably not the way you really wanted to end that one. I mean, it's the first place. Congratulations for that one. But talk us, what happened at hairpin one with McLaughlin?
Yeah, no, like he went to the white line to defend. It was later on into the race. I was on the outside on the white line. I couldn't really do anything. He just come across and, yeah, pretty much took himself out of the race.
Yeah, so obviously we didn't catch it on the cameras, but I saw it out the window, so yeah, I didn't quite see the full picture, so thank you for clearing that one up. But yeah, it's, you know, one of those things. It's been a tough season for yourself, and I mean, you finished the season P4 in that one, so a tough season, but you've had some pretty good races all the way throughout this season, haven't you?
Yeah, it was quite a struggle at the start of the year. Managed to find some pace in the middle of the year, and obviously ended it on a high on the end of the year, so couldn't really ask for much more.
Yeah. What's the plan for next year? Is it, are we sticking with juniors? Is it another year of juniors for you?
Yeah, we're definitely doing juniors next year. Not sure what class. I think it's going to be X30 still, so hopefully we can go for the title next year.
We'll see. Who'd you like to thank?
All of Ditcher, Grice and Sean Carter for the setups.
Brilliant stuff. Macaulay Bishop, congratulations, our final winner from the final round here at the British Kart Championship. Let's chat to second place, Mr. Burgoyne Jr., who is just here. Well, that was an exciting little final there, wasn't it? I mean, you finished the championship again, that one P3, and finished the race in that one P2. But, you know, it's a solid year, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been a good year. Middle of the year was a bit rocky, but managed to get back at the end, so it's been a good year.
I mean, when you get a season like this, you know, where it's been right fighting at the top, does it really motivate yourself to get back out in the kart for next year?
Yeah, but just need to see.
Just need to see. What is the plan for next year? Are we thinking of another year of juniors, or?
No, I need to go senior.
Senior now this time, so it's a full step up for you, so a much bigger challenge out there. But again, for yourself on this one, P2, a fabulous weekend for yourself, and who'd you like to thank?
My mum, my dad, my little sister, my little brother, Shorts Performance, Mike Barrett Racing, and all my sponsors.
Brilliant stuff. Well, congratulations to Harry Burgoyne Jr. there, P2. Let's chat to this lot here, but more importantly, let's chat to this man here. Now, Gabriel Still, whenever we do an interview, you're never smiling. You can smile now because you're champion in 2022 for the British Kart Championship. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Is that it? Thanks. Yeah. Oh, great. Thanks for that. Great. Cool. Good man. You know, solid result. Yes, not the result you may have wanted at the end of that race, but, you know, you come away in the championship cleared by, well, you had 1,021 points. That's a pretty good effort.
Yeah, yeah, I don't know what to say.
Don't know what to say. There we go. Well, what you can say is thank you to Miss Dan Parker here, who's going to present to you your #1 plate there for X30. There we go. And you got the whole Croc family there behind you. But main thing, who would you like to thank for this entire season?
Croc, Mum and Dad, Grice for the all right engines, like they weren't that good. My mechanic, who else? Taylor for the Saturday. Oh yeah, sorry, Kalai, yeah, for the great driver coaching. Caden was awful, but Lewis is, yeah, Lewis, but...
Lewis is Lewis, Caden's awful, Kalai's the best. Cool, yeah, I think we rounded that up nicely. Well, Gabriel Still, congratulations, our Wera Tours British Kart Champion 2022. Well done.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. So there you can see high spirits in the Junior X30 paddock, and plenty more races to come up. We've got Senior X30. It's coming up next.
Thank you very much, Anthony. That was, I think Gabriel was being a little bit sarcastic there, a bit of joking there when he said that engines were all right. I think him and Grice work very closely together, and he appreciated everything he does. That is Junior X30. Senior X30 is your next race. Let's crown a champion. So this is the event where the title will really go down to the wire. Gus Lawrence has a 9-point advantage over Bart Harrison, but it's Harrison who starts from pole position. Harry Platten, Air Force One is second. Sam Shaw, and your championship leader Gus Lawrence starts on the second row of the grid. Sam Heading and Thomas Fleming are on row 3. Harvey Ryby and Marcus Littlewood are on row number 4. Lewis Mackey and Aaron Walker start from row 5. Louis Johnson, Cool and Kalai Atkins go from row number 6. James Pashley, Oscar Joyce are on row 7. Archie Tillett and Michael Rapsey on row 8. The 9th row rounded out by Christopher Bingham and Alistair Cresswell. Well, Senior X30, it's a head-to-head fight between Gus Lawrence and Bart Harrison. If Harris, we'll check the point standings as they cross the line. Harrison has the championship lead at the moment. This season in Senior X30 started off with Harry Platten winning at Shenington. Kalai Atkins won at Warden Law. Thomas Fleming won at Glanagorse. Sam Shaw won at Rissington. Sam Heading won at Wilton Mill. Harry Platten became the first repeat winner yesterday here at PF International. Gus Lawrence has been a competitor in this class for since the start of 2019 at least. He's got just one win, that was back in 2019, 5 second places and 2 third places. The last time Gus Lawrence won a round of the British Championships was the penultimate round of 2019 at Wilton Mill. He is riding a 3-year winless streak, but that will mean nothing if he can claim the British karting title in the next 15 minutes. And he would become only the second driver in the modern era of the British Championship to win a championship without winning a final after Alfie Garford in junior TKM last season. We will go around again one more time. We've got 3 races to go, ladies and gentlemen. The other 2 races, the TKM and TKM, the Junior TKM and TKM Extreme titles, they have already been decided. This is the title decider of all title deciders. A lot of these drivers you're looking at now, they have been mainstays of the British Kart Championship for many, many years, and a lot of them are moving on at the end of the season. Some moving into cars, some retiring from full-time karting. These drivers have given us literally years of excitement, years of pleasure, and for many of them, it is their swan song. They will all want to go out on a high.
Clouds getting a bit dark out there, aren't they?
The clouds are getting a little bit dark.
Don't want to jinx it.
At the moment, things are dry, but let's see. We do not want any unnecessary lubrication on the circuit in the next couple of moments.
You do choose your words well, don't
Carefully
you?
is the answer to that one.
Yeah, this is going to be a final. This is going to be a final. Sit tight, ladies and gents.
Yes, indeed. Harry Platten, the BMR Restart team, on the outside of row 1. The Mick Barrett Racing, number 77 of Bart Harrison. They come into the tram lines. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Harrison leads. Hold your breath into turn 1, ladies and gentlemen.
Holding. It's all good. There we go. They've got through. And again, a little concertina effect there as Mackie is 3 wide with, I think, Aaron Walker there as they go over the bridge. Then as they exit down the hill into hairpin 1 for the first time. Harrison not going defensive. And down the inside, look, Sam Shaw. And wow, he just squeezes his nose down the inside, and Barton Harrison now being squeezed off the track, and he's dropping down the order. Now Gus Lawrence comes in.
And Sam Heading, they were like there together. Gus Lawrence looking down. Has that damaged the championship leader's kart? Has it damaged Sam Heading's kart? Bart Harrison got bowled aside there like a skittle on an alley.
He really did there, and I don't know if Gus Lawrence just hit the back a little too hard there. Did that break the bracket?
But I'm not sure if Gus Lawrence was getting hit from behind at the same time. It was a huge concertina effect as they complete lap number 1. Gus Lawrence has extended his championship lead at the moment, because he runs third, Harrison runs sixth. In fact, let's have a look at the championship standings as things run.
Yes, they do. So let's see how it looks then. 10.5 minutes to go.
Lawrence has 993 points. Harrison has 981. Platten 977. Walker 969. Fleming 963.
There it is on your screen. Harrison back down the inside there on Fleming.
So, now we'll see Bart Harrison, youngest driver in the class. Well, first-year senior driver. Harvey Ryby, another first-year senior driver. So is Alistair Cresswell. But Harrison, now he's got to get his head down. He has worked very hard to get to this point. He has come into the last round of British Championships leading before and not come away victorious. A look at his season so far. Harrison started the year with a 5th at Shenington, 4th at Warden Law, 4th at Glenagorse, 4th at Little Rissington, 3rd at Wilton Mill,
Change for the lead.
and 5th yesterday. Gus Lawrence takes the lead of this race. Now, Lawrence has got to be thinking, he'll know that there was contact a lap ago at this corner.
Yep.
Has that damaged the nose cone bracket? If it has, it's a 5-second penalty. So Lawrence has now got to try and get his head down, and if at all possible, just to be on the safe side, get as far away from Bart Harrison as possible.
To put that into context, ladies and gentlemen, the entire grid is separated by 6 seconds. The top 17 are separated by 4.4. If the race finished now, Gus Lawrence would go to the back of the grid if he had a nose cone.
Yes, and that would then give the title to, well, it would not quite, we won't say it would definitely give the title, but at the moment, Lawrence has an 18-point lead. Harry Platten, second, just 6 points behind Bart Harrison and just 2 points in front of Aaron Walker for fourth. Sam Shaw would move up a place to 7th in the championship standings, with Kalai Atkins dropping down to 8th. Harvey Ryby and Marcus Littlewood would be the last 2 seeded drivers.
Gus Lawrence has done everything he needs to do this weekend to get in the position that he's in right now. He's leading the final on Sunday. He has got the maximum points he can achieve at the end of this season, 998. Currently 18 points separate himself and Bart Harrison for second in the championship. But what can Harrison do? There's a lot of real estate between Harrison and this group in front.
Yeah, and I have to say, I mean, Harrison got rattled there on the second lap. You know, he made a great start. Sam Shaw made that move going into the first hairpin. That pushed Harrison wide. Harry Platten under investigation. And then Harrison was trying to defend, to sort of get back into rhythm, and there was a collision. Several carts behind went into him and pushed him even further wide. That has knocked certainly Harrison sideways a little bit. He's now got to get his head down. We've got half the race to go. We're on lap number 4. No, we're on lap number 5 now. Let's see if the championship order has changed at all. I don't think it has. Lawrence still would have an 18-point advantage over Harrison, with Platten 6 points further back.
7 minutes to go. Harry Platten has latched onto the back of Gus Lawrence. He's not managed to break away. That's the crucial part that we're seeing in this, isn't it? He hasn't broken away.
No, we'll check the gap. Gus Lawrence, 5 seconds behind Gus Lawrence, just to be would now drop him back to 12th place. Sam Heading sets a fast lap. Sam Shaw moves into 3rd position at the expense of Lewis Mackey. Here comes Mackey back at Shaw. Shaw lets him go. Walker is 5th. Sam Heading is 6th. We talked about Sam Heading's magnetic attraction towards 6th position. He's 6th in the point standings, and he has finished 6th in 4 of the 6 finals we've had so far this year.
He's potentially going to finish 7th at this rate as Marcus Littlewood goes down the inside, and now Kalai Atkins goes to the outside, and there's contact between the two of them.
That was Harvey Ryby and Kalai Atkins. That's Ryby the second of the MTL cards. Yeah. Well, yeah, they both got a number 7 on them, but Heading is number 7 and Ryby is number 71.
Oh, that's making it nice and clear for us.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Thanks, MTL. Now, Harrison in 7th place. He's finally broken away from this chasing pack. He has got Thomas Fleming following him at a distance. He's got 5.5 minutes to close a gap of 2.2 seconds to the top 6. Lawrence leads Platten by virtually nothing. Mackey is 6/10 further back in 3rd. Then Shaw, just passing Lewis Mackey, gets a warning flag for his troubles. Walker is next, and then it is Heading and Harrison. Here is Kalai Atkins and Marcus Littlewood. Then Harvey Ryby, Archie Tillett in the number 9 kart, Alistair Cresswell in the number 33, James Pashley in the number 4, in the number 52, Oscar Joyce, Chris Bingham, Louis Johnson Cool, and Michael Rapsey. On to the banking. The battle you're watching is the battle for 11th place. Here is Harrison trying to chase down the lead trio. Last time around, Bart Harrison did a 57.7. He was quicker than Mackey, Walker and Heading in front of him. Can he pick up that pace even more?
Let's find out. 4.5 minutes to go then. This is not really where Bart Harrison wants to be. He's got no one really near him. Yes, he's got Thomas Fleming just behind him, but again, the two of them aren't working together, so they're not closing any gaps or anything. He's just existing there in 7th place, and you know, unless this group ahead starts really scrapping,
which is every possibility.
They will.
I mean, we talked about drivers that might be hanging up the helmet. Harry Platten might be one of them. Gus Lawrence even talked that he might be thinking of, you know, giving Aaron Walker. We know is moving to cars next year. Lewis Mackey's already just doing a part-time schedule. So every one of these drivers, the front, they'll want to end the season on a high because they just don't know what is next for them. So we will see movement, we will see action, and of course Lawrence, he's got the title on one hand, but like I said, he's got a 3-year winless streak that he also needs to get rid of as well.
Yep.
The consistency of Gus Lawrence has been superb. 4th in 2019 in this championship, 5th the last 2 years. This season, he started off the season where he didn't get on the podium the first 2 rounds, but then it was 3rd at Glenagorse, 8th at Rissington, 2nd at Wilton Mill, and 3rd yesterday. Walker to the inside of Shaw, side-by-side contact on the banking. Aaron Walker moves his Strawberry Racing number 15 into P3. And hard to believe, Aaron Walker has got, in his British karting career, has got a sum total of 2 second-place finishes to show for all his efforts. And there's been multiple heat wins and other results. But in the finals, he's only ever had 2 second-place finishes.
Yep.
And look at number 77, Bart Harrison. The gap is shrinking ever so slightly. It was 2.2 seconds. It's now 1.5 seconds between Harrison and these 3 karts on your screen. That's the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th. But Lawrence and Platten are pulling away.
There are 2 variables that can happen here. The group of 3 that's on your screen here now, if they start scrapping, Bart Harrison can close up and get in front, and they do start scrapping as Mackey goes down the inside, swaps position, Heading follows as well. Shaw back down 2 positions. Now, the second thing that can happen is Mr. Platten getting past Gus Lawrence. That's another 3 points that Gus Lawrence would lose, and that's several points that Harrison would get if he can get front of these 3 who are now still scrapping as Heading leads this trio.
Yes, Bart Harrison now, with 2 minutes to go, needs all the help he can get. Harrison, 6th in Mini X30 in 2019, 3rd in Junior X30 in 2020, 2nd in Junior X30 last year. And again, another driver who hasn't won a final since 2019. Harrison has got a win, 5 runner-up spots and 3 third-place finishes to his name. They complete lap number 12. They go on to another lap. 1 minute to go. Still, Lawrence leads. Still, Platten sitting on his rear bumper. He's like Remember those cartoons? You have the red devil and the white angel on your shoulders.
Oh, yeah,
You know, Platten, is he Lawrence's angel or is he the devil? He is sitting on his shoulder. What will he do in the next 30 seconds plus 1 lap? He is 3rd in the championship at the moment. Last year, he finished 4th in this championship. He finished 3rd in 2020. Lawrence, calm. We haven't seen Gus Lawrence look over his shoulder once. That's experience for you. That is a sign of Lawrence's long standing in this sport. He is bolt upright in his seat.
And don't think that's not because he doesn't think there's anyone behind him.
Oh,
Trust me, you can hear that cut behind
Harry
you.
Platten is right there.
Oh, and
now
there goes
to the
Platten.
inside. He might want to have looked over his shoulder then because Platten committed.
He fully committed there, went for the move, and Gus Lawrence wasn't prepared for it at all. He still went for the apex, and Platten was there. Gives it a little shake of the hand there, just think, oh, it's all right, I got this. But Platten, I think, you know, he's, like you said, he's hanging up the helmet at the end of this weekend.
Potentially.
But he wants to end this one, potentially, with a race win, potentially.
Yes, he does. Gus Lawrence has probably thought, I really want to win a race, but a championship is better than just a #1 pot. Last lap board goes out. The gap in the championship between Lawrence and Harrison is now just 15 points. But Harrison still runs 7th. This is Gus Lawrence's title to lose. Harry Platten, well, I think he probably knew that Lawrence wouldn't defend, so he committed to that very late braking opportunity at this point 1 lap ago. Here, Force 1, if this is his final flight, he wants to land on the top step of the podium one more time. Mackie and Shaw battle over 4th place. But here are your 2 leaders. Here is your potential race winner. And following him, for the team that bears the name of this circuit, run by the man who built this place, Gus Lawrence could be on his way to winning a British title, and in the modern era of the British Championship, it would be the first British title for the PF International team. Platten wins. Lawrence is 2nd. There's the fist wave. Walker is 3rd. Mackie 4th. Shaw comes home in 5th. Bart Harrison takes 6th. Fleming is 7th, heading 8th. Atkins and Littlewood round out the top 10. But after years of winning with Mark Litchfield, and Mark is here, obviously running his own team now, and then years of winning with Oliver Hodgson, now the PF International team are winning again with number 5, Gus Lawrence. Here is the smiling face of Isaac Marsh's lookalike. And again, Isaac Marsh, our TKM Extreme driver, he'll be taking more bookings now for public appearances as a Gus Lawrence body double, now that Gus is a British champion. There is a look at the race results. Platten, Lawrence, Walker, your final podium, provisional podium of the season, with Mackie, Shaw, Harrison, Fleming, Heading, Atkins and Littlewood, your top 10. Into the pits, Anthony Jordan is making his way down to the now. Let's see if Gus Lawrence did have a nose cone penalty. He crosses the line and goes over there, and it hasn't always been a harmonious relationship, but good sportsmanship there. All is forgiven between Lawrence and Harry Platten. And there is Platten, your race winner. And he gets across the weighbridge. Oh, Aaron Walker's going to have to reverse it, the weighbridge. Aaron Walker got so excited he forgot to come into the weighbridge. And, ooh, let's have a look. Is that a nose cone penalty for Aaron Walker? Certainly having some form of a discussion. Will they move Aaron's kart over, or will it be Lewis Mackey's Fusion kart over? Let's have a look. They're going to have to weigh Walker's kart. He doesn't look too overjoyed with proceedings. There's our technical commissioner, Paul Klassen, on the right-hand side of the screen. And it does appear as though there's a nose cone penalty for Aaron Walker. Oh, dear. Lewis Mackey goes onto the weighbridge. And just a glance. Well, Mackey's had a couple of podiums before last season. Well, he's had, yeah, 2 podiums. And he now has a 3rd podium because, yeah, sadly, Aaron Walker and the Strawberry Racing team... He's asking, am I allowed to stay here this time? He's, yes, a funny old guy, is Lewis Mackey. I hope his Nanny June is watching. I know his brother Harrison is watching on the live stream. And all I have to say is I'm glad that Nanny June is back to her old self and feeling better again. So, wait there, Gus Lawrence. Be interesting to see. Anthony Jordan has got our top 3 down in the paddock. We're going to hear from them now.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, down in Parc Fermé, and we have our race winner in that one, Harry Platten. Well, that was a long race. It was like an elastic band. It was being stretched. It was stretched and stretched, and then twang, you went for the move.
Yeah, same as every other race we've done here, to be honest. Yeah, just fired it in, tried to do a move that would give me a big enough gap yet again to win the race, and obviously it worked. So yeah, not too bad. Congratulations on Gus winning the championship. Fair play to him. He's done a good job all year. Been really hard to beat, to be honest. His pace has been outrageous. So yeah, it's a good weekend.
Solid weekend, a solid performance from yourself as well. You finished your championship in P3. Of course, you go away with that number 3 seed. Now, well, obviously, we had a chat before really the weekend was really started, before we were live, and you were saying this was going to be the end of, you know, racing. Is that the case? It can't be. That's not going to be our last race we see of you, surely.
For a while. It will be for a while. I mean, I'll hopefully go to World Championships in a few weeks. But racing over here probably is done now, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
That would be a huge shame, mate, because you're one of the, you're not just one of the quick drivers out there, you know, you're one of the, well, you're one of the talents, you're one of the personalities out there as well, you know. Despite the fact that you give us such a stone-cold look on your face all the time and your interviews like, yeah, you're one of the personalities, and, you know, that race just showed it. And, you know, to finish the season on a win is fantastic. And who'd you like to thank?
Yeah, well, obviously, we've won yesterday and today,
well, yeah,
and we've had 5 podiums out of 7 rounds this year, so I couldn't ask for much more. We've done a really good job. Just like to say a big thanks to the team, my mum, my dad, everyone in the family, Tom Grice, everyone at Grice Racing Engines, and the mechanic as well, Big Cam. Done a good job all year, all of them.
Well, solid stuff. Harry Platten, congratulations. P3 in the championship, first place here.
Thank you.
Excellent. Let's chat to second place on track, but certainly not second place in the championship, Mr. Gus Lawrence. You may have lost the O plate here last week, but you win the number 1 plate this weekend. What a win.
I'm honestly quite emotional and speechless, to be honest. Been a quite hard day, like qualifying 13th and then having to get through to get the points for the pre-grid for the final, and obviously to do well in the final. I've not eaten much today, really. I've been quite nervous, yeah, just sort of pottering about, and yeah, it's paid off.
What's the championship victory meal now for you? A pot noodle?
I can't tell you. I'll be quite hungry on the way home, so it might be McDonald's drive-through. Right. But yeah, we'll see. See what time we get home.
Well, no, fabulous stuff for you. I mean, Henry was talking about in terms of in the modern era of the British Championship, that's the first time that the PF International team has won the British Championship in the modern era of karting. And, you know, that's quite an achievement for yourself. You've worked so hard with the team as well. You've worked tirelessly with Paul behind. I'll probably have a quick chat with Paul as well. But, you know, the season as a whole, it's been a tough one, but you've come away on top.
Yeah, I can't. Going two rounds ago, I was 5th, happy to get top 3 in the championship, and then had a good show at Wilton Mill, and then the tables totally turned. And then to come into this weekend, fighting for it, really, like for the win, just had to make it happen. And yeah, can't believe it, really. Got speechless, really, yeah.
Well, another person you can say thank you to, Mr. Dan Parker from Motorsport UK presents Gus Lawrence with the number 1 plate at the end of the season here, and gets the photos in as well. But Gus Lawrence, we'll end it with who do you like to thank at the end of this season?
Everyone, honestly. Paul standing right there for supplying all the equipment, sponsoring me to race for him. My mechanic Stephen over there for a faultless job, and my parents, Big Bob back there, everyone involved. Can't fault it at all. It's been fantastic.
Brilliant. Congratulations, Gus Lawrence, our Vera Tours British Kart champion for 2022. Where's Lewis Mackey? Now, Lewis, you finishing P3 in that one, so I guess there was some, you pushed forward, all the wheels facing the right way this time.
Yeah, I'm allowed to stay here this time, apparently.
So, no, a cracking result for yourself. Nanny June was watching, your brother Harrison was watching as well, so you had the whole family there. But brilliant stuff for you. The next karts are firing up, so a quick word, who'd you like to thank?
Just my dad and all of Fusion Motorsport, and especially Joe Bullen for the power.
Oh, brilliant.
Other than that, cheers.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Lewis Mackey there joining us there, third place. Henry, back to you.
Thank you, Anthony. Here's your starting lineup for race number 35, the Junior TKM Final. Pole position, last year's champion Alfie Garford, Tyler Harris on the outside of row number 1. Leo Robinson and Luke Bate, yesterday's winner, go from row number 2. Row number 3 is Ihan Calichurn, yesterday's runner-up, and Jake Humphrey. Oliver Bowen and Joe Cheek start from row number 4. This year's champion Leon Frost starts from row 5 alongside Aidan Mitchell with Ollie Rands and Patrick Leaf. Next, row 7, Dara McInerney and Seth Hathaway. Row 8, Joel Hull and Jack Stewart. The 9th and final row of the grid, Oliver Bourne and Olivia Jakins. Now in the point standings, Leon Frost has the race lead, but Dara McInerney, Tyler Harris, Ihan Calichurn, Luke Bate, Ollie Rands, Olivia Jakins, Leo Robinson are separated by 21 points. 21 points separates McInerney from Robinson. McInerney was excluded from the final at Warden Law, which means he has to carry that 0 points score. And that would be a remarkable turnaround if he could get himself a seed. And we got one driver stopped at the exit of the first corner, and the rest of the field take the start for this 12-minute final. Out onto the banking we go. And it is the number 33. Oh no, Seth Hathaway. So Hathaway not in contention for a seed. His season ends early. Down towards hairpin number 1, Alfie Garford. Well, Alfie Garford is now not the only driver in the modern era of the British Championship to win a championship without winning a final in his championship winning year. Gus Lawrence becomes the second. However, Lawrence has won a final in his career. Garford hasn't. And that is Jack Stewart out of the race at the second hairpin. He tried to get his kart back on track. But the rest of the field now down to, we've lost a couple of drivers. At the end of lap number 1, we'll get a championship update. But realistically, anyone of 7 drivers could finish second in this season's point standings as we head on to lap number 2. It's Harris leading Garford. Tyler Harris has got 2 wins in his career.
Now there's a yellow flag. Sorry, Henry.
The number 22 car off. That's Patrick Leaf off the circuit. So Tyler Harris at the moment would be second in the championship. Let's have a quick look on your screens. These are the championship positions as things stand. Now, a driver in green means they've improved their position in this race, and a driver in red means they've lost a position. Look at the amount of change there is going on. Harris would be second, McInerney would be a remarkable third, Calichurn and Bate fourth and fifth. Olivia Jakins started today second in the point standings. She has dropped to 8th in the point standings. Joe Cheek and Jake Humphrey would also get a national seed as well. But there, Tyler Harris with 610 points would have second. The battle is on for all the minor placings, however.
Yellow flag still out in the first section as the kart gets recovered. And again, this is probably one of the closest battles for second place that we're seeing. Like we're saying, all that chopping and changing in the standings, which is great to see going into the final race. But of course, Leon Frost with that commanding lead, 640 points. He's been absolutely untouchable this season, hasn't he? And right now, Leon Frost is there in P7. Note to worry about. He's cruising to the end in this one.
Yes, that's all you can do. Stay out of trouble, cruise home.
Yeah. But there the top two. Still just line astern. Garford wanting to gain as many places as he potentially can. Of course, he's not within the top 10 shout. He missed the first 2 rounds of the championship while he was having a go in Junior X30, wasn't
yes, he joined the fray at round 3 at Rissington.
Yes, yeah. So, and of course, that means not only does he miss out on 2 rounds worth of points, but he also misses out on that extra 20 points for competing in each round of the championship. So, obviously, a big smacker in of points there that he's not going to see, which means we don't see him in the top 10, which is a huge shame. You know, last year's champion in this class, you know, he's run the number 1.
It's great to see the number 1 back, but his dad, Simon, said a very funny thing this morning. He said, we've got to get a win, because otherwise you'll be like the Ginny White, where who's never actually won a race. But, I mean, of course, yeah, he's won. He's done what Jimmy White didn't do. He's won a championship.
Yeah.
But, again, I like the analogy, you know.
Yeah, it's a good analogy.
Any snooker-related analogy is all right in my book, especially, you know, back in the golden era of snooker. You know, the whirlwind and all that.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Whirlwind White, Hurricane Higgins.
The only person I know is Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Rocket, Ronnie O'Sullivan. They're all good nicknames. Golden Nugget.
Yeah.
And old Steve Davis. But there we go. Enough billiards talk. Back to go-karting. The 2 Talco-backed privateers, Garford and Harris, putting on a demonstration run here. Luke Bate, though, in 3rd place, is having his best weekend of the season. Luke Bate coming into he had 2 top 10 finishes coming into this weekend. 5th at Shenington and an 8th at Warden Law. But obviously then had a win yesterday. Darren McInerney gets a penalty flag. Yes, so Frost won the first 3 rounds of the championship at Shenington, Warden Law and Rissington. Tyler Harris won last time out at Wilton Mill in a fantastically exciting race. And Luke Bate won yesterday. So this is a 6-round championship. We've got Darren McInerney in 14th place, but 4.8 seconds separating the top 13. Really, really good stuff.
Yeah. Now, with that overtake, Luke Bate puts himself up into P4 in the championship standings now as well. Joint on points with Yihan Kalachan, but because he is ahead in this final, he would get the higher of the positions and he'll get the lower seed number in effect. But that battle, very, very close out on circuit. Joint on points, and they're right there next to each other as well. Olivia Jenkins has gone back up into P7 now in the championship standings as she's managed to get past Ollie Rands. So Rands down into 10th place, Olivia Jenkins up into P9.
Yes, so Jenkins, the red and white Birrell chassis, not in this group, but in the group that has just flashed across your screen going into the first taping. There you can see the number 8 car of Olivia Jenkins. She is defending against Joel Hull, so she's moved to 8th position, and this is where literally every single position could mean a championship point, a championship position gained or lost. Now, we lost Seth Hathaway at the start of the race. We also lost Patrick Leaf on lap number 1. Jack Stewart has got his kart back up and running again. Oliver Bourne is in 15th position. Darren McInerney is 14th. Aidan Mitchell 13th. Jake Humphrey is 12th. Oliver Bowen 11th. Ollie Rands rounds out your top 10 at the minute. But they are this group chasing the 2 leaders who've got a 2.1 second, Harris and Garford. Now, if it is going to be a head-to-head fight between Harris and Garford, are we going to see a mirror image of what happened in the pre-final? Has Tyler Harris learned? He showed Alfie Garford an awful lot of respect in the last lap of the pre-final. A little bit too much respect for the last lap of a final itself.
Yeah, that's the ultimate question, really, isn't it? I mean, well, right now, Tyler Harris is leading, so he doesn't have to worry about that from Garford at the moment. But Garford, on that last lap, fastest lap of the race, 102.42. Maybe he's going to hold that momentum, potentially go for change of the lead. Who knows? The gap's about 0.3 of a second, so
5 minutes to go, plus change. It's still, well, Tyler Harris. Last year, Tyler missed out on a place in the top 10, even though he won the last round. So Tyler Harris won last round. It wasn't a double header here at PFI, it was just a single header. Tyler Harris won that race in the final. That was his first win. He backed it up with another win earlier this year at Wilton Mill. So in terms of overall junior TKM results, Zach Oates has 5 wins, Alistair Cresswell 4. So a win here for Tyler Harris would put him joint third with this year's champion Leon Frost and Oliver Richardson on the all-time junior TKM win list.
Yes, indeed. So, battles raging on throughout this field. In terms of the championship standings, obviously Frosty with the win. Tyler Harris is still there in second. He's obviously defending that one from Dara McInerney. Points difference between those two, 11 points. Dara's still in P13. Not made any moves, really, has he?
And I'm really surprised with that because Dara can gain points now. Every position for Dara would be a point gained. So I'm not quite sure what the problem is with Dara McInerney. He's whether it's a slight power issue or a setup issue, but McInerney, I'm looking at on the banking, and he's still just down there in 13th place. He's going to come into your screens now. He's got the sort of the dark blue cart there just flashing across the street at the back of that group. So he's got 2, 4, 5 drivers pretty much directly in front of him. So that's 5 points that he could gain. That would put him on 604, which is 6 points behind Harris. You have to gain a little bit more. So there's the number 72 of Dara McInerney. And is he going to get past the number 14 of Aidan Mitchell going into Fullerton S's? No, he doesn't.
Not committing to the overtakes right now. And is that due to, you know, waft out of the corners? Or
not sure. There may be just a setup issue or a power problem that we don't know about. But certainly, Dara McInerney not as quick as we thought he was going to be in this event. But, hey, that's how competitive this race is. You know, you have drivers that have good rounds and bad rounds. Because everyone wants to end on a good round. It's Harris, Garford, Bate, Robinson, Callagher, Frost, your top 6. Joe Cheek runs in 7th. Then it's Jenkins in 8th. 9th for Rands, Hull 10th, and Aidan Mitchell, Oliver Owen, McInerney, Jake Humphrey, and Oliver Bourne, your top 15. Jack Stewart runs in 16th position.
Yes, indeed. Less than 2 minutes to go then in this final. It's still Harris who leads from Garford. Bate in 3rd place from Robinson, Callachurn. Then it's Frost, Cheek, Jakins, Rands, Hull, Mitchell, Bowen, Dara McInerney, Humphrey, Bourne, Stewart. 2 retirements, Leith and Hathaway. Alfred Matthews Racing joins the stream and says, come on, Leon Frost. He's doing everything he needs to do right now, which is just chill.
And not get excluded. So he is going to be, I mean, all our other champions have actually finished on the podium in the final class so far. We might have to go and do an extra interview as we got our first change of lead. Alfie Garford into top spot at the moment. So 1 minute, 15 seconds to go. Garford now has the race lead. And Alfie just, wants to get that monkey off his back, get that first win, get the weight off his shoulders, and, be a winner. It wasn't his championship winning season. He's going to have to beat his, well, he's not his teammate, they're both privateers, but, they're both Talco supported drivers into the Fullerton S's. Out onto the back straight, 45 seconds to go. Tyler Harris looking strong, looking composed, gets a good one. Takes a tighter entrance and washes out a little bit during the middle of the Mike Wilson complex. Harris is going to get a good slipstream now on the main straight.
It's been a long day. It's been a long day. Tyres can be used, but they've had one less race than they would usually have. They haven't had a pre-final, so
that's right,
they should be a little bit more lively than what they would usually be.
Things getting lively now. Harris goes to the crossover move. Alfie Garford gives Tyler Harris just the same amount of respect that Harris showed him in the pre-final. Good stuff there. Harris back into top spot. But game on. The clock in junior TKM strikes 0 now.
There we go then, side by side, and again Garford taking the long way round, looks to get the switch back but can't quite do it as Harris just parks that car in the middle of the track, but he's got past again. So he did that before they even exited the corner. So that was all that was that Garford took the normal racing line on the exit, could carry the speed, and Harris just slowed it down a little bit so he could get in the middle of the track.
Harris expected the crossover move, and Alfie went, okay, I'm just going to go carry on going around the outside. So, let's see. The racing has been superb between these two. They've got one more lap to go. Who is going to emerge in front? Now Harris gets to the inside and forced his way past Garford out onto the banking. Garford trying to go high, wide and handsome. Harris gives him room. Is he going to squeeze him as they go onto the bridge? He's going to squeeze him, and Garford comes out in front. Down the hill we go. Garford, the more experienced of the two, forces Harris right to the inside. Now Tyler Harris goes to the outside. Now it's time for the crossover, but Garford's going to have the inside line. Harris checks over his shoulder. The chasing pack are closing in, but it's going to be a head-to-head fight. I can't wait to see what happens between these two drivers going into the last couple of corners. Garford has it. Harris is going to get a good run. He clips the curb there. He's not going to have a run into the Bobby Game corner. I don't think. It's now or never for Tyler Harris. It's now or never for Garford to finally get that first win.
It really is going to be just one more corner to get this done, and it's not going to happen. So the number one is the number one for one final time across the line. Garford will win the final round of the championship, but he loses the one, and they're celebrating in the grandstands there as Tyler Harris finishes second. Yihan Kalachan finishes third from Luke Bates' fourth place, but it can be overshadowed by Leon Frost, who finishes on track in P5, but becomes your 2022 Wera Tools British Kart champion.
Ciao! There we go. And yes, so Leon Frost finished in 5th place. Leo Robinson takes home 6th. 7th for Joe Cheek, and there's some great sportsmanship. I don't often say this, and this is not a slight. Tyler Harris, he's just that little bit too nice. It's, you know, he's a great driver, and again, that is the type of racing that you want to see between the two drivers, Garford and Harris. But when push came to shove, Garford was more inclined to really squeeze Harris to the inside and force Harris to get out of the accelerator. That's sometimes that sort of the great white shark killer instinct that every karter does need at some point. And Garford is rewarded with his first British Championship win. Let's take nothing away from Tyler Harris, who's been superb all weekend. He finishes second. Oh, and the number 31 kart of Joel Hull has stopped on the slowing down lap. Yihan Kalachan, another podium for the Klassen Motorsport team, and Yihan Kalachan, that is his third podium of the season for the English champion, the E-plate holder. And here is Alfie Garford. Now he steps on to the weighbridge. The number one, he's represented the class with that number one, and he finishes his, or I'd imagine would be his junior career, in P1 on the podium. Great stuff. The rest of the field off to the left there, the top three drivers. Now there is Joe Cheek. Now Joe again had a nasty accident at Kimbolton in a club meeting, and actually nicked his main artery in his leg, and the paramedic teams there were very quick on the scene there, so he has come back from injury this year. A quick glance at the provisional seeded positions. Tyler Harris would get P2 in the championship. Dara McInerney will be third in the championship. Yihan Kalachan 4th, Luke Bates 5th, Leo Robinson 6th, Ollie Rands 7th, Olivia Jenkins will be 8th for the second year running. Ollie Rands beats Olivia Jenkins in a tiebreaker. They finished 7th and 8th in that final position, in that final. Joe Cheek 9th, and Jake Humphrey is your final seeded driver in 10th. And there's some congratulations, one of the Tim Wilson Motorsport drivers there for all three of the top three drivers. Anthony Jordan, you can see, is down there poised and ready to interview the top three, and our champion, Leon Frost. So for the penultimate time today, Mr. Jordan will be speaking to our podium finishers, and then it will be one more race to go. The last race of the day will be TKM Extreme. So Anthony Jordan is in the paddock right about now.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, down in the Parc Fermé area. I did just have Alfie Garford here. He's run off. Alfie, come on over. It may have taken 3 years for you to get a win, but it's not going to take you 3 years to get over here. Come on, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Right, so, congratulations, 3 years in the waiting, but you've come away with a final victory.
Yeah, it's about time.
About time.
Yeah.
Obviously, not the championship this year. Obviously, you missed the first 2 rounds. Obviously, you were having a splash in Junior X30, but nonetheless, you've come back into the season. You're coming back strong as well, and I mean, you know, it shows that you've still got the pace out there, and it shows you've still got the championship fight in you. Does this mean, like, next year we're going to see you in one kart all the way through the season this time?
Yes, I think so. I think we're going to be going to try and get another #1 next year, so... Yeah. That's the plan.
That's the plan. Who would you like to thank in this one?
I'd like to thank my mum, my dad for bringing me here. My sponsors, Next Base Dash Cams and Motorbase, they make it all possible. And my granddad for coming along. He's over in the gate right now.
Brilliant stuff. Well, congratulations. Just going to make sure that bumper's definitely still on there, isn't it? Yeah, it's definitely still on there.
We've got new regulations for next year, haven't we?
Yeah, it's all the Euro style, yeah.
Yeah, we've got plastic bumpers next year, haven't we?
Good stuff. Well done, mate. Alfie Gaffer there. Tyler Harris, as Henry said it, probably the nicest driver in the paddock. Maybe a bit too nice out on track, but phenomenal race from yourself. Second out there on track. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. Leading most of the race to get done the last 2 laps. But I didn't need to risk anything too much to get P2 in the championship.
No.
So, it's still good.
You've come away with a fabulous result, of course, and like you say, you're stretching your legs out in some nicer, warmer climates at the moment, because you may be nice and warm because you just finished a session, but I'm absolutely freezing. But, you know, to finish here this weekend, you know, the championship with the P2 on track, and, of course, P2 in the championship, a nice feeling for yourself, I'm sure.
Yeah, definitely, especially after the rocky start to the season.
Yeah, so nice to finish on a high. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank Talco Racing, my dad on the spanners and everything, really. My mum for coming to support me, and everyone watching at home, like in the UAE, China, and here.
Yeah. Well, fabulous stuff. Tyler Harris, congratulations. Well done. Fabulous season from yourself.
Yeah, thank you.
Excellent. Let's chat to our third place man, Mr. Yihan Kalichern. Yihan, our driver of the day as well from one of the rounds. So, you know, third place of the final round. That's quite nice to end the season on, isn't it?
Yeah, it's quite nice to, yeah. And then, yeah. I'm just speechless, kind of. Yeah.
Man of many words. But like you say, the championship, I think that puts you P4. Yeah, P4. So you managed to just get past Luke Bate, who you were battling with, and you were joint on points halfway through that. But because Luke was in front, he was leading, and it was all like. But you managed to get past. You take the #4. What are you going to go with? E-plate or a #4?
Probably E-plate, I think.
Probably E-plate?
I think so.
Yeah. That's probably a nice one to go for, isn't it? It's more distinctive. But anyway, congratulations on that. Who would you like to thank?
Ashley, Dave Klassen, my mum and dad, and yeah, friends and family.
Good. I can imagine if you didn't thank them, they'd be after you quite quickly.
Yeah.
Brilliant stuff. Yihan Kalichern there, our third place winner. Now, our champion, Mr. Frosty. Leon Frost, congratulations, our 2022 Vera Tools British Car Champion.
Yeah.
Man of many words. Are you going to give me more than yeah? Or
I'm not sure. You might have to ask me some questions and then I'll be able to speak.
Right, OK. First question is, what was the strategy for this weekend? Because we didn't see you yourself fighting at the front. You were just hanging back, relaxing, not worrying about anything.
I mean, I wanted to qualify at the front on Saturday and I didn't because I messed it up. But I sort of had to finish top 6 and obviously I didn't start top 6 for the final, so I just had to work a bit hard in the final. And then just the top 6 would have sealed it. And that's what I did.
No, exactly what we like to see. Dan, get off your phone. Present, please, Mr. Leon Frost with our #1 plate, of course, winning our Vera Tools British Car Championship in 2022. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank, obviously, my mum and dad, my granddad, and my team, Tim Wilson Motorsport, Ant for helping me get out in the second heat today, and Litchfield, Jade, and just everyone else that's helped out, and Spellfame.
Well, brilliant stuff. Congratulations. Leon Frost, our Vera Tools British Car Championship in 2022. Well done.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there. We've got one more race to go, I believe, and it will be, of course, the other half of the TKMs. It's TKM Extreme.
Yes, Anthony, once more into the breach, dear friends, once more. at Shakespeare. Here is your starting lineup for TKM Extreme coming up very, very shortly. It's the last race of the day, and it's Jack Saunders who will start on pole position alongside Aaron Lask, Spencer Lane and Sam Johns on row number 2. Row 3, Ashton Cox and Michael Cornell, Archie Strong and Cian Bennett on row number 4. Isaac Marsh and Megan Lawson start from row 5. Ben Watson and Harvey Roth start from row number 6. Chris Whitton, our champion, starts on row 7 alongside Lee Whittingham. Charlie King will be starting on the 8th row of the grid. Sadly, no Kai Springfield. But the season so far, Chris Whitton won the opening round at Shellington. Sam Johns won at Warden Law. Chris Whitton won again at Rissington. Harvey Roth came back with a win at Wilton Mill. And Whitton sealed the championship with a win yesterday. Chris has no less than 8 wins in the modern era of the British Championship. On the all-time winners list, that puts him alongside Oliver Greenall and 2017 World Karting Champion Danny Curl on 8 wins. Kai Hunter has 12 wins to his name, so Whitton would put himself his equal second at the moment. He would go into his sole possession of second place on the all-time win list. If he can win this race, it'll be very, very tough because he wants to stay out of trouble in that number 7 Kart. Now the grid order seems to be, there's a Spencer Lane in the number 7 Kart, Whitton in the number 5 Kart, starting a bit further back. Now the only driver in this field who has not got a top 10 finish in the finals this season is number 36 rather, Megan Lawson, and she starts 10th on the grid for this one. So if Megan can just stay where she is, then we will have a situation where every driver in the class has got at least one top 10 finish in the finals. They come to the line for the last time today. Lights are out, we're off and racing. One driver in the back there, slow to get underway, but the leaders go through it. It's Jack Saunders who has the advantage. Although Aaron Lask sweeps to the inside to take the lead going into turn number 3, and Spencer Lane having a little look at the inside as well. Sam Johns is fourth, the leading Tim Wilson Motorsport entry. But as the field head down towards hairpin number 1, it is Lask. Oh, and Saunders squeezing himself wide there. He's going to get a great cutback, and Jack Saunders takes over the race lead as they head into the second hairpin. And look at number 58, that Gillard chassis of Ashton Cox getting involved up into 5th position on the Gillard chassis. That's a 2021 chassis. At least it's one of the older chassis in the field, one of the last Tim Gillard built chassis to roll off the production line before Tim Gillard retired and the Gillard name went to become part of the OTK family.
Well, there we go as we end lap 1 across the line. Saunders leads then from Lask. The timing updates in the commentary box, and it's the number 7 of Spencer Lane, Sam Johns, Ashton Cox, Harvey Roth, Michael Cornell, Cian Bennett, Lee Whittingham, Archie Strong, Chris Whitton, Megan Lawson, Charlie King, Ben Watson, and 2 drivers not starting, Isaac Marsh and Kai Springfield.
Yeah, so not quite sure what happened with Isaac Marsh, the number 40 driver.
Was it an incident in the Heat 2?
Very possibly. We saw him off the circuit, so maybe
a terminal issue.
A terminal mechanical engine-related issue.
Yes, yeah. Which is a big shame, of course.
Big shame.
So, nice and close. Now, these guys have been close all the way through the weekend, haven't they? It's been fabulous to see all of these drivers so fierce in their racing, but so respectful as well, and that's what we love about TKM. I say respect. I say as I speak.
As Archie Strong arms, Cian Bennett's going through Bobby Game corner.
Thanks for messing up my section, guys.
yeah, that was going to be a superb segue.
Yeah.
Now, Megan Lawson in kart number 36 has dropped to 12th position. Said, we really want Megan to get a top 10. Oh my word, there's going to be 4 wide. And that's Sam Johns sideways at turn number 3. And Johns, so Landau International Raceway, global home of champions, world capital of motorsport, will not get a driver on the podium, I doubt, in this race, sadly.
Such a shame because he, of course, won at Warden Law.
Yes.
Fabulous year. Had a great running at Wilton Mill as well. I think he finished P2. No.
Yes, he finished P3.
Three, yeah. So he's still got a podium in that one.
Well, it's not going to happen here, but it does mean that Megan Lawson moves up to P11. Just one place away from a top 10 finish, and that would mean the clean sweep. Everybody in the class would have had at least one top 10 finish, and that is be really, really good. It's a great advertisement for the class as well. You know, yes, come and do TKM Extreme, even with, you know, even as a privateer, even if you are a driver on the smaller end of the budget scale, come and compete in TKM Extreme in the British Championship, because you can succeed. Every single driver here has done that at some point this season.
Well, Mr. Whitten said it last night in the Paddock Show, didn't he? Yesterday evening, he said it's a fabulous class to be in, and we recommend anyone to come and join it.
Yes, indeed. And Chris Whitten has just put in the fast lap of the race. So for a driver who's taking it easy, well, yes, he is taking it very easy at the moment. He is there in 6th position at the moment in the number 5 kart. The answer, why are you not allowed to in the number 1 place? Well, because, you know, he's the number 1 seed for 2023.
Yes.
You know, this is still the 2022 championships. The results remain provisional. So you can't change the number. He's entered as the number 5 car.
Yeah.
There is a regulation, a rule that you can't change. You can't, you know, start running the number 1 plate during a season. There go the field across the line. That's complete lap number 4. The entire field separated by 2.6 seconds.
Pretty close, isn't it?
7.5 minutes remaining, and out of turn number 4, down the hill, still Jack Saunders who has the lead. Now, Saunders, 2 second-place finishes in his career. He was 3rd in the 2020 Junior TKM title chase. Started the year with a 9th place at Shenington. Didn't get on the podium, didn't get in the top 10 at Warden Law. 5th at Rissington, 4th at Wilton Mill, 6th yesterday. But yesterday he led the start of the final, and then things went off quickly, you know, setup went south very quickly. Leading this one, he said to me last night, he goes, oh, we should be in the mix. And he certainly is today. He's got the number 63 of Harvey Roth right behind him, then the number 93 Rob Saw Racing Kart of Aaron Lask. Then Class and Motorsports, Ashton Cox running in a season's best 4th place. Cox has not had a finish higher than 6th in the finals this year. He's running 4th now. Oh, he runs a little bit wide there because that was Chris Whitten right behind him, and that was a concertina effect there. I think that Saunders braked a little bit earlier than everyone was thinking, and that caused a little bit of a ripple through the lead pack. Here comes Harvey Roth to the inside. Number 63, Tim Wilson Motorsports driver, takes the race lead for the first time in the final today.
I say, Wilton Mills put a good step in him in his leg here as Harvey Roth, you know, took the win there.
Well, now Harvey Roth has got to just learn how to win at tracks other than Wilton Mill.
I know. Well, he's currently demonstrating that, Henry.
He's currently demonstrating that because he's only got 2 podiums. They're both first place finishes, and they both come at Wilton Mill. So again, he hasn't yet had a podium in a British Championship round anywhere other than Wilton Mill. So he's demonstrating quite successfully that he can get things done elsewhere as well. Saunders 2nd, Lask 3rd. Chris Whitten up at the 4th place, change to 5th place. That is Charlie King. He's on a top gear from the rear. Is King. He goes past Chris Whitten. Ashton Cox down to 7th place now. 8th is the number 34 kart of Lee Whittingham. 9th is Archie Strong. 10th is the number 33 of Michael Cornell, with Kian Bennett and Megan Lawson 11th and 12th. Ben Watson is 13th.
Chris Whitten's just gone for the move there on Charlie King. Moves up into Spencer Lane. Sorry,
getting confuddled.
Yes, moves up into P3 now. Charlie King also promoted up 1 place. Actually, I say he was promoted up. I think he's just dropped down again.
Well, Harvey Roth has just promoted himself into 5th place in the points table.
Oh, yes,
ahead of Spencer Lane. So as Lane slips to 5th, Roth, race leader, moves into P5. Megan Lawson, meanwhile, continues to run just outside the top 10. She is 12th, but she is 7/10 of a second away from a top 10 finish.
This is good stuff again, just chopping and changing there for third place as Lask under pressure drops back into P4 now as Witten holds on to P3, and just again everyone just giving that little bit of space again, just watching it through this last few minutes. You know, it's the last race of the season for these guys. A lot of them may go on to bigger, better things. A lot of them may return to next year.
I think a lot will return to this class.
Yeah.
You know, that's one thing that TKM Extreme, it retains drivers.
Good.
It retains a lot of its drivers. So I think this is the type of race that we see the same characters generally over and over again, year after year, battling for supremacy. Roth has the advantage at the moment. And Megan, and again, we go back to Megan Lawson, and she is now up into 11th place for driver number 36, the Class and Motorsport car. She's the driver with the pink crash helmet. You'll see, let's have a look as she comes into view there. She is right behind Kim Bennett. There's Megan Lawson, just in front of Michael Cornell with a white bodysuit, with a white bodywork and the blue race suit. She has got Kian Bennett, the number 44 Rob Saw Racing driver. Kian Bennett stands between Megan Lawson and a top 10 finish. 3 minutes to go.
Chris Witten moves up now into P2.
Yep, calmly.
Yeah.
Calmly. You know, he's had a warning flag.
He has, yeah.
So he doesn't want to get himself excluded.
No, definitely not. I think he'll still be okay, even despite that. I mean, he's cleared by 41 points from Sam Johns, and at this moment, Sam Johns is at the back of the field. So, you know, that's someone who's really not going to be much of a challenge.
That's right. There's Megan Lawson chasing Kian Bennett.
Still there in P11, just needs to get that one place, and is she going for it now?
She absolutely is. So, Megan Lawson moves into the top 10. If things stay as they are, every driver in this class would have had at least one top 10 finish in the final. And there will not be a person in the paddock that would begrudge Megan and the Class of Motorsport team for getting that result. So, with the championship decided, this is not for a place in the championship. This is just for glory in a top 10 finish, and it'll be Megan's first top 10 in some time, if not in the British Championship, full stop. There she goes. She has got Kian Bennett, Michael Cornell, and the number 95 car of Ben Watson right behind her. Into the Fullerton S's. We've got 1 minute 50 seconds to go. No change up at the front. Roth still leads from Witten, Lask, King and Saunders. Lane is next at a gap of 0.7 of a second to Cox, Strong, Whittingham, and then another gap back to Megan Lawson in P10. Now we've got a change, Anthony.
Yeah, Chris Witten dives to the inside through turn 1, gets past Harvey Roth, who fights back immediately and dives to the inside, almost collides with Chris Witten there for the race lead, but amazingly, they both come out unscathed. There, still in third place, is Aaron Lask, who just set the fastest lap of the race, so he's got the momentum down into hairpin number 1, but everyone closes that inside line, and Charlie King on the outside gets only one position, gets past Lask, but down the inside here comes Jack Saunders, and the number 32 gets involved, and Harvey Roth fights back.
Charlie King started this race stone last, and he's now third and almost had a look at the race lead earlier on. A win for Chris Witten would be his 9th. That would put him 1 win ahead of Danny Curl and Oliver Greenall. And now he moves for the race lead. Now Chris Witten has the lead back. And he's pulling away because Roth and Saunders tripped over each other there a little bit. On to the thing. Now Lee Whittingham is defending. Megan Lawson tries to move into P9. Kian Bennett pushing her through. 20 seconds to go. Chris Witten would move into second place behind Kai Hunter on the all-time British Championship win list in the modern era, but he's just been elbowed aside there. What a move from Harvey Roth. And he knew that Witten couldn't come across and defend. Oh! And that is...
Well, Chris Witten's off, and that's Aaron Lask.
It's Lask, and Witten just spinning to avoid that.
Oh, dear me.
Well, everyone's okay. I wonder if we can have a quick replay of that action. The clock has struck 0. We might have to wait until the end of the race. Let's cover the last lap and maybe look back at that later on. It means that Roth, Saunders, King and Michael Cornell now move into 4th position. But Cornell has dropped back a little bit. You've got Lane, Lask, Whitten, Cox, Megan Lawson still 10th. That's going to change as they cross the line. Archie Strong moves into second place. Last lap, ball goes out. Roth leads. Archie Strong second. King third. Then it is Saunders in fourth. Megan Lawson is up into sixth position in kart number 36. The top 10 finish is more than on for Megan Lawson.
Here we go then, down into hairpin number 1 then for the final time, and Roth leads with a commanding lead, 7/10 of a second over the driver just behind, which is, at this moment in time, Archie Strong. You know, Archie's had a fabulous weekend all weekend, but this time around he's going to finish this race potentially on the top step, or the top 3 steps, I should say.
I hope Archie's dad has checked his sugar levels ahead of this one, because he's going to need Archie Strong. He's going to look for a podium. Here comes Jack Saunders at the inside of Charlie King and Ashton Cox. And here comes Megan Lawson trying to get onto the podium. 2 corners to go. It's going to be a win for Harvey Roth. Second for Archie Strong, a career best for Archie. A third British Championship win for Harvey Roth. And as Jack Saunders completes the podium, Charlie King from the back of the grid to take 4th position. Ashton Cox, season best result for Ashton on the Gillard chassis. And it is a top 10. It's better than that. It's a top 6 finish for Megan Lawson. She does it. Everyone in the field has a top 10 finish for the season. A great advertisement for TKM Racing. Equality and parity are king, but there is your 2022 TKM Extreme King. It is Chris Whitten. It wasn't a 9th win. He remains on 8 victories. Cian Bennett was 7th, Michael Cornell 8th, Ben Watson is 9th, Lee Whittingham rounds out a very emotional season. A big hello to Lee and all his family. We hope you've enjoyed your season together with us in 2022. We know it's been a special one for lots of reasons, and Lee Whittingham finishes with a top 10 finish. Chris Whitten, well, that's the first time he's finished last all season. Let's have a quick look at where that race unfolded. A lap and a half from home, coming into the first hairpin. Now, you can see Aaron Lask there, and he got a little bit of help from Jack Saunders, I think, and he bounced up over Spencer Lane. Chris Whitten having to take evasive action, just spinning himself into the tyres. So, who won the championship with Team Extreme? Well, Chris Whitten did. There is Archie Strong. That is Archie's first British Championship podium, and he finishes, but he just missed out on a national ranking, I think, did Archie. But we'll update that now, if we can. And Anthony Jordan is down there. That's the last race of the day. I will go down and join Anthony in the pits very shortly. There's Jack Saunders, just getting a congratulatory shake of the hands there. There's Archie Strong with the glasses, and that's his first podium, first career podium for Jack Saunders. That would be his 3rd career podium. Harvey Roth has now got 3 wins to his name in the British Championship. He's only ever finished at the podium 3 times. Every time he finishes at the podium, he finishes in top spot. That is not a bad record for Harvey Roth, and he was especially pleased because he's finally broken that the non-Wilton Mill duck. He has now won a round of the British Championship at a track other than Wilton Mill. And a bit of a breathless end to the 2022 TKM Extreme season. And you can see the spectators and the other drivers, the family members on the banking coming back towards the pit lane. But Anthony Jordan is down in the paddock speaking to our winners.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, down in Park Family area, and as you can see, drivers here, despite everything, still congratulating each other. But let's chat to a man here, Harvey Roth. Harvey, well, you've finally shown that you can win a final at a different track other than Wilton Mill. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I've been given stick for that a very long time, so very happy about that.
Brilliant stuff, and of course, a great end to the season. Of course, you know, where did you finish in the championship in that one? You finished P5, so you gained another one. So, you know, going away with the 5 seed, that's a nice result for you as well.
Yeah, it's decent. It's not the top 3 I wanted, but 5's still really good for my second season in Extremes, so.
Yeah. Well, like I say, next year we're back in Extreme.
Yeah, of course. Going to go for that 1 plate next year.
Excellent. Well, if you can win at other circuits next year, then yes, you're in for a chance of that one. So, no, brilliant. Who would you like to thank?
Oh, I'd like to thank everyone at Tim Wilson, my dad for being awesome on the spanners yet again, all my friends watching me, Jade Racing for getting the kart nice and straight and ready for today after my big crash on Saturday, and just everyone who's given me support all year round. Couldn't thank them enough.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Well, Harvey Roth, congratulations. Well done, P1.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Let's chat to Archie Strong. Archie, fabulous result for yourself. Firstly, is your dad okay?
Yeah, he's all right now.
Yeah, is he still standing right now? He's all sorted, yeah?
Yeah, he's all right.
Good. I think he wasn't going to keel over when he saw you finishing P2 there as well. But, you know, a brilliant result for yourself. End of the season, it's been a long way coming. But are you pleased with a P2?
Yeah, considering the weekend I've had, being put in the wall twice, but nothing you can do about that.
Yeah. But, I mean, you know, championship as a whole, I mean, it's been a tough season. Are we going to see you back next year?
Probably not. I'm retiring at the end of this.
Really?
Yeah.
No.
Running out of money. That's the main thing.
Well, there's a fund started, I think, outside the Lichfield team. If you could pinch from that one a little bit as well, yeah. But, no, well, it'll be a shame to not have you back out in the paddock for next year. But, like you say, you've been working on the kart yourself. Look, I mean, your hands, yeah, look at that. That's a working pair of hands there, and the suit covered in oil as well. Yeah. But, you know... second result for the final race of the season. I'm sure you can be happy with that one.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Anyone you'd like to thank?
Mum and Dad, everyone that's helped me, Talco and BRT for the engines.
No, brilliant stuff. Archie Strong, congratulations, P2.
Cheers.
Excellent. Let's chat to third place, Mr. Saunders. Jack, well, interesting final from yourself on that one. Busy one as well. A lot of work you had to do.
Yeah, obviously started pole. Stayed in the lead for a little while, got overtook, sat there, then 3 laps to go, it sort of... well, just...
Fell in on each other, yeah, it all happened, didn't it?
All come together. Finished third on the road, without a nose cone. I think it was second in the championship, or third in the championship.
I did have it on my phone a second ago, but it's all just updated. Thank you very much, Ian, for that one. But, you know, a brilliant result for yourself. And, like I say, next year we're going to have Harvey back. We're not going to have Archie, but are we going to have yourself back?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to go for it this.
Yeah, good. That's what we want to see. I mean, if we're going to have 2 of you wanting to fight for that number 1, it might make it a bit exciting.
Definitely.
Yeah. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank everyone at Talco, Alan Turney especially, and Dad for the spanners, and Chris Whitten for all his help the past couple of weekends. It's really paid off.
Yeah, spot on. So another Chris Whitten build engine, ladies and gentlemen. But congratulations there to Jack Saunders. But finally, the man who built the engine himself, like we were saying, you're building the engine for Jack Saunders there. But yourself, champion yesterday. Now it's official. You are our 2022 British Kart champion in TKM Extreme. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I mean, talk us through. The season itself has been brilliant. There's been ups, there's been downs. You know, we've had victories, we've had losses, but this time around, not the way you probably wanted to end a final, but nonetheless, you've come away on top. What happened there as well?
Well, we started from the back, so it was always going to be sort of tough to come through. So, sort of got there, and it was always going to be sort of quite hard battling because there's other people fighting for their championships as well. So it all got a bit exciting and a bit hectic, and unfortunately didn't come out on top this time, but we have other times. So.
Yeah. Well, still, a fabulous result for yourself. I think we'll introduce Dan Parker at this point, who will present you with your number 1 plate. And, of course, you are champion in 2022 for the Wera Tools British Kart Championship. Chris, the last thing we'll say to you is there anyone you'd like to thank?
Just like to thank my mum and dad, everyone else at home that supported us and helped, Alan, Mark and Joe at Talco, and Kelgate Performance for the brakes.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Again, a driver who can finish a whole weekend and still have better hair than either of us two. Henry, come on in. I think we'll end this one with Chris.
I think we should because, you know, TKM Extreme, you know, other classes they might think, oh, but this driver here, you have won just as many rounds the British Championship as Danny Curl, 2017 world champion, as Oliver Greenall, you know, multiple champion in Europe as well. You've won many rounds before the modern era as well, and you showed that this year we just had the entire field has now got a top 10 finish in the final. What does that tell you about the class and why people should want to come into TKM racing?
Yeah, I think obviously you saw the racing then. It's so close in TKM. Everyone can be within a couple of attempts, and then the racing is always really good. And you don't need to throw mega money at engines and karts and everything to race at the front. So.
Well, unless they want to throw mega money at your engines, is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, quite happily.
Yeah. But I mean, no, congratulations, you're well done. A great way to finish the season of TKM and IAME. Again, I hope you enjoyed watching the show. I mean, Anthony, it's been a really, really good weekend. PFI has provided a fantastic backdrop. We've got one more event to go, one more, and that's at Wilton Mill.
It is indeed, yes. Make sure you are subscribed for that one. You can check it all out on the Motorsport UK YouTube channel and, of course, the Alpha Live YouTube channel as well. But from myself, Henry, Chris Wynn, he did all right, didn't he? It's bye for now.